Pew. Man, what a song. This one is so good. Hello, everybody. Yo, yo, yo. Hope everybody's doing well. Diablo is back today, my friends. 5 days. And then we play. The song reminds me, Ashava on the Server Slam. Yeah, it's the Ashava song, actually. Hey, everybody, it's been some time. Hope you all doing well. Mojo, Shaft, Tomzo, Old Blaze, Exception, XP, Laser Pants, Galaxy, Vacunt. What's up, guys? And everybody I missed. Hey, guys, we got a fresh cut for a fresh season. I literally just came from the barber, man. Look, we're all short again. Fresh cut for fresh season. There it is. Once a season, guys, we may get a haircut. Eventually. I'm shortening to ready for war. Well, ready to not leave the house for a couple weeks, huh? I have one appointment on my birthday, guys. It's next month. But apart from that, I ain't leaving. Hey, I rob with fake haircut. What is this? No, everything is real. No fake. New season today. It's not today, but today we get all the updates. Hey, YouTube, what's up, man? When is it starting? Let me make a timer, actually. I think I already have one. Here. Is the timer enough, or do we need to say what it is? Wait. It's in 3 hours, guys. It's already live on the YouTube, I think. Let me see if I can find it. I think it should be here already. So you can just go on the Diablo channel and you see the Blessed Mother. It's Mother's Day soon as well. It's on my birthday almost. And you see here, developer live stream. Scheduled in 3 hours. 3 hours. There's a timer. Actually, let's put it here, but people will... If it's not in my face, people don't know what time or something. But they always forget. They always freaking do, man. But yeah, man. And we gotta get this Barbarian Transmog. Holy smokes. These ain't no jokes.
Hype.
Hype indeed, man. What's up, what's up? Yo, Galaxy, hope it's going well. We also have a lot of info from the other stream. There's also a developer interview from Rod Ferguson that I haven't watched. There's a trailer that we're going to watch like at least one more time. They're going to start an hour earlier, trying to gather more views. I mean, I don't know how it's going to go. Like, they have the live stream in 3 hours. That's all I know. It's starting in 3 hours, Pungis. I don't know what they're doing there. Season of the Grind, yeah. There's a timer. The timer's up here. Sorry, there. 3 hours. You already... Wait, I can link it on YouTube, I guess. Here. I can already link it. You can see it here. Yeah, Guts is there, man. Do they have all the stuff? I'm not sure. Well, guys, let's watch the trailer. I mean, we've watched this once, but this trailer is so sick, man. We stay in English with the trailer, yes? This is the trailer for Season 8, my friends. And then we have a developer live stream today. We have interview from Rod Ferguson. And a couple of other things. And tier list I want to talk about. Class balance already.
Mephisto walks in sanctuary in human form. Suspicion and paranoia.
Get the hype ready, man.
Run rampant. Good. Now my time has come, and your reality will be mine.
Voices everywhere. The trailer is solid.
Lies do you tell yourself, wanderer? Do you believe that you are the last desperate hope against my inevitable victory?
Well, the fights look sick.
That you deserve the power you've been given? Or that you are Sanctuary's salvation?
I'll turn it down a bit.
Perhaps you've convinced against
Almost
yourself.
1 year live.
You can
GG brother
defeat
logged in.
Hell's most lethal champions. Or even me. And that you are owed some debt of gratitude
It's
for
fucking kitties.
all lies. There is
Liar,
only
liar.
one truth, wanderer. Whatever I wish it to be.
Man, I gotta say, the trailer is epic again this time. I think they had like one really good trailer. I think it was like season 2. This one is kind of close. Like, this is a very good trailer, in my opinion. I don't know. It looks very good. And then, obviously, you have the teaser here at the end. Belial's voice is just amazing, man. Look at this in the end. This is all Barbarian, man. Here. Oh, man, I want to see more of this, bro. Dude. Yeah. That looking so sick, man. That guy's looking fantastic. Guts. I haven't watched Berserk, guys, but I mean, this is what we're gonna like use on our Barbarians, boys. Look at the guy. We just hope that there's gonna be a good two-hand build. Like this two-hand Giga sword is like made for Spin to fucking win, dude. I hope they nuke the delay between boss summons. Yeah, I hope that's completely gone. That's gonna be one of my questions for sure. Like if we get to ask some questions from the community. Is it gonna be a Barb season in your opinion, Rob? I mean, with an armor looking this cool, hell yes. If the Barb's gonna be strong, we will see. On the PTR, the Sorceress was the strongest for the new season. But you know, guys, the history always repeats itself. Sorc is strong in the PTR and then gets Giga nerfed for live game. Maybe the story will repeat itself. Mekuna is already very happy, I hear. Man, they're gonna nuke the Sorc, man. Ice Shot's gonna be shit. Fire Sorc's gonna be... I mean, they did nerf the boss powers already. We'll see. Hype for Season 8, man. Sorc nerfs. I mean, they did nerf the boss powers, right? Like the Sorcerer, it was mainly using the Endariel's. Endariel's Flaming Skull. Yeah, this one got kind of nuked. But I think today, guys, we might see some updates, some buffs to the class balance itself. So you can already check this one out. This is like all the current changes to the boss powers. But yeah, Sorc always has it rough after the PTR. Like, it starts very strong on the PTR. Like, strongest class by far, and then it always gets nerfed. Nah, but I like these, like, and keep in mind, this is like level 1 stats, right? They're gonna scale way higher level. Midway through the season, yes. So, today we have this. Campfire chat. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, why they nerfed, like, these kind of powers. Like, this one was really cool for a burn barbarian. But apparently they didn't want that. Like, you know, playing a barb with burn, like, they instantly nerfed that. Gregory boss power. That one didn't get touched so much. I think the biggest one, guys, and I already told some people that this power is going to be OP. This was already extremely strong on Rogue and on Spiritborn. You guys remember we were hitting for like 100 trillions on Spiritborn, and they buffed it. I don't know why, but they buffed it. Yeah. J-Rockets, man, 100% you're right. This is like the only power that was hitting like insanely hard, and they buffed it. But I just don't understand. Like, why would you buff this? It's like this guy was blasting hundreds of trillions, literally more than any real character build, and they tripled it. Yeah, it makes no sense. That's what I was saying. Yeah, I don't know. Well, if this is not gonna be tuned down or otherwise addressed, yeah, Spiritborn is gonna be looking pretty good. And so does, like, well, everything that can scale poison. But the problem with this effect is that half the characters can't scale poison damage. Barbarian, you can't really do poison. Necromancer, you can't really do poison. Sorcerer, you can't do poison. This is like Spiritborn, Druid, Rogue only. Nah, Lilith, but Lilith had big ICD. Yeah, I think this one should have been divided by 3, not multiplied. Maybe it's a bug. Like, I don't know, man. Like, this is just like a big outlier right now. Yeah, exactly. Like, they just put an extra 0 there. Yeah, okay, maybe they added an ICD. Then it might be fine if they add like a big ICD. But I don't know if they did. Like, no idea. But yeah, there's a chance, right? Yeah, they nerfed a lot. I wanted to update the tier list at some point. I just... do I have the tier list? So you remember the strongest build. The strongest build got nuked like crazy, man. Cheat. Here it is. I found it. Guys, there's still a chance that they're gonna like change some of the scaling. Because the scaling right now gets ridiculous. Like, the gaps is 16 times. It's freaking crazy. What the timer is for? It's for the developer live stream here. They're gonna have the developer live stream in 3 hours. Yeah, we'll see. So, this is the tier list before the boss power nerf. Obviously, that shit's gonna change, right? We can probably already start changing it. Like, no way Fire Burn Sork is gonna remain S tier. Like, this build was crazy. But if you guys check the math on Sork, I don't even know if it's playable anymore. This is a copy from Season 7? What? What? This is not a copy from Season 7, bro. This is Season 8. Like, this build didn't even exist, man, in Season 7. This is all Season 8. This is from the PTR, though. This is going to change today, guys. Well, it already changed, but this is not a copy of any Season 7 shit. This is all, I mean, this is a new build, a kind of new build. I think everything here is a new build. Okay, maybe Cataclysm isn't an Earthquake, but yeah. Most of the stuff is a new build. Yeah, I would like to see buffs to the classes. So this was the strongest build of Season 8. Test server. No, right now Sorg is the strongest. That's just not true, Hans. Well, I mean, I don't agree with you, but yeah. We will see, I guess. But the strongest class of last season was Necro. And, well, as of the PTR, it's looking Sorg. Yeah, well, there's definitely some code, but, you know. It's going to change today, guys. Nobody knows what the strongest, what's the best. Like, we will figure it out today. Update is today. Yeah, today we have the developer update. We will know the patch notes. The season launches next week, if you're asking that. By update, I mean the developer update, the patch note update. The game is going to launch on Tuesday. It's always on a Tuesday, guys. Because we have more damage on Tuesdays. It is always Tuesday. New uniques? Yes, there are new uniques. There's like 5 new uniques. I can show you some. Like, one of them I already have in most of my builds. So right now, guys, in terms of power level, if we look at the new Mighty Throw Bob, this one here, I'll link it. We have the Season 8 stuff. We already updated the boss powers as well. PoE shits on D4 by a mile. Yeah, man. You know, you can play more than one video game. I actually enjoyed PoE, and I also enjoyed Diablo. You don't have to go, you know, like, this game is shit, that game is shit. They all have their pros and cons, you know. PoE 2 also has their own problems. Just like Diablo has their own problems. So here, this is one of the new uniques. The Bane of Edged Den. I still think I have an unlisted video. I'll show you. This was without boss powers, guys. And depending on what they say today, this might be S tier build. See if I can find it. Jesus, why is it so zoomed fuck in? Yeah, look, we still have 2 builds that I didn't publish. This one. So this is the one-shot barb. The new Mighty Throw Barbarian. Here, I think this guy. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. We've been testing the new one-shot Mighty Throw Barbarian here. And it is so strong, it can kill the T4 bosses without even using any boss powers. And with the boss powers here, it's hitting up to 5 trillion damage here in one hit. After that, so you see, this is completely without boss powers. Like, I don't even... 5 trillion damage. I'll publish this video soon. I think this is gonna be the best barb build. So you see here, no boss powers selected whatsoever. Hit. After that, you will have to wait for 12 seconds to the next hit, but every 12 seconds basically. So this is the new unique here. This is probably the strongest build, or one of the strongest builds. You unload for 5. Now, this is a boss killer. I don't think this is really good for speed farming because you can only detonate once every 12 seconds. 5 trillion with the boss powers, and without, it's still enough to just basically blast the boss. So we have this new aspect here that gives us a 6x multiplier, and we have the new unique here that gives us another 7x multiplier. The buff is great. And this aspect, I just hope they buff Whirlwind. Also gives us another 1.75 in combination with the third blade. And the gear with 3 powers. Like, pay attention to your overpower stuff. So you so this is the new T4 buff boss. Let the boss spawn. No boss powers. We can do this, and we spin. Activate our shouts, spin, and then boom. Basically just one-shot him immediately for 500 billion here just with on a... So I don't know if this is gonna get nerfed single today, target basically. But it basically works like this. Yeah, now you Whirlwind, but the Whirlwind is only support. Like, they keep making the skills, like Whirlwind has a rune now. So if you look, Whirlwind has a rune now where it basically becomes a full support skill again, and it only supports weapon mastery skills, yes? You can already see this is the planner. I haven't published the video, but I will. Changes to Thorns Barb, not that we know of. We will learn today. Oh yeah, this is basically like one-shotting the boss. Hot take, but I prefer PoE 2 leveling. Yeah, well, let's read that in a second. Yeah, anyways, so this is like one of the builds, and then we have the Kamehameha Sork. Do you know this one? This was the strongest Sork, well, not the strongest, but it was a very strong Sork build. 600 trillion as well. But this one got nerfed, so probably we need to change this video. This is the Kamehameha Sork. This still works, but it's going crazy. I think it's gonna be a bit weaker now. Everything here with our new Kamehameha Wandering Death Beam. So this is one of the fastest farming builds that there is, and it's also one I think it's still gonna do this in T4. Looking because the Wandering power did not get a nerf. You can either spam this, or when we approach here the Maiden, we can also... Blah, 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 blah. So this is still easy T4. Kaioken. I mean, come on, this is like a Kamehameha constant beam. Look, it hits for a couple billions. Yeah, so like these combined gonna be pretty strong, I think. Either one of those I'll publish. So here, this is the beam here, Wandering Death. So this one, you see, I mean, only the modifier got nerfed, but we didn't even use it, so we only used the main power. So that one is gonna be eating a very good still, I hope. God damn it. At least I don't think we're gonna see nerfs to this. Minion Necro. So Is it summons? What's the boss power? Oh yeah, this one. So summon builds getting a huge buff. You can see this here, 157x. This one did not get a nerf, so yeah. All the summoning builds are gonna get 2.5 times stronger with this boss power. So yeah, summoning builds with Beastmaster are eating good. Rob, is D4 bad or alive? Well, we'll see what they say today, I guess. Yeah, Minion Necro gonna be like stronger than ever. They keep saying this every season, but I mean, this power is gonna be pretty good. Unless they nerf it today, I think it's gonna be strong. Yeah, I mean, 157%, that ain't no joke. That's a lot. What's OP in the new season? Bloodwave Necromancer. Mighty Throw Bob is decent. Okay, should we make a list without... Okay, we do after campfire. Cope. So we have S tier. Bloodwave Necro. So this is how I see the ranking right now. Quill Volley Spiritborn, obviously. Wait, I do have a video, no? How did I call it? Volley? No. No. What's the build called, guys? I forgot. There is like a 500 trillion Spiritborn build. This one. Yeah. This one they buffed. So we can say... This one got buffed. I don't know why, but like they just buffed it. We don't need this. Bloodwave Necro, 105 clear, no boss powers. And we have Mighty Throwback. Who did the 105? I think it was Lord Saru, right? How is his name? Ex-Lord Diablo 4. Shit, what was he called? I'm just being ignored now. What is Poison Volley? I mean, I can link you the video here. This is the Quill Volley, Poison Volley. No lies. 54 trillion. And this build is finally back here using Quill Volley Poison with some of the new powers here. This one is with Ashava power. The planner is below and I've been hitting for up to 100 trillion. 5 trillion damage like instantly. We don't even have to really like wait for it. Like just apply. This is like just Quill Volley with the Ashava power, and they buffed it. Okay, here he comes again. I don't know why, but it's stupid to buff. This time I will remember to press my buttons. This is way too strong. Let's see, dot him up, boom. Okay, only 300 billion. I mean, there's a big variance, but unlimited scalar, boys. Just how I remember the trillion that once, and boom, 3.5. Yeah, this is T4 boss, and they buffed this 3 times stronger, and boom, 3.5 trillion damage. I don't know, man. Like this just seems like an oversight, you know. Anyways, that's the Quill Volley. Do we have the Bloodwave clear? I must find it. Do we have a Bloodwave Necro clear? Bloodwave Season 8. I must find it. Yeah, it's only the boss power. Okay, I found it. This is the one. Yeah, this is really strong. So this is from Lord Saul. It's fucking crazy. Bloodwave Necro. I guess we have like a poison rogue that is also here. Showcase. Oh, I don't have the video published yet, but that's gonna be published tomorrow or something. So I think here is poison rogue. I don't know which skill it's using. Ashava power triple buff. There's probably also a poison druid. Wait, what? I mean, this is probably even S+, I don't know yet. But it's fucking crazy. The dev stream, there's a timer here, 2 hours, 40 minutes. Thanks for keeping us all up to date. Doing my first 24-hour season for the new season, Sword for Life. Hey, let's go, Mike the Crawlers. Yeah, you're gonna be blasting, man. Okay, so this is probably A tier. New projects, I already tried all these, they all suck. There's probably a poison druid. I don't know what they're gonna use, because Ashava power is so strong. Mighty throw, one shot. All bosses on T4. I don't know how strong it's gonna be in pits. What does Blizzard Death Stream mean? No, I'm not a developer. We'll just watch it. Hey, thank you for the Prime, Mike. There's gonna be a developer live stream from Blizzard in 3 hours. Yeah, support druid might be a thing. Okay, guys, what other build's gonna be strong? This is last season's list. So Quill Volley goes S tier. Yeah, I don't know about Razor Wings. Probably gonna have Razor Wings here. But I'm not so sure about that yet. What's this planner? Okay, yeah, it's the right one. Hey Zero, did you test another Spiritborn build? Like, Spiritborn is looking insanely broken, actually. I might even play Spiritborn for a bit. It just is so strong. Like, there's not much of a point, man. Shred Druid? I don't know, but like, like, Shred doesn't really do poison, does it? Blurred Beast is gone. Oh yeah, here. $4.4 trillion. 4.4. Actually 5 trillion. 4.4 trillion damage.
Now we're talking.
And we still played the blisters.
So each mighty throw here with the new plus 14, man, we have big ranks.
I just don't like to play weapon throw, but it's gonna be strong.
Yeah, the mighty throw is hitting for a couple of trillions here. Once you have everything up, we have the new aspect.
Yeah, we have snapshots and stuff. It just gets boring. I don't know. Shall we look at the Berserker? Toxic Skin or Quill Volley, yeah. But that was all with the Ashava power, right? Do we have any other strong content? I think this one is just even goes down, man. I don't think it's that strong. Oh yeah, Earthquake Bob is probably still gonna be here. Earthquake Bob is probably gonna be B tier. Something like this. So it needs to go further down. Boundary. That's gonna need some updates. I think Ballerina Sorg is dead. Ultimate Barb. That also got Giga nerfed, right? Like, why even play it, you know? This is half and the resource scaling is gone fully. Ultimate Barb, let me show you. Wait, what is this? This was a very cool Barb. But this was also based around the boss power, which is nerfed now, so... This was the ultimate Barb. This is very high tier, 111 for the PTI is extremely high. It's like 140 or something. I think he did clear this even. I mean, you cannot really see what's going on. But it's basically press every button. See the cooldowns? Shit. Like it's like this. And then you need to go to the hand doctor because you have to spam all your buttons all the time. But yeah, that's the build. No cooldowns. But don't do that. Use the numlock trick. Don't break your fingers playing this shit. Leaderboards are finally scheduled. Yes, but next year, man. It's gonna take them an additional year. Nah, it's more than that, Chef, because you also need to remember that we use resource scaling. Thorns Barb, no changes. It sucked before, it's gonna still suck now. Unless they buff it today, we don't know. No, there's no ability that's doing damage. This is a boss power build. No ability does any damage. It's all the boss powers. They are looking to change that though, today. Well, they already did with all the nerfs to the boss powers. It's a 6-button build. Well, yeah, but you just press them all. None of your buttons is doing any damage. They all just a trigger. Like you see, every Berserker press triggers your boss power. Yeah, it was divided by 150. Yeah, totally. I mean, like, they didn't divide it by 10. They didn't even divide it by 100. They did divide it by 150x. It's fucking crazy. Baratus, man, what's up? Can you play Whirlwind finally? I mean, you can always play Whirlwind support, but Whirlwind as DPS is not playable. Maybe they're gonna buff it today, but I don't really believe they will buff it sufficiently, even if they buff it. Because it needs like a 10x, and even then it's still not good. Even if they buff Whirlwind 10x, it's still not gonna be meta. That's how bad it is. But it's playable, if they do that. You can always play Whirlwind support and then play an Earthquake Barb, and just use Whirlwind to trigger the Earthquakes. Yep, that's looking fantastic. Yeah, I don't know, like, they don't one spin to win. I don't know, man. Like, they did rework. I have a planner for Whirlwind. They did rework the Gores, but honestly, they just rework it the way it was on launch. You guys remember when Diablo 4 launched 2 years ago? Whirlwind was actually good. But then what they did is they completely nerfed our shouts. They nerfed the Bolt Chieftain,
and they nerfed the Gore's devastating grasp before you had full control over your whirlwind explosions. And then they nerfed it and made it so that it automatically detonates every 3 seconds, taking away all the player control. You know, now it's like force explode every 3 seconds. Before, you could hold it for a minute if you want. You could just like hold it in, like make the explosion when you want it to happen. But they removed all the control that the player has over it and they just made it automatically. So yeah, I was not a big fan of that change. And yeah, it's shit up to this day. They buffed it multiple times, it's still bad. It was actually really bad when I tried it. Yeah, maybe we need Ambo's Pride in D3, yeah. I mean, if we get something like that, that'd be cool. Yeah, you played Whirlwind Barb on launch. This was the most fun build on launch, but they nerfed it so... Like on launch, the cool thing was... You had infinite... Let me actually see if I have a video. I should have a video on my YouTube how it looked on launch, man. That was so fucking cool, bro. But yeah, they didn't want that. They nerfed it like crazy. Did not get 100k views, 200k. Okay, maybe I don't have it anymore. Whirlwind Barb build guide. You see here, viable after nerfs. Well, that's probably this. I did have a build guide though. Full leveling guide. I mean, it was probably this. Look, it was even back then, it was hitting for 2 billion. I mean, that would be kind of shitty right now. And then here, they nerfed it. Like, holy shit, there was many nerfs. But yeah, Ambo's Pride would be fucking cool, dude. Yeah, Hoda Barb. Here.
So I had the opportunity... A normal whirlwind, right? Like
Okay, look at this gameplay.
But I basically play triple shells, activate them.
Look at the
Iron Skin
shots, man.
Just go like this. We start spinning and things die and items drop. It's fantastic.
Bro, look at the
What
shouts.
you notice here, this
This
my
is the
normal
OG
whirlwind, right?
shouts.
I basically always crit, like you see these like 2 million crits. But what I can also do is...
Oh,
make
man,
a
they had
big
like 1
explosion.
second
If I
cooldown,
hold
bro.
my whirlwind, like right now I'm just holding it and then I can make an explosion for even more damage. This is thanks to my unique. I'll get into it in a second.
Here, this was the old.
Explosion for even more damage. This is thanks to...
This is how they used to look, man. Whirlwind explodes after it ends. Full control for the player, man.
my unique.
This was 2 years
I'll
ago.
get into it in a second.
Okay, yeah.
Let me just show you real quick. Like,
But look at the cooldown, man, of the shouts, bro. Like, you press them and they're ready instantly. Oh, they also nerfed Marshal Glyph. They also changed the Marshal Glyph. Thank God you changed your hair. Come on, it wasn't that bad. Timer is for the developer stream. Do you not like the hair? I just cut it actually today, guys. We get 1 haircut a season. Fresh cut, fresh season. But bro, this was the OG Whirlwind, man. You see all these explosions we're making. Ah, man. Here. This is a trip down memory lane. This was so cool. This was when the game launched 2 years ago. Well, it was on May 2023. So not quite. Like 1 year, 11 months. 2 years ago. That was fun, man. I really enjoyed that, bro. You look like a singer from the 80s. Yeah, Whirlwind Bob. I mean, you know, if we do like a C, D, F, this is where Whirlwind Bob. This is like pure Whirlwind Bob. Yes, this is where Whirlwind Bob is. Fuck. There we go. I forgot. Yeah, Whirlwind Bob's in the shit tier, guys. We know. I mean, okay, maybe it's gonna make it maybe to D tier, but basically don't play it. It sucks. But then again, we have updates today, so maybe. You look better now. Now you're old. Oh, man. How about a haircut every new expansion? Yeah, but then my hair is gonna go crazy. Oh yeah, my brother, guys. He's still trying to start his music career. Rick? Yeah, the Sleep of Whirlwind is pretty cool. But I'm not the biggest fan of the combat at the moment there. However, that's still like a nice build. And I would really like to see it in Path of Exile at some point. Having, you know, a sword, spin to win, cyclone kind of character. Yeah, Rick? He's still trying to start his music career, but it's gonna be copyright strike. I am not Rick. It's this guy. I mean, look at him. Yeah, he's trying to start his music career, guys. He's getting there. He's for sure getting there. That's some hair, man. What? This guy's logging in, dude. Look at the passion, dude. What a guy. I can't play it, man. He's gonna copyright my YouTube stream. Rob song Lost Twin, yeah. That's the guy. Lost twin, man. It's my brother, man. He's trying to start his music career. Yeah, his name is Rob. What class are you gonna play, guys? What class are we gonna play, man? I mean, if it's my choice, I'm going with this class. I don't know, man. Spiritborn is looking pretty damn strong. I'll play Guts. Traitor? You're playing Berserk instead of Bob? Are you still gonna play PoE 2? Yeah, why not? I mean, I played like 500 hours of PoE now. Had a really good time, actually. But, you know, the end game has similar problems. They have fucking end game problem everywhere. Yeah, the problem is Spiritborn is completely imbalanced from... I don't know if any one of you have looked at the class balance, but the way I understand the current patch notes, Spiritborn is like 10 times stronger than Bob. So, like, you know. Spiritborn is ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's fucking crazy. Maybe not 10 times, but like 3 times stronger or something. I think if they nerfed instead of buffed the Ashava power, it would be fine. How about Sorg? Yeah. So Sorg is always strong on the PTR, but they always nerf it every season. So I don't think Sorg's gonna be strong. Ice Shards. Did they say something about Ice Shards in the blog post? I didn't even say, but Ice Shards needs a massive buff. It's very weak. I think it's here. No. Verifying age. Okay. 55, sure. Okay. I'm already a grandpapa. I think you did talk about it. Ice Shard. Yeah, bro, it still sucks. They didn't buff it. I think. Sick. By the way, here we have all the season builds. So you just click on Sorg, following this link, you click on the Sorg, and you click on, Ice Shards Copium Z DPS. This is the one. And this is the Ale of Winter Verglass. Not Winter Glass. Yeah, 75. They didn't buff it. What? Yeah, I'm sorry for all the Sorgs out there. They play last epoch. Are you a Berserk fan? I mean, I have not really watched or read the manga. But, I mean, looking at this skin, how can you not be a fan? It's like almost impossible. Yeah, I was actually wanting to check it out. Soon TM. But to me, it looks like they didn't change any of these uniques. What's that skin? Oh boy, yeah, let's watch this skin. There's also a trailer for that. I want to get a drink while we watch it. This is the new Berserk Diablo collab that they're doing. Wait, there's a movie? Here. May 6th. Yeah, there's some sick skins, guys. This is the one we're gonna get here. Here, this guy. This is gonna be our new pet. One boss sack full. Oh man. This is the new sorcerer skin. What the fuck is that, man? There's the new sorcerer skin, guys. The Schnotz. Potato head? This is a living potato, guys. Alright, I got some drink, guys, from Holy. You want some sugar-free, delicious drinks for 10% off? We are rocking. This is also the one we're going to be playing 24 hours on the launch on Tuesday. 30 hours, actually. And this is always what gets us blasting. Holy energy drinks. They also have iced teas, milkshakes, normal hydration. Pew, pew, pew. Cheers, my friends. Yeah, you can get a shaker and all the good stuff from !Holy. With code ROB, you get 10% off, my friends. You basically just get the shaker and get the most 14 popular flavors. You just mix it with some water and bam. They have, it tastes really good. This is my absolute favorite. The iced tea is amazing as well, but this one, blue raspberry. Fucking sick, yo. I think Druid will be decent. Companion Druid. Companion gets a big buff. More than 2.5 times the damage. And the Poison Druid, I think, is going to be pretty strong. Were they at a second trailer? Or did they only post this on X? Maybe they posted it here. I mean, they spoiled so much of this. They announced so much of this stuff. Yeah, I think it might have only been on X. But yeah, guys, there's also going to be Berserk Twitch drops. We don't know when. Is this like a back attachment? Or what's this gonna be? Probably. I think it might be a back attachment for watching. You can probably get this for free by watching, hopefully. Wait, this shows me here as... Wait, we already watched this. Contains graphics images. But yeah, that's us. Dead game? I don't know, we'll see. The new season starts on Tuesday. They might... Let's see. They might actually have something in here already. Maybe. Hopefully. Maybe not yet. People are always so negative, man. People say Path of Exile is dead. People say Diablo is dead. In a few weeks, people will say Last Epoch is dead. Then they say whatever a game is in the hype right now, and the other one that is dead. Like it's a constant cycle, guys. No, they're gonna say it's the last chance for Diablo. Pope is dead. Okay, not... Oh man, okay. Yeah. PoE is not dead, but the Pope is, sadly. Ghost, what's up, man? Hey, how's it going, dude? I didn't say Popes. Man. Blame Asmon is Diablo's last chance. They said there's plenty, man. Diablo's... how many last chances? Diablo last chance. Look at it. This is how the videos, man. Diablo 4's very last chance. Diablo 4 devs trying to save their game. Oh man. That was with Joe. Last chance. Look, like every other thumbnail, man. Last chance. Asmongold self-harms after Blizzard fumes their last chance. You see how many last chances they're gonna get?
Guys, you have to understand that this is Diablo 4's last chance. Okay? If they can't get it right this time, the game is done. It's over. This is their last chance. Season 4.
Season 4. How many last chances are they gonna get, bro? I mean, it's funny though. This is a real last chance, guys. Wait, but you guys are going like crazy. What? This is the last chance this time, for real. Diablo 4 is fine. I love the community. Twitch streamers went off. The Diablo 4 community is still doing so well. Diablo 4's only real issue is the gameplay progression, meaning the gameplay level 10 is the same as level 60. Yeah, I agree with this one. Like, we just need, like, instead of... What they did now is, like, they artificially increased the existing game by making leveling harder, by making, you know, certain stuff harder. I think they could have just, or should have added endgame on top of what we have, rather than make the existing content harder. Like, make new content rather than change the existing content, right? That would have definitely done it for me much better. Because now, like what many people were been pointing out, and I made a full video about this.
Hey everybody, it's Robbie.
Is that they in the developer chat, they said they want Torment 4 to only be accessible for 10% of the player base. You can see the video here, by the way. There's been lots of discussions in the comments as well, because they locked the season journey behind the Tier 4 content. You can see this clearly in the images here. The fuck is it? Somewhere. God damn it, where's the image? Here, found it. Okay, it only took a second. So you can see here what they want you to do, and their goal is to have only 10% of the players to be able to even do this. Defeat Belial in Torment 4. Defeat Lilith in Torment 4. Now, I really like that there's like challenges in the game. But you cannot even finish the season journey. And now you also don't get your Smoldering Ashes, which will give you extra magic find, extra XP, extra Obducite, extra bounty caches, unless you do Torment 4. And by definition, the goal is only 10% of the players should even have a chance of doing that. Yeah, the gamer dads will not like this. I mean, it's a bit funny. Like, the idea is good, right? Give some rewards to the hardest difficulty. But I think putting the season journey behind this is too much. People will be angry about this. Yeah, you can say get good, but you know, they have their 5 jobs, they have 3 wives, and then they have 10 children. They gotta take care of them. They come from work, then there's the wife annoying, then there's the kids, they have to spend time, and then you have like 1 hour to play. And then it's gonna be really hard. You know, and then there's the other kid. Yeah, the wife aggro, man. So let me get this straight. They heard us complain about the lack of aspirational content and achievements. Yeah, that's definitely true. And in general, I like the idea of having some meaningful rewards behind challenging content. I just think the season journey is a step too much. People will not like this. Again, guys, that's why they have also a dev chat today. Maybe they can address this. I got 4 kids, dude. I need more time. Yeah. 2 ex-wives, 1 wife, 4 kids. Damn, dude. So you will not be able to get this. The Transmogs, the Resplendent Spark. This is all T4. T4 Belial, T4 Lilith, T4 Giga Juiced Horde, or Pit 75, which is like Pit 100 almost, of the old scale. I wonder if they're gonna have a sale for the expansion. Yeah, like a lot of the stuff, you can also see this in the trailer, like actually requires you to have Vessel of Hatred. But I think that's okay, man. Like, you know, like you're gonna fight Belial, you're gonna fight the new bosses. They are gonna be in the new Kurast zone. I think that's fair to require the expansion for that. I mean, it's the new boss after all, guys. You know? I'm not mad about that, you know? I heard many people are like angry about the new battle pass. Like, I don't really mind all too much about the battle pass, because people apparently, like, I don't know, like they said it lost value. Like, I'm not even sure. I don't even fully understand the new battle pass. I think it's confusing here. So the battle pass is now like reliquary. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, it basically gets more complicated, you know? But the way I understand it, you get like some platinum for free, even if you don't purchase the battle pass. And then you can choose which rewards you want. So, I mean, for me, this sounds like a positive thing. But then people like did some math and then they concluded it's like a bit less platinum or something. But at least, guys, you're not gonna have the ashes locked behind the accelerated battle pass like before. Okay, these 4 ashes for Torment 4 are the least valuable ashes because you can use it on the least useful bonus. Yes, you are right about that, Glad. But I still think people are gonna be mad by not finishing the season journey. You know, because this is where you get the kitty. And this is where you get the spark. But yeah. Rob, do you think Whirlwind Bar will be good? I mean, I hope so. Right now, it's pretty shit. They tried to buff it, they didn't succeed. But we're going to have the update in 2 hours, guys, and then we will know if the Whirlwind Barb is viable. I cannot tell you right now. I'll probably be able to make an educated guess in a few hours after the dev stream. Will I get 1,000 platinum back? No. Why would you get it back? Like, you buy the thing, you give Blizzard your money. Why would you get it back? No. Maybe I'm the only one. Like, I just feel they made it way more confusing. Before I knew I get the battle pass or I get the accelerated battle pass. There were 2 options. But now, like, you have all these choices, and man, you need to make like a guide, a video guide about this. Like, what's worth getting? Because I don't know, man. Like, maybe it's just me, but look at all this, man. Like, it just keeps going. This is basically like you need a guide how to spend your money. There's a deluxe and the premium and $28. This one. You can get all for 1,000. Wait. I know we thought the guys' armor would look cooler. You can get them and much more when you purchase the deluxe. But this already cost 28, not 1,000. Hey, Tron Hammer, what's up? Yeah, I don't know, man. I think, like, look, you need an FHQ for this. Like, this just sounds way too complicated. But let's see. I mean, maybe it's not that complicated. Why choose? Take it all. Shut up and take my money. I mean, okay. The battle pass, I don't really care so much. But this skin... I'm still hoping we can earn it in-game. But, I mean, you know, I'm playing Bob. And I'm going to run around in this skin. You could just read it instead of freaking out. I mean, I did read it. And it sounded more complicated than before. But also, it sounds like we're going to get a lot of player choice. So that's a big W. Well, as of now, the Spiritborn is like 5 times stronger than the Barb. So, yeah, Spiritborn. If you have the Vessel of Hatred. But, I mean, the Barb is way more stylish, yes? The Barb has a crazy style. Hey, Lord, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the support, man. I feel like the Barb gets all the style points. Yeah, I'm thinking the Spiritborn is like 4 times stronger than the other classes right now. Well, all the poison builds, basically. Yeah, Bob ain't no jokers. Look at this guy. I just want to see a buff to Whirlwind, a significant buff to Whirlwind, and I'm going to be happy. I don't really care if the Spiritborn is like, you know, with some poison, like infinite scaling is going to... I mean, Spiritborn is going to be S tier with this poison shit, and then the other classes are going to start in A tier. But that's okay. Unless they change it today. 666 viewers. Guys, you know the devil Diablo. Let's go. I have your Whirlwind buff. Play Last Epoch. Yeah, Void Knight. Does it still have the echoes? Yeah, okay. 666 viewers is over, guys. But that is a nice number. Hey, let's go. Well, I'm just happy that we get some news. But anyways,
Guys,
this
you
fits.
have to understand that this is Diablo 4's last chance.
Today is the last.
If they can't get it right this time,
chance.
the game is done. It's over. This is their last chance. Season 4.
Season 8 now. How many last chances, man? It's so good. Should be our title, man. Diablo 4's last chance. They keep saying that. It's entertainment, man. Come on. The last chance. Man. So how many eyes does the kitty have? Wait, this is like not 9 lives, but it's 9 eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait. They say kitties have 9 lives or 9 eyes? Allerletzte Chance für Teufel 4. Nah, this is like what they wear around the neck. No, 9 eyes for the kitty. Well, as long as we can pet it. Wait, who's bullying? Teufel 4? Ja, ich spiele Teufel 4. Okay, that one's looking fucking good though. This guy? Schnotz. What the fuck is that? Do we know him in the Berserk lore? Wait, Schnotz? Is this guy animated? Yo! Bro, it looks even... What? It looks even creepier.
They see me rolling, they hate it.
Wait, that's how it looks, man. Look, this is us, guys. Oh my god, dude. Get fucked. This is a new Bob skin. Look at this. This guy's having the time of his life, man. Yes. That's me, man, 10 years ago. Yeah, but that's how that thing looks. We gotta catch up on some Berserk, I guess. Easy DPS, yeah, like he did no damage, man. She just raised her shield. This is the footage of Whirlwind Barb next season, guys. This is a white trash monster. She just does this. The sword, I mean, it looks mighty, but no DPS. Look, no damage. She fine. Hey, John Boy, thanks for 17 months, man. Much appreciated. ZDPS build. Oh man, Quinn would be proud. Yeah, 100% attack, 0 damage. Unlucky. Oopsie. Oopsie daisy. But man, that thing looks real creepy. It is the guy. But is like an NPC or is this like an enemy or what? Who knows the lore? Jesus, that guy looks so stupid. It immediately establishes its dominance. The almighty Schnott's first appearance. Yep. That's the guy. No, the countdown is correct. We're just going based on, I don't know, man, time zones is hard. So the countdown, I'm going based around this. You see? The stream is live in 117 minutes. You see this? That's what I'm going on. Time zones, I don't know, there might be some time zone bullshit. Like maybe it's summertime or winter, I guess it's summertime now. Yep. 170, that's 2 hours. That's basically what it says up here. Nah, they nerfed lunging like crazy, man. Lunging got nuked out of existence, man. They divided the damage by 4 or something. Fuck, man, too many links. Here, lunging is using mobility. Here. So that it was a cool build, the burn bar, but yeah, it got a big nuke, man. It went from 200 to fucking 50, bro. It's in 117 minutes, no matter the time zone, guys. Stop coping. That's when the live stream starts. It's almost midnight. 117 minutes. It doesn't matter if you're in Germany or in America or in Jamaica or in China. Like, it doesn't matter, man. Maybe it scales better. 117 minutes is the same time in China. The fuck? Yeah, in Germany, I can tell you it's not at midnight. It's 5 p.m. right now in Germany. In 2 hours, it's not going to be midnight. You need to convert it into seconds, man. 117 minutes. My brain can't comprehend, man. What's that in metric? What's that in American? How much is that in miles? Dude. 5 a.m. New Zealand time. How much in freedom days, yeah. After you heard the news, it's probably gonna be midnight. Well, we'll see. It equals... We're gonna probably talk about with some other guys with some class perspective, but I think the most promising build is Spiritborn. And then Bloodwave Necro, I'm not quite sure how much it's getting from the powers. But these are the most promising builds, because everything else got nuked. Like, Sorg is gone. Sorg went from S tier to shit tier, I think. Is there any good build on the Sorg for next season? Maybe we're gonna chat with, like, Mekuna, or, like, I'll check with Lurkin or someone. Well, if you're currently traveling at 60 miles per hour, the Destiny will start in 117 miles. Yeah, there you go. Hey, that's actually a good metric, man. Yeah, the Sorg is always repeating the story. It's one of the strongest in the PTR, and then it gets nerfed for the launch. I think it happens almost every time. Best character, I think it's gonna be either Necro or Spiritborn. Did I make a Necro build? Wait, no, we only have the... Maybe this is still gonna be viable. I think Rogue is gonna be pretty good. Either way.
What is this?
Yeah.
What? Yo, this is a rogue doing Pit 100 on the PTR, and he's just farting out health potions. Obviously, he's playing the Elias Eye Power, and there's like...
This might still be
potions.
decent.
Flop, 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 flop. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. So this rogue is clearing Pit 100, the new difficulty that is like about 120.
I think most people will have a real hard time, struggle a lot with Pit 100. I think it's going to be really tough. Well, for 90, I think. So how many players do you think will do Pit 100? So they want 10% of players in Torment 4. Man, I think most of us will not even clear Pit 100. Like, Pit 100 is gonna be hard AF. It's gonna be really hard. It's Robception. Yeah, that guy, man. That guy over there. I think it's gonna be less than 2% of the player base. It might be only 1%. 1% will do Pit 100 with the... Maybe not even 1%. It's probably actually less than 1%. You're not gonna finish your glyphs. I mean, if you're following the meta builds, then it's gonna be fine. It's the evil twin, that guy.
Damage. You can kind of see here like how the elites tick here.
He's talking some bullshit.
Double
The hell?
digit trillion sometimes. So this is an insane build for the next season, and this is coming with the corruption damage on the boss power. So this is basically like shadow damage over time that he's able to scale with.
Anyways, yeah. So this is the used to be one of the best rogue builds, but they nerfed this too. So I think it's just gonna be a Shava power for almost everyone. The Shava power just seems so much more valuable. I really don't understand why they buffed it. It's like the own... Is it the only power that got a buff? Yo, I think it's really the only power that got a buff. And the buff is like... You know, it's not 10%, it's like 200%. You want the sheet? Yeah, it's exclamation mark sheet. Yeah, okay, Lilith power got buffed, but not even close to the same amount. And Lilith power has a big ICD, like in... Nah, it got nerfed. Look, the modifier got nerfed like crazy. And the manpower sucked anyways. This is a good buff though. It's not enough, but it's good buff. Favorite Spiritborn endgame build? I mean, I think there's only one endgame build that's gonna be strong. Maybe there's two with Razor Wings. I don't remember exactly what they changed with Razor Wings, but they made it better. But I think it's this one.
Flies or lies?
Here, look at this.
100 trillion. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. The Quill Volley Spiritborn is back here, hitting for up to hundreds of trillions of damage. You can see me here doing like 50, 54 trillion. And this build is finally back here using Quill Volley Poison.
Just play what we played on launch.
Some of the new...
Here. So this guy was already doing 7 million base, and they tripled. It's gonna be like 21 million baseline. Like, it's not gonna be 2.8, but it's gonna be like 9,000 almost, like 8,000 something.
powers here. This one is with Ashava power. The planner is below, and I've been hitting for up to 100 trillion, but I've also seen this build here hitting for up to 600 trillion. I don't think any build can compete with this. Like, Corruption Necro is nerfed big time. This is buffed with the Poison Noxious passive burst here. So there's this Noxious Resonance here that is unlimited, uncapped scaling. I mean, look at this. This one gives you a 17x multiplier. Like no other key. Maybe there's something on Rogue, but on Barb, the max you can get is like double. Here, you're not getting double, you're not getting triple. No, no, no. You're getting 20 times, man. What the fuck, dude? Giving me here 1,600%. And I think this is not even like the... Like, you're gonna get even crazier, man. X multiplicative damage to my poison here, which we proc with Ashavas. And then we also use the Avarice power combined with... So this one is nerfed, so you're gonna not use that power, probably. You're gonna use like another power. So you're gonna lose a bit of damage with that. Tremendous amount. You see, we damage scaling, giving
But
me
I don't
here
think the game can be balanced around having like some passive like this. Like this is just too crazy.
I think also the sword also doesn't have anything like that. Like, it's fucking crazy, man. You can get this up to 30,000%. Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, if this is not addressed, this is just gonna be the best build by far. Like, your normal character build does not matter. It's all about the boss power again. Here's the video, by the way, if you want to check it. There's also a planner link. But, yeah, I'll make an update to this, because this is a month old. This was on the PTR, obviously. That link, yeah, the planner is right here. Yeah, we have the planner here as well. I think... Oh, yeah, this is new. No resource scaling. This is the updated build. Because you can't use, you need to use Sarens, you can't use this power. Like, this power is gone. It's, look, it's 0, not 0.1. No, no, no. It used to be like 4%, and now it's 0.01. They didn't cut it in half. They didn't nerf it by 10. They divided it by a factor of 150. So this power is completely dead. And we're just gonna change it. So, yeah, the Serenade Flames is probably the one. And then we probably need to change at least this ring. I'm gonna change it right now. Maybe to Inner Calm. I'm not sure which one is the best. Let's say Inner Calm, we play a crit DMG. Crit damage. I don't know if we need crit chance, attack speed. We can also get crit damage again, right? This is probably the best. Okay, I don't know what else temper we get here. Probably cooldown for Hunter. Yeah, let's do Hunter cooldown. So it's probably going to be looking something like this. And then we play Quill Volley because we get extra crit. You might not even need this one. Yeah, we can play the Vulnerable Power. I don't think we need this. We're going to have enough crit. Or we can maybe even play Starless Sky. Yeah, Harbinger. So this is probably going to be the planner. Can you find the boss powers? Under T4? I think you just need to kill the boss. It doesn't matter on which difficulty. I'm pretty sure if you kill Lilith on normal, you're going to get her boss power. Yes. How do fathers play? I mean, 1 hour a day, usually. Guys, we don't know. It might change. Spiritborn is the strongest with the information we have right now. I mean, and obviously there's a strong incentive to make Spiritborn strong, right? Because that's the new class. Well, kind of new. I mean, you know when the Paladin, or whatever the class is going to be, but when the Paladin comes out, the Paladin is going to be the strongest class, guys. It's a no-brainer.
It only makes sense. I actually enjoy the Quill Volley build. I don't find it too boring. But then again, man, I want to play... Like, Spiritborn doesn't have a transmog. If they would make a Spiritborn transmog similar... Yeah, I don't know. I really want to see like a cool Spiritborn transmog. But there's no Sorc transmog, there's no Spiritborn transmog. We get what? We get Rogue. Which one else is missing? We get no Druid stuff either. Fuck. I think it's here. And the horse actually pretty cool. Now I want to play Whirlwind. If it wasn't for Rob, I would forget Diablo exists. Come on, I think the season is gonna be good for like at least a few weeks, few days maybe, depending. Well, the thing is, I always want to have not a horse, but a cat. I would like to see a cat instead of a horsey. Few days. I mean, they made it harder. Guys, I remember last season. You were here watching it. We played, in our group, we had Mekuna and Vega play Bloodwave Necro. And after 4 hours after the season start, Vega was one-shotting the hardest boss in the game with 1 Bloodwave. The season just started. Season started, I think, at like 7 p.m. And at like 10 or 11 p.m., I have a clip. He just one-shots the hardest boss, like 4 hours into the season. I mean, that was obviously a bit crazy. And then what do you want to do after that? You know, 4 hours in, you one-shot the hardest boss in the game. Like, what do you do after? Like, you can do some pits, but, you know. Like, so that was kind of stupid, guys. So I like that they increased the difficulty to some degree. I just don't think they should lock content behind Torment 4 if it's aspirational. And rather than making the current game take longer, rather add new content to the game to make it longer like that. Yeah, like last season was way too overtuned, guys. I think I said it something like this on the stream, like when he did that, because, you know, if you weren't a Necro, you felt useless anyways, because the Necro had like 100x the damage of the Barb. Bone Spear dead? I mean, where's Bone Spear on the tier list? Like, they think they buffed it a bit, right? Like, Bone Spear would probably be here. How much weaker is Bone Spear comparison to Bloodwave? I don't even think I'm gonna list Bone Spear on the tier list because it just sucks. Where's Bone Spear? Bro, it's not even... No, it should be on the list here. No, there's Spirit, yeah. There's Blood Spear. But I don't even think it was A tier. Yeah, guys, you're just gonna play Bloodwave again. Like, Bone Spear still sucks. Yeah, like, Bone Spear is... I mean, maybe... I think it's gonna be stronger than Whirlwind Barb, so it's probably gonna be, like, here. I don't know. Maybe C tier? Like, somewhere here. Like, it's gonna suck. Basically, like, I'm only going to do the top 3 tiers. I don't think people will really realistically play anything that's below this. Like, we call this T4 viable. This is going to be like T4 viable, and everything that can't do T4 easily, like, why would we even list that? Like, I remember, man, I tried to do Torment 4 on the Whirlwind Barb. Did any of you try on the PTR? It sucked. Now, Sorcerer is going to have Lightning Spear Sword, of course. Beast Master times 2.x damage. That's why Lightning Spear is the strongest.
Ice Shards is gonna be right down here in the shit tier. Ice Shard Sorg F. But then again, guys, maybe today they're gonna buff it. Like these builds, I would like to see these builds, and there's more. Not only, like I would like to see them at least in A tier. But they need like a, I mean, 10x is not even enough, so. But 10x, maybe they'll land here. But yeah, fuck it. They're not gonna buff them enough, even if they're gonna buff them. Wait, Ballerina Sorg, is the ball lightning considered a summon? I mean, Lightning Spear is only good because Beastmaster. Guys, I'm saying this is what we know right now, Lawrence. They might change all of this in 1.5 hours. Double Swing is decent. Double Swing... Wait, I did type this. Wait a second. I did type this already. I guess I can share it with you. Because I just typed it my ranking. For bar build anyways. Here. Where can I send this? Okay. So, bar builds. We're only gonna do bar builds. We're not considering boss powers, right? No boss powers. So this is what I send feedback. S tier, none. A tier, we have Earthquake, we have Mighty Throw. This is just looking at Barb in a vacuum. B tier is Double Swing. It's kind of decent. Yeah, I mean, this is like Whirlwind. Yeah, and then like, D is like, yeah, Bleach shit, and Steel Grasp. I don't know what else we have. Thorns. Okay, Hoda is actually here with Whirlwind, probably. Hoda. Like, they all suck, right? Like, it's probably looking like this. For the bar builds, anyways. I'll say this. Right now, there doesn't seem to be much excitement in the Barb community about the changes to come. We pretty much play the same old meta, just weaker. Mighty Throw and Earthquake. This is like some of the feedback that I sent to the developers. And I don't know, like, we'll see today. But this is basically how it looks for Barb. Pretty shitty. I mean, if it stays like this, I'm going to play Spiritborn. I'm going to make a Barb either way, but I'm not going to, my starter class is not going to be Barb. Like, there's nothing exciting right now. Hopefully, after today, that will fucking change. Wait, fuck, can I not add more? Fuck. Does it fit? Yes, easy. No, I can add more than one. Yuck. I was looking at the Earthquake nerf. It's not that bad, actually. That's why Earthquake is still decent. So yeah, this is the Barb stuff. I'm gonna take this. And like, I just checked with some other Barbs and they mostly agree with this. I know that there's gonna be like some more shitty builds here, right? Like here and here, there are gonna be more shitty builds. But then no one's gonna play them anyways. Like, this is basically what you play. You play Earthquake, Mighty Throw, Double Swing. And then maybe Whirlwind if they buff it, I hope. Okay, open multiple roles. Okay, yeah, I didn't do that. Death Trap Rogue. I have no idea, man. I absolutely hate that shit. Like, you are playing like a trap rogue? Yeah, Bleach shit, Thwant shit. I mean, nothing changed here. Like, they're gonna be shit either way. No, the poison boss power not only didn't get a nerf, it got a massive buff. But didn't they say something they're gonna nerf mid-season now? Oh man, I remember somebody linked me a Reddit post. Do you guys have that post? Yeah, Andy Rogue, yeah. But you just don't need Andy, I think. This is just This is Bob's. This is just what I think of Bob's. Season 8. This is Bob. I really hope this is gonna go up. Yes, you can play poison without Quill Volley. Basically, you can play poison with any skill you like. It depends a bit on... Like, obviously, you do need it to be a centipede skill. So, either you play the primary spirit hall centipede, because that makes any skill... Like, you can play centipede, primary hall, and you can literally play any fucking skill you want. But what makes Quill Volley so good is a good attack speed. It makes stuff vulnerable, and you get extra crit. And didn't you... Wait, did we need to crit? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, of course. Like, you play Noxus Resonance, so you must get crit, right? So here this only works for crit. So you want to reach 100% crit. And then you get the crazy 20x multiplier, unlimited scalar, like probably people say you can get to 30. So that's why we play Rampant, and we play Enhanced, and just base Quill Volley, because good attack speed. And that's what makes it so strong. And, well, then they also buffed the boss power, like they just tripled the damage, and they nerfed everything else. So this is going to be by far the best one. It's very simple. Don't really have to... it doesn't really require too much math. Like, you just see all the boss powers cut in half, cut divided by 3, and one of the boss powers multiplied by 3. So who's winning? Hey, Crankmate, I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. We're just looking at some of the top builds right now, and obviously everything might change here in like an hour or so. 1.5 hours. Fuck. But yeah, Spiritborn. I don't know, the basic math just says it's strong. Bloodwave Necro, and then all the poison stuff. Like, the problem is Barb, Sorcerer, and Necro cannot scale poison. So this is Spiritborn, Druid, Rogue only. Like, half the classes can't really make good use of a Shava. Does anyone have the link, guys? They did say something like Diablo 4 nerfs. Didn't they say something that they want to nerf stuff mid-season? Or like very fast in the beginning? Oh yeah, here, I found it. Diablo... Okay, so here, this is... Yeah, okay. I don't know if it was this article. Okay, Diablo 4 Season 8 will nerf overpowered builds. Diablo 4 Season 8 will bring nerfs to overpowered builds. Developers will actively nerf strong builds early in the season. So if the Spiritborn is too strong, they're gonna nerf it. They do it like Path of Exile, like where they... Okay, Path of Exile does it when it's broken, right? But they... I mean, hopefully they're gonna talk about it today. But it looks like they're gonna like change the philosophy. Because, for example, when the Spiritborn came out, they didn't nerf it, right? But now, if something is OP, they're gonna nerf it. Hey, Herbs, man, how's it going? Yo, how you enjoying last Epoch? One step forward, you think? I'm just always like, you know, why not buff the weak builds? Like, they could just every season look at any tier list, right? Like, because most of the stuff overlaps in the tier list. They could look at Wowhead's tier list. They could look at like my tier list. They could look at Maxwell's, Icy Veins, Mobalytics, whatever. Look at all the tier lists and then just go from here. Like, look at F tier. Like, all the shit builds. Upheaval Barb, Blood Surge Necro, Nova Shard Sorg, Meteor Sorg, Pulverized Druid, Windshear, Stonebuff, Bloodthirst, Flaybarb, Rentbarb, Dust Devil, Lunging, Frenzy, Charge, Tornado, Arclash, Teleport, Charge Balls, like, just at least double them. Double them all, or maybe 4x them, and then double all these. And then let it go for a PTR or a season. And then do the same thing next season. So we're gonna have some proper balance, and all the builds gonna be like A and B tier, but they're not doing that. Yeah, Meteor Sorg would be fun, but it's just no damage. And then, okay, look at the S tier builds and cut them in half. Cut these in half, maybe. That's fine. Like, cause Bloodwave Necro, guys, like sometimes we need nerfs. Like Bloodwave Necro, like it was out of hand. Come on, like this one was out of hand. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. Welcome to what I believe will be the best build overall. We predicted it all correct, by the way, last time. But I mean, you kind of got lucky. But like, look at this. Like, this is just like too much, man. Like one-shotting everything in 150, like hitting here for 500 trillion, like every fucking hit. Like, some stuff needs to be brought down a bit, right? So the S tier here, cut it in half, double, quadruple these, and then C. But yeah, now the philosophy is... Wait, continue reading. They want me to fucking pay? No. What is this? Nerfs are coming. We absolutely want powerful builds, but I think it's finding the sweet spot. We think Bloodwave fell into a category. Okay, 100% agree. This is not the first time that the designers of Diablo 4 have indicated that the game is possibly too easy. Back in March, Blizzard said that gamers were reacting to maximum levels too quickly. Yeah, one day. According to Blizzard's roadmap, the next season will last from... Okay, where did they talk about the nerfs? This is not the article I wanted to read. Oh my god, man. Like, all these... Like, where's the original? Why does PoE2.trade talk about Season 8 of Diablo? What's going on? Hey, thank you, Scutsy, with the T1 sub. The timer is not wrong. The live stream will start. Yeah, my god, I lost it. Too many tabs. Like, we're always going into, like, tab hell. You see here, the stream starts in 87 minutes. There you go. Here, this is stream. 87 minutes. 7 p.m. I don't know, like maybe it's time zone thing. I agree with you, Herbs. Like if progression is too fast and... But there was another article, man. Can anyone link the article? Like, was it on fucking Reddit? Or it was maybe on the forums. US... They had some developer quotes. Control find nerf. Ah, here, this one. Okay, this is the one. Games Radar. I think they have some direct quotes. Okay. Blizzard reverses course. Says Diablo 4 Season 8 will nerf widely overpowered builds in the first week because waiting until mid-season was a really big disrespect to the player's time. Waiting until... Okay, I don't really understand yet. How is it whatever. Blizzard has gone back and forth on the issue, notably letting broken Spiritborn builds run hog wild until a massive nerf. So, when they were asking about it, like I think they asked about it like 1 month into the season, if they should nerf Spiritborn, I said they shouldn't. Because people invested their masterwork materials, they invested all their time farming for the Spiritborn. And if they would have nerfed it in the first couple of days, the bugs, that would have been fine. But they didn't, they ignored it or they didn't do anything. And then they asked like a couple of weeks later if they should nerf it. But that was too late because by that time, people really invested their hard-earned Obduxite, their masterwork materials, and all that stuff into the build. So I think it's good if they nerf it like really early, like day 1, day 2, because then nobody invested all this time into their character, right? I mean, I would still prefer to see buffs to weak builds, but I think this is a good thing. Because they also say they're not going to make a season updates mid-season, like that's not going to happen anymore. The earlier the better. Yeah, they need to be like day 1, like on Tuesday and on Wednesday they got to just look. I don't know, look at the YouTube videos, look at the leaderboard, whatever internal data they have. They can look at some streamers and just see if there's like an OP build, like obviously that Spiritborn build that we talked about earlier. Like it's just gonna be like way stronger than anything else, or like the Bloodwave Necro. Like nerf it immediately. We absolutely want powerful builds, but I think it's finding the sweet spot. We think the Bloodwave fell into a category that was too powerful. I said it earlier. 4 hours into last season, Vega did one-shot the hardest boss in the game after playing for 4 hours. What are you gonna do after that, you know? There was enough of a journey to actually get to a point where you just demolish bosses and enemies. We think that it's totally okay and cool for builds to get that place eventually, but we don't think it should be as easy. You walk into Torment 1, you equip one unique, and then you go to Torment 4, basically. Yeah, it was too crazy. But then again, I don't think they should lock the season journey behind Torment 4, because they clearly want Torment 4 to be aspirational. And then they go ahead, and this is where I disagree again, like where they lock the Smoldering Ashes and the season journey rewards behind Torment 4. I think this is a bad thing. Because people are going to be mad about this either way, and it's going to hurt the game. I like that there's a reward to doing, you know, Lilith on Torment 4. But I think it should be of cosmetic nature and not, you know, your spark is locked behind. Your Smoldering Ashes that are not in the Battle Pass anymore, they are locked behind Torment 4. And this is what you need to get your bounty bonus, to get your Obduxite bonus, to get your XP bonus. And you're not going to get it if you are 90% of the player base. Like 9 out of 10 players are never going to finish this. Per definition. Per goal. So that's maybe a bit too much. Especially now that they play a strong build, it's getting nerfed. So it's going to be really hard. With how time flies these days, it feels like it was yesterday that I was writing about Blizzard, essentially deciding it was more important to let players have fun with their broken builds. But alas, it has been months since they said that, and in the time they decided to approach was a really big disrespect to players' time. Wait, what? This sentence is so long. What the fuck? Look at this sentence, man. So how is it a disrespect to players' time? They let the strong builds be strong. That was a big disrespect. I don't get it. Either way. Whatever the reason, they're gonna nerf early. It's a disrespect to players' time to nerf late. I agree with that, because then they already invested time. Maybe they mean that. If you had to build up Bloodwave Necro, you'd done all this work to scale it. Okay, and then in the mid-season patch, we just destroy it. Yeah, that's basically what was the Spirit Bomb. That was also my reasoning for why I don't think it would have been good at the point when they asked a month into the Spirit Born launch to nerf it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I totally agree with this. Because the Obduxite takes ages to farm, and if they make it clear from the beginning, if there's a broken build, they're gonna nerf it. This is like what happened in PoE. You knew that the tornado build, there was like a broken tornado build. I think I posted this on YouTube or something. Like there was like a completely broken tornado build, and people were already like pretty sure they're gonna nerf it, so nobody even invested, or very few people only invested into it. So that makes a lot of sense, right? I think it's on shorts.
Barbquake.
Hey, Pharmacy, thanks, man. Yeah, Barbquake, I hope so. Here, this was the broken build. I mean, this was like fucking stupid. Like, look at this shit. Like here, this was the PoE broken build. And they pretty much nerfed it like 1 day later. So people already knew there was no point re-rolling because they're gonna nerf it anyways. And I think that's a healthy approach. Our approach going forward is, in the first week, this is very important, it should be even the first 2 days. Because they launch on a Tuesday, they don't launch on a weekday, so they have the chance to nerf this immediately if it's broken. Like, you know, doing infinite damage. Like, that's just gonna destroy the season. Like, we're not talking about, like, you know, a build doing like 10% more damage than another build. That's fine. And we're talking about a build doing like 1000x because it's broken, it's bugged. If we start to see things that just wildly overpowered, just completely breaking the game, there's no journey in getting godlike stats, we're gonna act on it quickly. So I think that's gonna happen to the Spirit Boards, honestly. Because it's just broken. You're unnecessarily wasting a bunch of... I think what they should just do is add a cap to Resonance. Yeah, a million times stronger. We're nipping in the butt before you spend weeks and weeks building this character. Our approach is trying to be more fine-tuned to make the progression journey more gratifying and the power fantasy, once you realize it, much more satisfying. Respect Blizzard's adaptability, but I do wonder if they're setting themselves up for another vicious cycle of nerfs. I mean, it depends on how
Hello,
frequent
Season
they are
8,
with this.
soon hyper.
Hey, thank you, man. Thanks for the 3 months. Denglish guy, much appreciated. Denglisch ist gut, ja? Deutsch, Englisch, das können wir gut. Jawohl, mein Freund. Yes, my English is not the yellow from the egg. Season 8 starts on Tuesday. The developer stream, the updates, every patch notes, everything explained, we're going to get in 1 hour. The Season 8 starts on the 29th of April. It's always on a Tuesday, guys. There's more damage on Tuesday. And also the Tuesday release allows them to nerf the builds early, because they're not on the weekend. Unpopular opinion, nerfs are better than shipping 1000x damage. Yeah. Fix it in the first week, yep.
Barb will rise again.
Dude. The boss music already starts playing, man. I'm just looking at this. The fucking boss music starts playing with this transfer. Oh, yeah, we can blast if you want, Herbst. You want to play? I'm not sure. Probably gonna go 30 hours again. That's the play. That's the point. I mean, we're definitely on schedule to get to T4 first day. It's gonna be hard, actually. It depends on what they announced today. Yeah, let's chat. I'm probably gonna play. I mean, we are 4 players then if Mekuna and Vega wanna play as well. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, let's maybe chat tomorrow, like after we know the balance changes and stuff. I'll make a Discord chat. Yeah, I'm gonna, okay, so my plan, and I'm gonna talk with everybody here. So my plan for the season is we're gonna start Tuesday evening and we're gonna play until Wednesday, like at midnight or something. Maybe at like 11, and then just normal schedule, right? So we just skip the first night and we go to sleep Wednesday evening, basically. That's the idea. I need this picture. It should be in the Berserk. It's the first link. No sleep till T4. Yeah. I mean, T4 is gonna be hard, man. And then you can maybe even try to help a few people from the community to reach T4 as well. That's the idea, right? Wait, no casual mode. That's like 30 hours, dude. It starts like, what, 7 p.m.? So we're gonna play 24 hours plus 5, 29 hours. 29 hours of blasting. That's not casual. What? I mean, okay. Wait, didn't you just say you wanna like... Wait, but Herbs, didn't you say you wanna like, take a bit more care of your health and stuff? 40 hours, that's healthy. I mean, 30 hours is okay. Like, he was like the guy, I wanted to do like, exercise a bit more, and, like sleep, and like, what the hell, 40 hours, man. Okay, it starts being healthy after 30. Next month, okay. Yeah, April is ARPG Blast month. We do this in May. Next year. Yeah, I think they should not be like nitpicky with, they should not like nerf too much stuff. Like maybe they should nerf like 1 or 2 of the outliers. But if they end up nerfing every strong build, then there's gonna be backlash. If they nerf like, the Spiritborn, maybe like, I don't know, whatever other build, Blood Wave Necro that's gonna be too strong, that's fine. But they definitely like shouldn't nerf every build that can do T4, because yeah, it should be hard. That's gonna be why I probably don't start Spiritborn, because that's gonna get the nerf hammer anyways, because it's so busted. It's probably a good thing then. Because let's fucking face it, I mean, this build is gonna hit for hundreds of trillions, and no build's even close. Who'll be S tier? Spiritborn. But we don't know for sure. In a few hours, I can tell you more. But every power got nerfed, and there's one power that got buffed. And that's the Ashava power. And it did not only get a minor buff. I think they just had a 0 too much. Like, if you remove the 0, it's perfectly reasonable. Like, this 0 is just wrong. It surely is 120%. I don't know, man. This just sounds so crazy. Maybe I missed something. This is just so clearly broken. No, this info is directly from the Blizzard blog. Wowhead just put it side by side for a good comparison. Let me see if I can find the blog post. Do they not have it linked here? Here. Jesus, I want to go to Blizzard. Bro. Okay, I don't know. Like, they just linked to their own blog post. Fuck. There's a normal blog post. Here. This is the official source. So here I just search for Ashava. Yeah. Jesus. There you go. The problem is, this only works for 3 classes. Spiritborn, Rogue, and Druid all have poison multipliers, poison scaling. Barbarian, Sorcerer, and Necro cannot efficiently scale poison. So those 3 classes gonna lose out big time because they can't benefit that good from this power. It's gonna be tough if it's gonna stay like this. But then again, you know, we have this. Nerf early, nerf often. They're gonna nerf it if it's gonna... I mean, if it's true. Like, I don't know. It's just... Like, I'm just... In my mind, this is just clearly overpowered. Like, way stronger than anything else. Because this is just the base. Maxis, log in. Thank you, man. 10 months, dude. Thank you so much. Yeah, Companion Druid. Companion Druid, that's gonna look decent because... Companion Druid is getting, and this is true for all the summon builds. Wait, where's that? Beast. Here, Companion Druid is going to be eating good. The Beastmaster's training is going to give all the summon builds 2.5x. I am summoned. Yeah, small petting zoo is here, man. The Beastmaster did not get nerfed. In fact, it actually gets buffed. Look, man, it stuns and gives 75% damage reduction. Bro, summoning builds. What the fuck? Yeah, summoning builds are eating pretty good. Can Barb scale Frost? Not really. Barb is pretty much only bleed. Like, you can't scale Corruption, you can't scale Poison. What is Frost damage called? Is it Frost damage? Like, cold damage over time? Wait, but that's the boss power tracks. Can you link a video? Don't forget, I had a Companion Druid on the PTR. I was doing 120 in 8 minutes? Now that sounds like you were like some boss power. There was some boss power, no? I think no way that was like a summoning build. Belial's Ibium. This was the Necro power. So what's the nerf here? It got nerfed. The Necro got nerfed by... Fuck. Divided by 438. Nah, the Necro is dead, pretty much. It's like Necro is for the boss power, Necro is dead. There's only poison boss power that's going to be strong. Like, it's just clearly stronger than all the rest. Like, even this power, this one has an ICD. Look at how ridiculous it is. This boss power does 400 damage, 430, but it has a cooldown based on your potion. But then you're looking at the Ashava boss power. To our knowledge, it has no ICD, and it does triple the damage. Like, it's all ridiculous.
Yeah. This is just... Now, this just has an extra double, triple over all the other boss powers. I don't even think anything is that strong. Here, 200, 100, 600, okay. But this is not based on your hits. This is like you have to take damage. So this 600%, you can't really scale it. You can't scale it with attack speed. This is like a Thorns effect, right? And then this one here is 1,200, 400, 100, 700, but this is also capped every second. This one scales with attack speed. You can attack 3 times a second. Then you're doing 3,600, and you're comparing this to 700, 400, 400, 300, 400. Okay, maybe this is 600, but also ICD. 7, like, it's clearly like the outlier like crazy, man. 200, 400, yeah. This power is just broken, man. Yeah, it's a dot, but the dot stacks. It's over 4 seconds, yes. But that's basically what poison damage is. The thing is, it doesn't matter. Because the strongest build here is playing 100 trillion with the poison Noxus passive burst here. You see, this one does the damage instantly. So you think 4 seconds, yes, but then you crit and you have 100% crit and your poison on an enemy bursts, dealing 100% of the poison damage instantly. So it consumes the dot for a big explosion, and this explosion has an unlimited scalar, and I think this can be like 3,000%, so you're getting like 30x, 20x the damage on top of the boss power that's already insanely broken. That's why it gets so crazy. This is just the only combination that makes it so ridiculous. Hey, El Mustardo, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. 1993, man. What a great year to be born in. Are you excited for Season 8, my friends? So there's this Nox... Yeah, it's just a little crazy. You can see here. Poison breath. We like... So this is stronger than what is here. I gotta be right back a second. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. Look at this. I think we got 4.5. Okay, so this is the Spirit Born against one of the new bosses on the hardest difficulty here, T4. Oh. Plop, 4.5 trillion damage in his face. I think we gotta do it again though. That was a bit too crazy. So this is just the this is just the Ashava's poison breath. We like into his face, and he dies. Maybe we even get Belial to spawn here. 5 trillion damage, like, instantly. We don't even have to really, like, wait for it. Like, just apply, like, a little bit of poison. Let's see. Okay, here he comes again. This time I will remember to press my buttons. Let's see. Dot him up. Boom. Okay, only 300 billion. I mean, there's a big variance, but unlimited scalar, boys. Unlimited scalar is always good. Alright, we want to do another one. I mean, this is going to be the same on any boss, basically. Let's see it. One more. We want the guy to spawn. No, he doesn't spawn. Okay, so you just wait. You press every button when he spawns. Just press every button once. And boom, 3.5 trillion damage. Shoot him out of existence. So this is just how I remember the Quill Volley build. Right? This gives me the Season 6...
Less than 3.
Season 6 vibes. Yeah, there's a wait timer. This is probably a bit too strong. Wait, I think I shouted him out already. Sender. Okay, I don't know. I already did the shout out. Sounds like the Barber Heart. Yeah, this is just Quill Volley again. We'll see. They buffed. I mean, the main boss power got buffed. The Avarice got nerfed. But it's still gonna end up like extremely powerful. Yeah, this is what I hope, man. Like, this cooldown is gotta be gone, man. Number 1 on the bingo card. Remove cooldown between the bosses, please. But yeah, guys, reading this gives me some confidence that this build's gonna get nuked if it's as strong as the math suggests. This is gonna get nuked. I don't know, like, do you guys like Spiritborn? I'm not so sure about this one. Is that really gonna be that fun? Because it's the same meta that we already played. Just instead of scaling Quill Volley, we still use Quill Volley, but we have the poison. I mean, I already played this for hundreds of hours. The same build, pretty much. The only problem is this is also like 5 times stronger than the next strongest build. Almost all the classes have the same builds. I mean, but weaker. Quill Volley, top build on, Quill Volley Poison, top build on Spiritborn. Well, as of now, guys, this all might change in an hour. Blood Wave, top build on Necro. Poison Rogue, whatever they're gonna play, I don't even know. Twisting Blades, something with Poison because Ashava OP. Mighty Throw or Earthquake Barb, yeah, same build. Poison Druid might be a bit new. And then Lightning Spear Sword. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of the same builds. Unless they surprise us today. I mean, if we're gonna get like a, 10x buff to Ice Shards, a 10x buff to Whirlwind, maybe these are gonna move to A tier. I'm not even sure if a 10x buff would be enough though. Because they're just so much stronger. Like, this build is hitting for hundreds of trillions. What is like pure Whirlwind Barb hitting for? I don't know, pure Whirlwind Barb, like, I was struggling in T4, man. When I tried, it was really bad. I think it was like the last day I tested that. Yeah, it wasn't good. I heard from Rex that D4 is considering major overhaul and redesign. Are you aware of it? Well, I mean, I hope so. Do you expect it to happen? I mean, they pretty much said in the roadmaps they're gonna overhaul, a system at a time. Like right now, well, they did overhaul the loot in the past. Now they are overhauling the boss ladder. Maybe next we have, we know next actually is the dungeon system is gonna get an overhaul with the, whatever they call it, like challenge dungeons, I don't know. So it looks like they're gonna keep overhauling a system at a time. So yeah, I mean, they basically said it in the roadmap. I have no idea how you're scaling Druid with Poison. The last time I played a Poison Druid was Shred. And that was one of the most enjoyable builds to play in existence. It was a Shred Blurred Beast. Actually, do I still have that? This seems like... I don't even know, man. Yeah, this is how the build... What the fuck is the quality? But this is how the build looked back in the days. Now, this was a fun build. Oh my god, man. What was this? This was season 2 or something. No, season 4? Season 3? The Vault season. But yeah, we were like shredding around. That was fun. That was like the last time I really played like a shred build, I think. Oh yeah, we have the Bell of Hell going.
I hope they buff this. They need to buff the experience in the season journey. Yeah, season 3. Yeah, Lightning Spear gets 2.5x from Beastmaster. Like the Lightning Spear is considered a summon. So that's getting Giga strong. Lightning Spear equals summon. And you see here, 157% X. Lightning Spear is eating good. And I don't know what they're going to do with all the snapshots. You know, like we have like all the snapshots in the world right now. I don't even know if they nerfed like all the snapshots. Because there's like 5 different snapshots on Sorg and it's like really complicated. Maybe they're all gone, but I don't think so. We'll have to see if you can still snapshot Lightning Spear and then add this Beastmaster training. It's going to be, yeah. It's going to be real strong. Yeah, Lightning Spear is probably like maybe even A tier. It depends on the snapshot possibilities. Actually, I think I'm going to put all these into A tier. Like these are all like... I think these are all going to be viable. I don't know what the fuck it's going to be B and C tier. Like we'll see today. But these two I think are the outliers and then we have these guys. Actually, let me put the Poison Druid above. I mean, this is just my guess right now, and then we have to see the patch notes. Maybe like this. Fuck. Okay, Earthquake Bar probably gonna be above Mighty. Actually, no, Mighty Throw is above it. But Mighty Throw is like shit for farming. It's like only really good for boss killing. Like Mighty Throw is so bad for farming, bro. We'd play Earthquake anyways. But my hope relies on Whirlwind. What did they buff with Blood Spear? We'll have to... Actually, let me... we still have like about an hour time, right? Let's rewatch some parts of the last dev stream. Because they already said all the changes. Do we want to see the recap? Yeah, here, let's rewatch.
Yeah, we want to talk about is kind of like state of the game, especially with Season 7, where...
Because I honestly don't remember what they did.
Where we're at, and
With
kind of
Bloodwave.
how we're looking at that.
Not
towards
Bloodwave, Blood Spear.
Season 8. I think one of the biggest points of feedback we've heard related to Season 7 is kind of the pace of the game. It's, you know, sometimes you blink and you're level 20 and you're like,
So guys, this is just the campfire chat that we already had for Season 8. I hope they're not gonna, because last time they repeated like most of the information again. I hope they're gonna give the new information, but still, I don't remember all of this.
crap, what happened? So I know you wanted to talk a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So just sort of our perspective on Season 7 has been the progression is very fast, way faster than we sort of expected. Part of it is a lot of the really cool new seasonal powers. Part of it's the headhunts being super lucrative and awesome. And part of it's also just like the seasonal journey and the reputation board. There's a lot of different ways to get a ton of power in Diablo 4. And what we've seen is compared to Season 6, which had a lot of positive feedback as part of our revamped progression model, is that a lot of that has sort of gone down the drain in terms of how fast players are chewing through some of the content. So we actually have a graph that we could look at. I apologize, this is terrible, but I just pulled it from the stat, our sort of stat page. It's not the greatest. But this is a picture of Season 6. You can see on the y-axis here, it was taking roughly people around 15 to 17
Bro, 15 to 17 hours.
hours on average to get to max level. We felt like that was a pretty good journey, right? Part of Diablo is that sort of 0 to hero journey, and part of what's fun about leveling is you start to sort of form a build and, and find a lot of different pieces early on when you're still forming your character.
You know, like this is like for like a gamer dad, 15 hours a day, that 15 hours playtime, that's like 2 weeks.
Where customization is really fun, right? You're not necessarily locked into a build. So we felt like that was a pretty good clip for hitting max level. It's on average, right? So you could either go faster or slower depending on sort of how much of a blaster you are. So we felt like that was a pretty good average. especially with difficulty tiers and your ability to sort of go faster or slower based on your pacing. And let's go to Season 7 now. And it nearly doubled. So you can see that
Well, it halved, but yeah.
it's taking about 9 hours on average, which is kind of insane, right? Again, this is the average. So if you're, if you're like
Yeah, is PoE 2 campaign about 20 hours? Dude, it took us almost 20 hours, I think, on launch. Because it was so, I mean, it's much better now, but it was on the launch, guys. Like when PoE just launched, like very early, before they nerfed it, dude, it was really hard. Like the bosses had 30% more HP. There was like very bad layouts, and we played in the group. It took forever.
Wudijo of the world, it's probably more like 2 hours or like 30 minutes. And that was something that we definitely feel like has sort of missed the mark in terms of that initial journey. So we are going to be making some changes just to adjust.
But they wanted to be like 20 hours or something.
For a lot of the seasonal power and things like that. We're not going to necessarily nerf the power of the seasonal power. We still want you to feel powerful, but we are going to essentially take a look at the 1 to 25 experience and just smooth that out a little bit, which is going to essentially make the leveling experience a little bit closer to Season 6. So it is going to be a slower from 1 to 25, but one thing we've done to sort of compensate that is we've taken a look at the itemization. We don't like that rares and sort of magic items immediately disappear after the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think you kind of get to that point like we were talking about. If you get to like level 20, you blink and you're level 20, and then at the same time you blink and you're like, blues and yellows. I only look at oranges now, or like what's this other color? So I know that we have some changes that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, and again, like a lot of this is in the spirit of making sure that zero to hero journey is really satisfying, right? That's what makes it so awesome when playing Diablo, is that sort of I start with nothing and become a god, right? So we are taking a look at the itemization so that it doesn't.
That power fantasy is great. Like you start with nothing and then you become a god. And that should not be after 4 hours, like with the Bloodwave Necro. 4 hours? Vig, I was one-shotting the hardest boss in the game, man. Where do you go from that,
And just feel like a slog from 1 to 25. What we're going to be doing is, I'm going to jump actually into the legendaries really quick because it's really important, a really important part of this. The other thing that was contributing to this leveling pace was that players are getting a legendary every 3 to 4 minutes, and that's from 1 to 60. That's not just in the end game. And it just felt like legendary item quality was just too prevalent across the leveling journey. You didn't have you sort of hit max level. There was no journey to assembling your build. You just had everything as part of the Codex of Power. So we're also reducing the legendary rate from leveling. We're not really touching the end game legendary drop rates, but from leveling, we are adjusting that. And to compensate that, to jump back into the magic and rares, we're making it so that magics can have up to 2 affixes. So sometimes you're going to find, from your 1 to 25 journey, a pretty good magic item. It might actually be better than a rare, for example, because it might have dropped earlier for you. It might have higher eye power. And then we're also making it so that rares can sometimes have up to 3 affixes. And what that means is, when you get a drop at level 35 from a Whisper Cache, right now, in Season 7, it feels terrible when you don't get a legendary item because you just know that it's just not even worth looking at, right? But now that rare items can have up to 3 affixes, that means that you might have a really good imprintable base. It means all the rares that drop across the game from 1 to 60 could actually be pretty great gear for you, especially with all of our crafting options. So we think that this helps smooth out the 1 to 60 journey. I will caveat that the rare quality is not the best at max level still. It's going to be a lower eye power, so you're not going to have to filter through.
They talked about the loot filter in some of the last streams, and they said they don't want a loot filter. They want to fix the itemization rather than adding a loot filter. I disagree with that, but that's what they keep saying.
Bunch of rares
I don't think they're working on a loot filter at all.
Max level, we're not going to go back to pre-season 4. So yeah, we think this is this sort of smoothing out of the leveling curve, taking a look at the magic rarities or the item qualities is just going to make the experience feel a lot more rewarding and satisfying as you go through these levels.
And then I know some of the other items we've been talking about have been like a little bit of that torment progression. We've seen drastic differences between like Season 6 to Season 7, and it's something I know we're making tweaks to.
Yeah, so the other half of Diablo is obviously the max level endgame, right? And we've heard a ton of feedback that it just feels like a weekend game right now. You can just blast through all the torment tiers. There's nothing that's really satisfying about it. There's nothing to work towards just because you're just getting so much power so frequently and just really crushing this content. So what we've done here is, if we go to the slide.
You want 1 legendary every hour? Yeah, it's a weekend game.
Well, that's why they make it harder. I like that, but I'm not on board with the leveling. Making the leveling slower. I just don't like the leveling experience in Diablo 4 because it also feels like it's a waste of time. Like if you are leveling, to me, it's not really that much fun. I like the end game better, at least what exists there. But the leveling feels like a waste of time because nothing in the leveling stage matters to you. You can't find a single piece of gear, not a single item that is useful in the end game. You know, in other games, like in Diablo 2, you can also get some GG endgame loot from the normal difficulty. Like you can get a Stone of Jordan from Nightmare and Dariel that you can use in the end game. That's like actually best in slot and stuff for many builds. And you can find so many different things in Diablo 2, like a GG rare ring in Nightmare or even in normal can get you all the way through hell. But in Diablo 4, like any ring that you find on level 40 is just complete bullshit because the level 60 or 70 version of the ring is just going to have 5 times the stats. So that's why I just don't like the leveling experience because it just feels like a waste of time because frankly it is if you're not really enjoying that, you know, because you're not keeping anything meaningful from that.
We've actually given, let me jump into some of the stats here because I think it's really interesting. A lot of people got to Torment 4 very quickly.
Yeah, it feels like a chore.
So on average, it was taking players around 15 hours to get to Torment 4. That's like roughly double how quickly it took in Season 6, which is kind of insane. Again, it's the culmination of seasonal powers and all this crazy stuff going on. And the other part of it is that 50% of players are actually hitting Torment 4. And just from a philosophy standpoint, we really want like whatever the hardest Torment tier is, in this case Torment 4, to be aspirational. And to us, that means around 10%. That means that, you know, if you're really Johnny
10%.
Badass, you know, you need to be in the top 10% of players to actually get there.
I mean, you gotta be blasting to finish your season journey, guys. 10%. And the last chapters, to get your season journey, to get your pet, to get your Resplendent Spark, to get all the stuff, you need to be in that 10%. Else you can't get it.
It's not hitting the mark. So what we're going to do is make some adjustments. So Torment 1 is now going to start at pit tier 10, which means we've effectively added 10 pit tiers to the pit because now Torment 1 starts earlier. And then we've also increased the Torment pit scaling.
You don't think it's hard to reach Torment 4 on day 1? That's last season. This season, it's going to be freaking hard. They are saying 90% of the player base will never hit Torment 4. It's not like day 1 Torment 4, maybe for like the top blasters.
Health by roughly 20% multiplicative, and then some damage increases.
Yeah, and that pit scaling is, every level of the pit is multiplicative on previous levels. So it's not just like, oh, whatever pit I was at, it's now 20%.
Maybe today, guys, they're going to update it and make it easier. But I don't know. I don't really want them to make Torment 4 easier. I just don't want them to lock the season journey, which by their definition should be aspirational content T4. But the season journey, I just think locking this behind T4 is not the right move. It's going to be too hard. People are going to be mad. The gamer dads, man, they will not be able to do this.
Harder. It's actually like kind of stacking 20% every level. So and the end result is that, you know, a pit tier 100 is much harder than it was before, and that will that makes it, you know, harder to reach that absolute highest end, and gives you a little bit more for those.
This is like only for high end, man. And again, I think it's good that there is a reason to do high difficult content. But I think they shouldn't lock something as basic to the game as the season journey behind that content if they only want 10% of the players to even have a chance of reaching that.
Builds and those blasters who are getting up to that highest pit tier, it's gonna be quite a bit harder.
Wait, the booty, you got hacked? I got a message from you. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you then. Okay. Guys, may I ask you something?
To get to quite that same level next season.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Absolutely. So with that, sort of culminates in moving Torment 1 to set pit tier 10 and effectively adding 10 pit tiers and increasing the multiplicative scaling of the pit tier scaling is the journey is going to be a lot more sort of satisfying. There's a lot more sort of peaks to climb. And it also means pit tier 150 is going to be very difficult. So difficult that I don't believe any of you will reach it. I don't know, I'll do something silly on.
He says
on
this
stream.
now.
I'll probably regret
Let's sign up for doing something silly on stream.
And then like within the first week.
I mean, unless there's a bug, no one is going to reach pit 150. No one. It's so many margins harder than what you can possibly do. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
and if there's a build that's strong enough to do that, it's like 1,000,000 times stronger than anything else, and they'll nerf it anyways.
That's all you out there.
Yeah, you all can vote on the silly thing that I do.
It's not going to happen.
But conversely, I just want to cover this really quickly, though. Torment 4 isn't going to be insanely harder than it was before. It's going to be roughly around pit tier 76s on live right now. So
just for some context, this is about 6.5 times harder than what it is now. And that's just the health. On top of this, all the meta builds are significantly nerfed, plus you lose all the Season 7 Witchcraft. You're going to get the boss powers, but that's roughly equal. So you're getting nerfed, and it's getting 6.5 times harder. So realistically, it's like 20 times harder or something.
Season 7. So think about the game that you're playing right now.
You got to think about it. It's 10% of people can only do this.
Torment 4 is going to be about 11 pit tiers harder. So it's still achievable. It's just that upper end is also just going to be that much harder to sort of climb through.
Awesome. So we got a lot of changes coming for like Torment scaling, obviously some itemization changes. So the big thing being...
So easy AF still?
As you're
I don't think so.
up, you're going to see a lot more...
On the PTR, it was simple because the boss powers were overtuned AF, but they nerfed them like crazy.
Opportunity.
With the exception of the Shava power, which they buffed for some reason.
To find items, especially with the changes to blue and yellow items there. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the big caveat is like at 60, the item power on legendaries is still going to be the best method and the best items to actually grab. So yeah, lots of big changes coming up. Great to actually walk through all of them. I know we have a ton more to talk about specifically around the new season. So thank you, Colin. We're gonna jump over to Derek, because I know we do want to talk about the new season and what players are actually going to be experiencing in this PTR. Again, just to redefine what PTR is.
So again, this PTR already happened.
Because I got messages from people going like, well, PTRs are sometimes buggy. And I'm like, well, it's a PTR, so it is like a beta or an alpha, an early look into a game, so we expect that. There will be like known issues, and we'll actually have those known issues on.
This is the Season 8 campfire, but there's going to be a new campfire today.
Forums, so people can actually see them. You can report bugs. It actually helps
when
you guys actually jump into a PTR and experience it and give us feedback, because that helps tweak the start of the season for the better, essentially. But with Season 8, we will be having, of course, a PTR, and we'll be talking about it here in a second. And if you remember with Season 7, we kind of had this like this overarching theme with like big changes in that season. One was specifically around what was mostly focused around like the whispers. And of course with Season 8 we have another overarching theme that we're really going to be talking about, where we'll be kind of even seeing an old friend. So Derek, do you want to chat about it here?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, as you mentioned, seasons are kind of like our opportunity to shine focus on an existing system and really amplify or celebrate or enhance it within that respective season. So we've seen that with Season 4 with the Helltide revamps and whatnot, as you mentioned. Season 7 was the emphasis on the Tree of Whispers and Bounties. So as Colin kind of mapped out the journey to the end game, we wanted to shine focus on a major end game feature, namely surrounding our bosses. And we have a lot of really cool bosses in the world of Sanctuary. But more specifically, the lair boss system, or as some of us, and we reference it to as the boss ladder. So Season 8, focus is on the lair boss system. We're going to be doing a whole mess of new things to it. So we're adding new bosses, new mechanics, quality of life updates, and a revamped materials loop that I'm going to be covering throughout the course of the segment. So, first I just want to kind of talk about, the new bosses and additions to the roster. So when we're talking about the lair bosses, these are like the biggest, baddest.
So in season 2, they added Duriel. Now they're adding Belial and like 2 more bosses.
Bosses of Sanctuary. So we're looking at how do we add to the roster in a meaningful way, but also which bosses do we add that are impactful and versatile enough to carry the entire theme of a season.
Yeah, Belial was one of the weakest bosses.
With that in mind, we're just asking ourselves a question of which are the right bosses to bring. You mentioned an old friend. So we had to choose something that was versatile. We had to choose something that was big, bad.
I hope they made it harder.
That's where we go to Belial. Yes, Season 8, Belial's return. Belial's back in Sanctuary. He is climbing his way to the top of the lair boss ladder. He is the new
how many eyes?
Exalted Pinnacle challenge within the ladder.
Who is
He is the highest challenge, the highest reward. And he also has some very unique reward-related tricks up his sleeve that I'll cover a little bit later. So for now, just know that Belial's back and...
Bro, what was the tricks up his sleeve? He just always gets one shot.
He's also just not joining the party alone. He's bringing a couple of friends from our vessel.
I think to prevent the one-shots, they have to make faces on the bosses. Like, it has to be like, I don't know, like Lilith. Up to like 75% of his HP, he does a mechanic. And then up to 50% of his HP, he goes in the second phase or something. Because he's just gonna get one shot either way.
Vessel of Hatred. So, first
up... Yeah, but just more HP seems boring AF. Just add a 0 to his HP pool. It needs to be like Lilith, man. Else, you're gonna one-shot it anyways. Because if you add more HP, then you're just gonna play Torment 3. Or Torment 2, You're just gonna keep going down, and then you one-shot him anyways. Because there's no point doing the mechanics otherwise.
Is our buddy Urvar. So Urvar's joining the roster.
The loot reward just doesn't warrant spending an extra 5 minutes on the boss fight. Yeah, in Last Epoch and also in Paths of Exile, it works to a degree because you have a significant higher chance of getting items.
Of the lair boss ladder system. He's going to be...
Okay, I don't know if the Last Epoch boss fight was that crazy. I think all the Sentinel guys, they just face-tanked him, right? They just... Basically, the meta was, just be tanky so you can send in all the shit.
Filling out kind of the lowest rung of the ladder. So he's going to be joining the party with the Varshans and the Beast and Ice.
And in Diablo, you just go full deeps.
So Urvar's back, and we're also bringing back another Vessel of Hatred character, the Harbinger of Hatred.
I'm so happy for this.
Yeah, no, this one.
I love this fight.
We're going to see a little bit more of this guy in just a little bit, but the Harbinger of Hatred will be joining kind of the second rung of the ladder with.
It looks cool, but I don't know. It takes too long.
Of Duriel and Andariel.
Too many animations.
And one thing I just do want to stress is that both of these Vessel of Hatred bosses will dip into the shared loot pools of other bosses within their respective
Paladin
tier,
just ignores all the mechanics.
But also have some additional bonuses that is specific to the Vessel of Hatred, like being a great source of tributes and runes. But Belial, for all intents and purposes, is available to everyone, and he is just the new pinnacle challenge of the boss ladder.
So you're saying even harder than Duriel and Andariel right now. He's going to be harder, more rewarding than...
Whoa. Okay. They got to have a lot of addressing. If the idea is that this guy is harder than Andariel, the Andariel fight is actually kind of tough. Even if you can one-shot Andariel in Diablo 4, because she doesn't die, she faces. That's exactly what they need to do with the other bosses as well. Because it actually makes it challenging, more annoying in comparison to the rest. Because, Andariel you can't one-shot. Wait, Andariel is easy? Well, are you comparing Andariel and Duriel? And you're saying Andariel is easy? I think Andariel is the hardest one in the game. She has less life, but she has mechanics. Yeah, that's why, and I think I know it might sound annoying, but I think that's the only solution what they can do with Belial, because else he's just gonna get one shot, man. Yeah, it's not hard, but it's the hardest boss.
Available to everyone, and he is just the new pinnacle challenge of the boss ladder.
So you're saying even harder than Duriel and Andariel right now. He's going to be harder, more rewarding than even those.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah,
Belial, your top tier.
Okay, so both of those things, in my opinion, are not true. It's not more rewarding, and it's also not harder.
So this is hopefully what they can address today.
New top tier, Belial, Lord of Lies. He does not mess around.
And I'm really excited about this because I think this is going to pair really well with the sort of leveling journey in the tournament progression where we're making things a little bit more aspirational, a little bit more challenging. It's really like a return to the heart of the Diablo experience, right? Sort of leveling from nothing and taking on these huge big bads to claim their loot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's kind of like the inherent cool thing about the lair boss ladder system is that you start with like the initiate level floor, you take those.
And I think the most important thing, they gotta get rid of that timer between the boss, dude. Like, you kill the boss, and there's a 30 seconds timer. Until you can kill it again, bro. Oh, that to me is the worst change to the boss ladder. Like, I don't even, like, even in a group, or even in solo. Like, in a group, okay, maybe you need a timer to kind of loot the chest. But solo, man, there's a timer if you kill the boss alone. The boss should just immediately respawn after you click the chest.
You graduate to the next level, and then now you have kind of Belial just always there looming over you. Yeah. As kind of the aspirational, yes, I get to go fight him now. But for those who know about our buddy Belial, Lord of Lies, you know that he kind of appears in different forms. So this is what we're kind of referencing as like his supreme form that appears at the top of the lair boss ladder.
I'm still enjoying the game.
But
I mean, obviously the game has some problems, right? Like, and that's what the patches, and that's also kind of what the campfires and some of the feedback is for. Like, the game is not perfect, far from it, actually. But I still like the game. I still like to play it. I think like the character feedback, the combat, the atmosphere, the graphics, like, it's fun. Maybe it's only fun for most people for a few days, but it's still fun.
It has his, I guess, smaller, more agile, compact form. I like to affectionately refer to him as Baby Belial, but this is Belial in his more compact form. And throughout the course of the season,
I think the combat's
or I guess just the lair boss mechanics, he's going to be popping up all over the place. But I'm really excited about
they've added the
this
timer.
version of Belial's new role in the lair boss ladder system, in the sense that
I'm going to show you in a sec.
Defeating and looting any of the lair bosses has a small % chance to initiate a surprise ambush from Belial himself. And this is really cool because this is kind of like a 2 for the price of 1 payout. So let's say I fight Andariel, I defeat Andariel, I loot Andariel, and I get this special ambush triggered. And if I defeat...
Here, this is how the Belial fight looked.
Here comes the Lord of Lies. So we press
this was
Soul Rift,
Corruption Necro.
Teleport D.
And Sayonara. 3, 4, 5 trillion. I don't know if we didn't do this a couple times. But you basically need to wait. Like, after you kill the guy, you click the altar, and then you have to wait. This is like defeating him with the Necro. This is like potion only. But you see, it needs to be like a phase or something, because else he just dies like this. And there's not much point in fighting him. Because if you can't do this on T4, well, you're just going to do it on T3 and one-shot him anyways. And then you see, you choose this reward, and then the timer starts here. You see down here. Man, I open my inventory so fast because I'm explaining the build. But you see here, there's a 30-second wait time. I don't even know what we should wait for. Like, I'm in a solo game, you click this chest, and it opens. Like, it forces you to wait for half a minute. And half a minute, if you're doing like hundreds of runs, it feels like eternity.
With you, glug, drink water.
And you. So if you're doing like a big Duriel session, you have to wait 30 seconds after every spawn. I cannot even explain how bad that is. But yeah, maybe they'll change it today.
Defeat Belial, I'll get a double payout of Andariel's loot. So I got the loot from Andariel, and I get another payout of Andariel's loot from defeating Belial himself. So
2 runs per minute.
It's really exciting, kind of just like injection of some fun novel mechanics within the lair boss system that we're doing over and over and over again.
The plan gonna be to multi-box 2 accounts, man. Like, you kill one and then kill one with the other, and then you kill one again on main.
So again, really excited about this update. And again, in the spirit of teasing kind of the rewards relationship and connection that Belial has, this version of Belial has a very special
I'm going to stick to this. I hate the forced wait timer. Like, there is no possible argument, I think, to me, that does make a wait timer okay. Like, it's just a forced timer that is just there to annoy you or something. Like, especially in solo. Like, in group, okay, it makes a bit of sense because
you need to have give the player an opportunity to open the chest. But I think they can come up with a better solution. At least after everybody looted the chest, they should like remove the timer. And in solo, the timer shouldn't be there at all. Like you click the chest, and then you have the possibility to spawn the boss again.
Larger supreme form in the lair boss ladder that I'll touch upon.
I don't know why they added it.
A lot of teasing that I'm kind of just setting that. There's a lot to go over.
We're going to lie to everybody.
Yeah, we're just kidding. Yeah,
That's part of the theme.
Bilal's actually not here. This is a lie. Yeah.
Time us up here. 20 minutes.
Yeah, so that was that. That was the the Bilal ambushes. But I also want to talk about some additional major sweeping updates that's coming in with just the system as a whole. And I want to talk about the summoning materials. As we know, the way that the system currently functions is, you go do activities, you get summoning items, you go visit the boss, and you plop them in, you summon the boss.
I think if we make a poll, no one likes a wait timer. It's just
so when we're looking at the lair boss system, we don't just look about ways that we can add to it. We also look about opportunities to resolve or reduce some frictions, or just areas for improvement that we can have with it. Since it's a very mature system, we get a lot of feedback that we diligently ingest and talk about and whatnot on our team. So when it came to the summoning materials, we identified a couple of key points of, I guess, friction that players are currently having with it. One is, since you have to ante up your summoning materials just to summon the boss, it's kind of a feels bad moment when you realize that you just wasted, X number of materials to find out that you can't defeat Duriel. Like, okay, that's wasted materials, back to the loop. Maybe I'll fight him another week or two, depending how fast you are. And it's just generally not a great feeling for myself or for players and whatnot.
Yeah, I definitely have run into this where it's like, I'm only going to fight the boss when I can guaranteed win against it. Right. So you never actually.
And how do you know that too? Until
how do you know?
Trial and error.
Like you never really have that like actual fun fight with the boss where you're like, oh, am I going to lose or not? Because it's like, well, I'm just not going to risk it.
Yeah, I've had times where I'm like, I don't know if my build's quite ready, so I'll try to fight a boss. And then I'm like, oh, this is really tough. Like I die a couple times, and I'm like, do I really want to keep like retrying it?
Yeah.
Because like, well, I've already invested. I'm kind of committed. So with this new way, I don't need to invest those right up front. I can just go and fight them right away and see how strong I am without risking the materials.
Yeah. So we're going to cover like the specificities of the new system and how it all works in a little bit. But the other kind of pain point that we identified with the current system is also just in regards to like the party play. I think my little earpiece is coming out of my ear.
I remember that with the portals, man. Like this was like literally in some developer talk. They just added like they made the town portal from 3 seconds to 5 seconds or something. Like, because channeling the town portal for 5 seconds is so much fun.
There you go. Now it's back in there.
But they removed it after some feedback. So I hope the same happens here. Like, just remove the timer, man. Especially in solo. Like, in group, I get it. There needs to be... So I think that's where the idea is coming from, right? Because in group, you gotta have a system that allows every player to loot the chest. But they can just leave the chest there and still allow you to spawn another boss or something. But at least in solo, there should not be a timer. You open the chest, the boss respawns immediately. And in group, you can make the same thing. When everybody opened the chest, the boss respawns immediately.
Game on this. Yeah. The earpiece just pops out all the time.
We do it live here. So the other element is like just a party play, right? Yeah. And as much as we want to kind of like entrust in our fellow man and whatnot and engage in the boss rotations and whatnot, we have seen some areas of friction where certain players don't engage in the boss rotations and they don't submit their materials. Like no one watching the stream would ever be guilty of this, but that does happen. It's shocking, but it does happen.
Bilal was on the other side of the computer. It's like, I'll definitely pay the next rotation.
And then they leave and they take all their stuff. So that was another kind of area of friction that we experienced with the current summoning materials. So I think that's kind of enough of a preface just to set the tone for where the system is going now that we're introducing Season 8. So
what are we doing?
I don't know. Let's find out. All right, so layer keys. So summoning materials are effectively...
Okay, so I think this entire system, but we're going to explain it again. It was complicated, but it is a good change for sure. Like everybody has to have the materials, basically. You only get the loot if you spend the boss material, like say Varshan Mats. You need to spend those, what is it even, hats or something, or hearts to get the loot. This is a really good change. But they did reduce the amount of target farming you can do. And I don't really like that part. So they made it harder to target farm, like twofold. Because once it's like it costs more keys on average for like a full party, but also they added more generic loot table to all the bosses. And I think the second change, I don't really think it's going to be that great, because it's going to be significantly harder. Let's say you want to target farm your Tempest Roar to enable your Storm Druid build. It's going to be much harder than before. Like twofold. One, because you need more mats, and two, because you get less loot. Because you target farm, you have a less chance to get it. So the second part, I hope we're going to see some changes today. I don't know.
Being repurposed in their roles as a new item called Lair Keys. And what Lair Keys do... Well,
and also here the stack size is a big W, but why not make it 999? 99 is still not enough. It was 50 before, and now it's 99. Just add another 9, man. Come on.
I'll just start with this, since there's no more summoning materials, that just means that effectively all...
Duping? Does it matter if they dupe 99 or 999? They can dupe anyways. Entire argument to prevent duping doesn't make any sense, because we had duping every season for the last, since the game is out, right? I don't think there was ever a season without duping. So that is, I don't think that's an argument to not make it 999.
Lair bosses are free to summon. Yeah. So if you're not sure if you're ready to take on a Varshan or a Duriel, just go visit them. Kind of use them as a bit of a training dummy to see if you can actually, take them on. But what Lair Keys now do is they grant access to the defeated boss's hoard, or their treasure chest that they drop. So now I'll just walk you through kind of the new flow. Imagine this with me. So you enter Duriel's lair. You walk up to his altar, and you just click the altar to summon him. Again, no cost to you. You fight Duriel, you defeat him, out pops his hoard, and now...
It's actually a very elegant solution to the problem of leechers. Now you can't leech, essentially.
The Shards of Agony, which is now the Lair Key, you use that to open his hoard and get all the oodles of loot that you went to go visit him to do.
Yeah. And these work like Helltide chests, so you have to pay in order to get the loot, and the only loot, the loot comes for the person who pays.
Yeah, that's a very important distinction, is that now every member in the party needs to have the appropriate type and quantity of the Lair Keys to access the loot in the hoard.
And you can still trade your keys with friends and things like that.
Great, man. Thanks.
9999, Duriel mats, you can split them in half and give them to your buddies to open the chest.
Yeah, absolutely. Sharing is caring in the system here.
And then, of course, if you're really lucky, you'll get a Belial ambush, and you can get double loot.
Yeah, there you go. So a lot of new avenues and ways to kind of experience the system.
Yeah, but if they do this, I guess they could do that, and it still remain tradable. But I think 99 is just it's not even double, It's just why? They have items like the scrolls, there's text 999. They already have this in the game. And then they kind of forgot the consumables, like the Soothing Spice. That's still only stacking up to 20.
So we also have the Stygian Stones. So Stygian Stones in Season 8 is living a new life now, in the sense that we wanted to ensure that every boss in the first rung of the ladder, our initiate lair bosses, the Varshans, Grigors, Bisonites, Lord Zirs, and Urvars now, that they're all equally relevant to getting you to climb to the next rung. So in addition to, you can take a screenshot of this chart here. I won't try and walk through the entire thing, but now Stygian Stones is a drop that can drop from any of the initiate lair boss tier here. And you can crush them into your lair key of choice for the second rung of the lair bosses. So let's say I fight Grigor, I get a Stygian Stone, and I want to go fight Andariel. I can just crush that into some Andariel keys. And again, just giving a little bit more flexibility in how players actually engage and progress through the lair boss ladder. Again, as we know, all roads lead to Belial, Lord of Lies, the top of the pinnacle of the ladder.
The only problem I have with the Stygian Stones, imagine you're in the Duriel fight, and you are missing one egg, but you have a Stygian Stone. The problem is, in order to use that Stygian Stone, you have to go to town, go to the vendor, and find the appropriate material that you then need to craft. I think the Stygian Stone should just be exchangeable right at the boss summoning. Like, if you only have 1 egg and 2 shards and you put in a Stygian Stone, it should just automatically convert that Stygian Stone. It was so frustrating. Like, I was like, man, how do I even change this? Like, you gotta go to the town, double loading screen, you know, talk to the vendor, find the right recipe, pay extra gold, whatever, to craft the shard from the Stygian Stone. You can't directly input the Stygian Stone. And that is like an easy quality of life change I think they could do. I wrote this in my spec.
Ooh, there's a lot.
Maybe they're gonna.
Final thing here is the item bloat reduction. So again, with this new system, we're consolidating all the layer keys to 1 layer key type per boss. So no more kind of managing 2 different materials and so I have enough material. I have 2 of these, 5 of these. It's just 1 material per boss. We're increasing the item stacking of these to 99 again to cut down on some of that bloat. And one of my personal favorites here is that we're also normalizing the counts of required layer keys per boss rank. So all the initiate tiered bosses, they require the same quantity of their respective keys. So too the degraders and whatnot. So again, it's just cutting down on the total mental math and memory that is kind of affecting the, I guess, like on-ramping enjoyment of the current system.
Yeah, and Dario only needs 1 material, for example, as part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see in this chart here, you have Pincushion Doll, Shard of Agony, or the Stygian Stone is kind of the wild card that you can crush to any one of them. So,
wait. Did they completely? Yeah, they completely removed the X. I didn't even remember that. But still, the story is still the same, right? If you don't have the shard and have the stone, you still gotta go to town to craft.
Let's say if Andaro needed 4 Pincushion Dolls, you have 3 of them, but you have 1 Stygian Stone, you can crush that into a Pincushion Doll and go get Andaro's Horde.
Yeah, he's right, but you can't do this at the boss encounter. You need to go to town, and that sucks.
So, all right, that was a pretty big overview and a lot of talking in charts, but I want to take the time to throw it over to Ruben and behind the scenes here and kind of just get into just what this all looks like as part of just the in-game flow.
Hello, Derek. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Awesome.
Yo, that's blocked. I don't remember
for you.
All right, cool. So in this walkthrough, I'm just going to show you kind of, or we're going to show you rather, the new flow to access
the timer is
lair
for the
bosses
new
with a
death
little
stream.
bit of a sneak peek of the
This is the death stream from the Season 8 test. They're going to have a new death stream soon, TM.
Of hatred. So one thing I want to just call out real quick is kind of some of the quality of life updates that we've taken to just the map presentation and the boss dungeon tooltips themselves. And I'll kind of just go through these kind of an itemized order. So first, all of the boss dungeon map icons have been given a little bit of a beautification treatment. So they're a little bit more bold, red, and easier to identify against the sea of other icons on the map. But now I want to talk about the tooltip, and I'll just start from the top and go make my way down. So the first quality of life update that we added was just simply printing the name of the boss that resides within the dungeon. One of the kind of ambiguities that we had with the previous version of this system was not knowing specifically which boss lives in which dungeon. Like, oh, who does live in the Gaping Crevice, or who lives in the Malignant Tunnels? So now you can see here that the Harbinger of Hatred.
Yes, guys, just for reference, this is Vessel of Hatred only boss. If you do not have the expansion, you cannot fight this boss.
Lives in the Harbinger's Den. This is probably not the best example, because who else would live in the Harbinger's Den?
Jawohl, ich komme aus Deutschland.
He technically does live in every single one of them.
You don't know where he's at.
But yeah, so you can see here now, we print the name of the lair boss that lives in the dungeon for a little bit easier find. Inside of the main body description, we also just give a little bit more guidance and information on what the value of defeating this boss is, and they're directing players to the fact that
Wait, but Danish and German sound so similar, bro. Jawohl. Ich meine, da sind viele Ähnlichkeiten in den 2 Sprachen, auf jeden Fall.
They are a source of ancestral
Aber ich komme aus Deutschland.
items. The last two updates here are some of my favorites of this, is that we also display now the required items that you need to access the lair boss's horde.
Really good.
If you recall the previous iteration,
you can TP instantly.
That was not apparent to you, so you would kind of like waste the time traveling to the boss just to find out that, oh, I have 3 or 4 Abhorrence Hearts, so I can't fight the boss yet. So we wanted to, again, just smoothen out the access and onboarding to the feature. And I think my absolute favorite update of all this is you see at the bottom, we now have the ability to travel directly into the dungeon directly from the map. So
this is
again,
so
no
good.
more teleporting to the nearest waypoint.
You just click like it's basically like that thing is basically a waypoint. You can teleport here, but this would be double loading screen, right? You would load here, then you have to ride your horse here, and then second loading screen. Now, you just click there, and one loading screen, you're at the boss.
We now have the ability to travel directly into the dungeon.
It's cool. It's cool, but what they do is like they make the open world more and more useless. Yeah, it should have been like this from the start, but the entire concept, you guys remember when you had to like run to every dungeon to run it? Like a nightmare dungeon or so? Like you actually had to go to the waypoint, horse up, and walk all the way here. That was because, I mean, the open world, you know, like, I mean, it was beautiful. Like, the open world was really cool. It was very fun in the start. But, you know, after, like, doing this hundreds of times, then it gets really frustrating, boring, repetitive. And it always causes a double loading screen because one loading screen to the waypoint and then another loading screen into the freaking dungeon. But yeah, the open world is becoming more and more meaningless right now. But yeah, this is a W change.
Directly from the map. So again, no more teleporting.
Okay, guys, I'm going to check for a snack for a second.
We just
I'm going to be back in a few minutes.
Just get into it. And yeah, we have Ruben loading into here, and I think this is a great time to just outline. I've talked about the new bosses. I've talked about new mechanics. But we have a collection of really great existing lair bosses. Mm-hmm. And one thing that we wanted to take as an opportunity within the season was to also enhance every other lair boss that exists within the system. So every lair boss is getting a bit of a difficulty spike and new mechanics to, again, freshen up the fights that we've been, knowing and love. So if you fought, the Varshans or the Duriels or even the Liliths, over and over and over again, all this is in the PTR, so definitely worth checking them out again to see what's changed and how much different their experience is.
Yeah, Duriel has some messed up surprises.
Yeah, Duriel eats you.
Yeah.
Why did you spoil it?
Why did you spoil it? It's definitely worth checking out the mechanics. But again, so this is the Harbinger of Hatred, and just as a reminder, one thing that we do when we add a boss to the lair boss system is we don't just take the carbon copy, campaign version of it. We also take the opportunity to inject some really crazy mechanics. So I don't necessarily want to, kind of spoil the surprises of the Harbinger of Hatred's mechanics here, but he does get pretty wild. This is a spectacle and a half of a fight, cool. And I'm really excited to have players check it out. So, yeah, I think this is about all we might want to show of this guy.
Yeah, we probably won't go into it. We don't want to spoil all the mechanics and everything. Even though we're kind of also spoiling a little bit of like a rogue build.
Keen-eyed amongst you might have noticed some interesting things on Rogue, which I'll get to in a bit.
Yes. It's spoil or it's teasing to maintain
teasing. That's
teasing everyone along here. But yeah, so that was a sneak peek at the Harbinger of Hatred we just talked about again. In case you missed it, all lair bosses are getting a boost in both their performance and just the mechanics that they have.
Yep.
But let's, we fast forwarded past, the Harbinger of Hatred's fight. So let's imagine a world that, we fought through the whole thing, we killed him, and let's show off now what to expect from the Horde loop flow. So we have some footage here with this very shiny chest.
Very shiny chest.
So we have 4 abhorrence hearts, and now we can open up the chest. Again, each one of us needs to have it. And I mentioned that Belial has a chance to surprise ambush you after opening any horde. And here you go. Look at this. So this is meant to be a relatively rare occurrence. But this is the magic of pre-recorded footage. We can make the impossible happen. And in this case, again, painting the full picture of the scenario, you defeated the Harbinger of Hatred, you got the Horde, you opened it, you got Baby Belial, you killed him, and now you get another proc of, double the loot, double the fun.
Yeah, double the loot of what you just essentially got.
With the one-time payment of the lair keys that you deposited. So, it really is, kind of a 2-for-1 sale that Belial has for you.
And if you noticed, you might have seen, we did keep a bonus for party play. So while you do have to pay to get the chest and open up the Horde, we kept a bonus chance for loot. So we love that people enjoy fighting the bosses as parties, and we know that that's a fun social experience in Diablo. also what we've done is the hordes themselves will have bonus chances for loot when you are in a party, and that does scale with party members.
Yep, no, absolutely. So, yeah, a lot of loot everywhere to give. And on the topic at the very top, I teased that Belial had a very special kind of role in the reward structure, different from every other boss. So, defeating the ambush version of Belial is not just lucrative in the sense that it's a double payout. He is also the sole source of the lair keys that you need to access his supreme form at the top of the ladder, the Supreme Form's Horde. So I want to show off now the Supreme Belial's very green chest here. So you can see here, it doesn't open up right away. I have some options. So the really cool thing about the Supreme Belial's Horde is that you can set it to mimic the reward drops of any other existing lair boss.
Oh, the fucking timer! Look at this! There's a 30-second timer! Okay, guys. The timer is for the dev stream. Here. Berry Brothers. So we got this. So raspberries, strawberries. Raspberries, blueberries, sorry. I just had a strawberry, that's why I was confused. And Kölnflocken. This fucking oatmeal. The timer is for the dev talk, guys. Chill. This is a refresher on what they said for Season 8. Kölnflocken. Okay, but I'm gonna mix this, guys. I'm gonna need a few more minutes, okay? But man, this timer is triggering me.
Horde drops of any other existing lair boss. So let's say if you are trying to do Duriel runs to get the special stuff that he has, and you can set your Belial to drop the Duriel loot, and he will do so at an enhanced rate. Mm-hmm. So it's even better than if you just went to go fight Duriel specifically.
Yeah, so if you're really targeted farming those specific uniques, you get, this Duriel, this version of Belial just gives you a much better chance of doing that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just that in terms of like his value, he also guarantees 1 ancestral unique drop per kill. And he's also a really great source of the Infernal Compasses. So, if you want to, empower your Infernal Horde runs and whatnot, it's never a waste of time to go visit the Belial Supreme at the top of the ladder here.
Yeah, and this is in Torment 2, and it all scales with Torment. So
exactly,
the higher the Torment, the more loot you'll get.
What we're seeing in this footage is just Torment 2. So obviously, like Torment 4, you would get more loot out of it because it's a much more difficult challenge. It is much more.
Sure. Yeah, it scales with the Torment tiers, and also if we were in a party in this example here, we'd get even more chances of great stuff out of it as well.
Yep, exactly right.
All right, cool. Well, that is the lair key and the lair boss. I'm just have a lot of things to cover here.
I know we want to talk a little bit about kind of it's funny because people saw it as Ruben was on the map because they probably saw a term like with apparitions and everything.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of teasing in this.
I know, a lot of teasing. This is what happens when you use a live build and everything's fine.
Yeah, it's exciting. But one thing before we hop into the next, I do want to reestablish so that everything that we just talked about as far as what we're introducing to the lair boss system and all the mechanics, new bosses and whatnot, that is permanent. That is just how the system works now. So everything is getting introduced in Season 8, but it's not leaving beyond Season 8. It is just there.
It'll be an Eternal also.
It'll be an Eternal. That's just how the system works. What the next segment, though, is all the seasonal specific stuff. So again, as Adam mentioned, you might have seen some Apparition Incursion things pop up. So let's get into the first kind of seasonal related content here. Oh, the top says Lair Boss. Okay. Anyways, we do it live. Apparition Incursions. Apparition Incursions is a new open world seasonal event to empower your leveling journeys and also kind of just spread the narrative and dramas of Belial is back on Sanctuary and he's spreading his own sense of twisted realities across the land. He's always in his effort to try and plunge the world of Sanctuary into his realm of lies, and he's doing it through this fast-paced boss rush style event that kind of takes the spirit of the open world social boss play of the Blood Maiden and making a really cool kind of just really fast-paced bam 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 boss rush style event. So I think we have some footage here just to put some visuals to it. So this is an area of the world that Belial's apparitions are kind of overtaking. And throughout the course, players are going to be defeating these apparitions to draw out up to 2 of his apparition bosses. This is pulled from a total of 10 potential apparition bosses. So each.
Look, are they still blasting? Bam, bam, bam. So I hope today they're gonna buff this like massively, because the XP in this was shit. Green Helltide. Well, I don't know about the timer being wrong, guys. I think time zones are pretty hard. Look at this here. It says 4 minutes. You can look on the official thing. I don't care. The timer, I'm going by this. It says 4 minutes. I don't care what you say. Here, 4 minutes. And then we can check here. Like, I'll link it. It's fine. Whatever. Maybe their time zone is wrong, your time zone is wrong, or my time zone is wrong. Anyways, I don't care. We're gonna make our oatmeal. So we're gonna put this, like see here. Fuck, I'm in the camera. So this is some good oats. There's some protein powder in there as well. And we're gonna do like a bit of this. Okay, I think that's enough. Half of them maybe. So it looks like this. I also have a banana, but I don't have anything to cut it with. So I'm just gonna like this, and we're gonna add some milk, and it's gonna be perfect. This is the gamer food, guys. This keeps you going for 30 hours if you must. It's just delicious, fresh, healthy, and easy to make. I mean, it's just fucking oats, protein, and then some fruits. Yeah, do you eat the banana with the peel? I heard people do this with kiwi. Like just, nah. We did this with the heart, guys. With the heart, we did it, okay? You remember that? This is how a real Bob gets his protein. That was not so long ago, right? Here it is. Look. Fresh meat. There it is. You're supposed to like this, no context. Do you know the Liver King? That's a guy. Nom nom nom. We got some. Just another alcohol. Bite. That's how real Bobs get their proteins, man. Let's go. But that shit was good, dude. Real life. Yeah, we got this from Blizzard. Man, but this is great. That's like, I don't know, 40% LFG, protein. My friends. Right from the heart. Rob has gone full. Fresh meat. Okay, shit, I gotta get a spoon. 1 sec. Okay, let's keep watching this.
Through this, you'll fight, 2 of them kind of randomized.
Anyways, I really hope they're gonna buff the XP, because the XP, it was kind of not rewarding enough.
So each time should be a little bit different. And all of this is leading up to a showdown against Belial himself. So again, it's celebrating bosses. It's 3 bosses per event. And the idea for this is that they're up pretty much 24/7. So we want to just encourage that, hop on the boss train, ride it to the end, find the next one, and just, go to your heart's content. And, celebration of bosses this season, really.
Absolutely. And what do you get for killing those bosses?
Oh, you're going to get some cool stuff, Colin. Let's go to the next slide. That kind of leads us into the collectible boss powers, or seasonal powers. Spoiled it right there.
It's already on the slide.
It's already on the slide, yeah.
You're fine.
So the theme for, the powers theme for Season 8 is boss powers. So Belial being kind of like the illusionary character he is, mimicry and whatnot. In Season 8, players will be acquiring the ability to steal and mimic the powers of up to 24 targeted bosses across Sanctuary. So we have 24 collectible powers that are gathered from the first time kill of targeted bosses across the full content from level 1 till the very top. So you asked about, what do the apparition bosses give you? They're, aside from the loot and all.
I mean, it's the same concept as the witch powers, but fundamentally, the powers give different bonuses. And also the idea is you kill Lilith and then you take their power. Or it's her power.
They're also your first source of your first 10 boss powers that make up the magic tiers. You can kind of see in this little chart here.
Did they start this?
Graduating from the apparition bosses, you now go into the world bosses. So each one of our 3 world bosses have a power associated with them. And then so too do each of our lair bosses, capped off with Lilith with her own boss power that you can acquire.
It's like a ladder in the boss power.
It's definitely celebrating the progression journey of bosses from the moment you log in to the moment that you're powerful enough to take down Lilith.
Yeah.
Bilal being kind of like the star of the season, he's special. He gets 2 powers because that's just how he rolls.
Cheating.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things about this kind of structure, it's a very structured power climb. So little ambiguity of like, how do I get the Wandering Death's power? Well, go fight and kill him. It's just that nice little structured journey that kind of is a nice little stamp collection just to reward each kind of a tier of progression that you make across your leveling and endgame journeys. But that's not just the coolest part of it, in my opinion here, is that it's also just how the powers work this season. So you can see that we have 4 slots, the top slot and 3 little kind of like supporting slots. So the really cool thing is that each one of these powers have 2 sides to them that activate depending on which power slot you put them in. So you can have up to one power slot into your main power slots, or you can have up to 3 powers slot into your modifier slots. And I just want to dive into this Wandering Death's chest beam example here. So if I were to slot the Wandering Death's power into the main power slot, I would actually unlock the full representation of his iconic chest beam power. So the main powers is activating and unlocking the actual iconic power that is representative.
Guys, the YouTube stream haven't started yet. It says waiting for Diablo. So anytime now.
Of the boss. We're going to show kind of a little bit of a showcase after this, but that's how that respective area of the power system works. The modifier slots, though, are cool and powerful in their own right, though. So let's say I don't necessarily need the Wandering Death's main power for whatever utility purposes. I can still get value out of the fact that I own it by slotting it into the modifier slots, which activates kind of like the side B of it, which is more of a supporting thing. So in this case, it's your main power. Now it empowers your main power to instantly execute non-boss enemies, when they're within a certain threshold of life. So it's not just 24 ways to kind of express your sense of power this season. It's 48. Because each of these powers have, kind of like 2 sides to them.
Yeah, it's really like build your own boss power.
Essentially, yeah. It's a lot of fun just kind of like mix, match, slot around and see,
So this boss power didn't even get nerfed. I mean, it didn't really need a nerf. I hope they fixed all the bugs, because this enemies take 50x wasn't working with all the stuff.
What kind of a concoction you come up with, and that's something that I'm particularly interested in going to the PTR. Is like, what are some of the favorite combinations?
Or, this is the season 8.
And ideally, what are the favorite combinations based off of the circumstance that you're going into?
Definitely.
Yeah,
go ahead, Charles.
One thing that I'm really excited about the system is in previous seasonal power systems, we sometimes found as you got really high, Paragon levels, your build is like super powerful. The relative impact of some of the seasonal powers was a little lower. They didn't really scale with you as well as we really wanted to. We've done an update in this season where these boss powers are going to scale with your Paragon level as you're leveling up, and so they actually are going to get more powerful as you get more powerful.
Actually,
so the exact number that as soon as you unlock it, maybe is not the most powerful thing, but as you're powering up, it's still going to be relevant to your build at every stage of your progression.
Yeah, it's really good. And I like the fact that
I don't know if that's so much true anymore after all the nerfs they did, but maybe.
The powers don't kind of just live on their own little island. Like they get ingrained into the other systems that we're engaging with. So that's the high level of the boss powers for Season 8. And I want to toss it back to Ruben for just kind of a little bit of a live showcase of them.
Hey, Derek, thanks for all that. That was great, man.
Yeah, I'm excited. What do you got for us?
Well, I get the fun job of showcasing all these powers today, but I must confess, I got my smoothie, so I'm a little jacked up today. So I'll try not to have you.
I'm so happy you got your smoothie.
Yeah.
So happy for you.
I try not to talk too fast.
I'm thrilled.
Let's go ahead and open up our inventory here, and you'll notice on the left side, the familiar tab is our seasonal tab, which is boss powers. Yep. So from this tab is where you'll be kind of interacting with your powers throughout the season.
It's not old. It's from last month for Season 8. This is all still relevant. We're just refreshing. Obviously, there are going to be some new stuff coming today.
Season, like Derek mentioned, you can drag in.
But people either don't remember it or haven't seen this. And I gotta say, even myself, as a Diablo fan, I don't remember all of this, so we're rewatching it.
Drop them equip them on the fly. There's no penalty. I think the team and everybody wants you to experiment and have fun with the builds. You can also upgrade them by hovering over them. There's a corresponding button here. On PC, it's F, so you go ahead and push that to upgrade them. And yeah, so
Press
the
F
top
is so
slot
good.
is your main slot, like Derek mentioned. This is where your main powers go.
Hey, just
and
press
all
F.
the bottom ones are your modifier slots. So right here, Derek's favorite was the Wandering Death's chest beam. So as a modifier, right, you can execute enemies, but as soon as you drag it over here, boom, now it's a channeled ability. And you'll notice right away, it's a prominent beam.
So
yeah,
it does look cool, but I would really like to have more like the Incinerate, like where you can actually spawn the beam where your mouse is, right? Like here,
and
it
you'll
just goes
notice
around.
right away,
It's not that great.
Prominent beam. Yeah, it works well with channeled abilities. It only works with channeled abilities, actually.
Yeah, but the monster is like this dog, and then you're hitting down here.
And it's kind of cool with Dance of Knives because you can adjust and do these micro adjustments to kind of maximize the effect on your target, just to keep it on them a little bit longer.
Yeah, and as you can kind of tell, we're not necessarily going for subtlety in terms of the expression of these powers this season.
I'm dying. Someone in chat's like, Goku? Oh my god.
I guess we'll call it real quick. Just one thing I absolutely love is just the animations of the UI itself, and you slot these little like eyeball powers into the little eye sockets, and it blinks, and yeah, it's just kind of just fun across the board, just engaging with this.
And pops.
Yeah. So what do we got next?
The next one I want to showcase is Lilith's Wind of Hate, just because probably most of us have dived to this before.
So this one they buffed. They like, I think, almost 50% buff.
Her spike ability from the ground. And it works on almost every skill.
But the problem is this one has a major internal cooldown, like an ICD.
You can see as soon as I dash here, I get the spikes. With Barrage, you get the spikes. So you can slot it in almost every build and have fun with it. Even Dance of Knives, really cool ability there. Let's see what else we got. Another fun one.
Guys, it might be like a time zone thing. Like I think they scheduled it an hour early on YouTube or something, so it might still be like 40 minutes.
This formative ability is Duriel's Burrow. So it completely changes your evade skill, and you burrow underground. You deal damage when you go into the ground and when you exit. But the real cool thing is you become immune while underground, and you can control the direction.
Oh, that's awesome.
Is awesome. Yeah,
that's one of my absolute favorite. I love that one.
You can stand still if you like, or whatever, and it scales. As you get more evade charges, you get more burrows. So I'm sure there's a lot of, especially adding 3 new bosses with all kinds of crazy effects. You can now dodge them a little bit easier, which is great. I'm sure there's some good.
The problem is this is a defensive power. I mean, and you don't really need defenses unless you're playing hardcore. So this one is like not really that useful.
Use cases for that.
At least.
Yeah, and even just, like even just right there, I want to just chime in and just say
you just burrow, but when you're burrowed, you can't even attack. So you can dodge, but it doesn't really matter in softcore. Like in hardcore, for those like 2-3% that are playing hardcore, it matters. But for softcore, yeah.
We showed off a power.
But it's good to have like one of them defensive.
That procs off of the evade. We showed one that procs off channeling and one that procs off any skills. Like one of the goals going into the design of these powers was to just remove any ambiguity about how do I actually proc it. We wanted to make it as utility focused and straightforward as possible so that players can really easily digest and how they work it into their builds.
Yeah, that's a great point. Urvar's Bombs is probably my personal favorite, as I like making builds and interesting.
This one got nerfed so hard. So they cut the damage by 2, and they completely removed the 5-second cooldown and added 15 seconds cooldown, but that is like not really going over the cap. So the cooldown change, like this is basically gone, and this is cut in half. So yeah, those ultimate builds were very strong. Wait, what do you mean, bitch? See, the bot, it doesn't even text to speech the bad words. If you say like fuck you in the donation or in a support message, it doesn't work. But yes.
Builds. This definitely supports ultimate builds. And as you can see on the screen here, it lowers your cooldown by 5 seconds, which is great, and gives you a nice damage component to kind of top off on it.
You can always watch
we're playing Rogue, and Death Trap is an ultimate ability. So as soon as I pop it, you'll see Urvar's Bombs kind of shoot out, and you get that lower cooldown effect as well.
Well, you can watch on Twitch if you're in YouTube.
And you get 2 Death Traps. I wonder how he's doing that.
That's on me. That's on me, guys. Yeah. All the teasing on this stream. And finally, before they play the walk-off music, I think I could showcase, let's do Grigor's Lightning Square. So if you notice, Lilith's skill had like a slight cooldown. This one scales with your build really well. So the more you can cast core skills, the more you get these iconic kind of lightning strike panels shoot out from your character. So you can imagine, you can just go full Thunder God here the whole time with your builds.
Nah, I don't think this is correct. Like, it still had a cooldown on the PTR. Like, these 1.2 seconds. You need to wait until the beam finishes to start a new one, I believe. Unless they changed it now. But, like, what he's saying here, like, maybe he just misspoke, but in terms of, like, practical gameplay, you cannot scale this with attack speed.
Down. This one scales with your build really well. So the more you can cast core skills, the more you get these iconic kind of lightning strike panels.
Yeah, this is not scaling with attack speed.
So you can imagine, you can just go full.
You even see it here that it doesn't re-trigger when he shoots.
Thunder God here the whole time with your builds. So yeah, I think that's all I can showcase today. But I appreciate the time.
No, thank you. That was awesome. Yeah, so again...
So as long as you can cast your core skill every 1.2 seconds, you're damage capped.
Just like a kind of a sneak peek at just a handful of the powers. Again, throughout the course of the PTR, you'll get to experiment.
Yeah, Cinerads, like the burning power with, let's say, lunging strike, that one was different. Like, you could actually scale it with Moonrise, with accelerate, like with all these aspects.
Engage with all of them, and again, looking forward to the feedback and just just general notes of how you incorporate into your builds and what really excites you. So I think that's pretty much the wrap up for all the content coming in Season 8 that persists beyond and
all the Season 8 stuff that will be available in PTR for players to actually jump into. We're still going to be talking about a few more things as we get closer to Season 8.
Ghostface, some positive
with the launch
stuff. I like
of the actual season itself. So, Derek, thank you so much for walking us through everything. And of course, with a new season and a new PTR, we have a lot of changes that are coming to classes, specifically like the Rogue, which we saw someone doing those. Yeah, we can just skip. Yeah, we'll just skip it.
There's other classes to talk about.
So Charles over here is actually going to go through all the class changes that players will be able to experience and test out during the PTR.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's tons of new bosses to fight. So
okay, so one more time. This is the campfire that they did for the Season 8 test server. We are refreshing ourselves because the stream didn't start yet, and there's going to be another like 50 minutes or something. I think there was a bit of an error on the YouTube stream, but this might just be some time zone thing. It's fine. I think the time still holds correct. So in 45 minutes, it's going to start.
How are you going to fight them, right? So let's talk about some class updates that are coming.
But a lot of people, including myself, don't remember all of this.
First, I want to talk about some updates that are going to affect all classes in some way. These are kind of a bit more generic updates. So talking about ultimate scaling, this is something that we introduced in Season 7, the current live season, where as you get to rank 5 of the ultimate skills, some of them had mechanics that allowed you to crank up their damage by building different stats, right? So if you got more damage while fortified, then your blood wave is going to do more damage, for instance. We think that's really cool. It enabled a lot of very powerful builds, and so we're looking at ensuring that those don't like really eclipse every other option in the game. We still love that those are powerful builds. We love that you're playing them.
And I think especially the Blood Wave Necro is going to remain to be the strongest build.
We don't want them to be the only
At least what
option.
We know so far.
And so with that in mind, we're looking at putting a cap on that scaling. You can scale them up to 200% bonus damage, which is still a lot. You're still doing, like triple damage. But we just want to make sure it doesn't get completely out of control with all the new stats and some of the scale.
I'm still not a fan of caps. Like, they could just reduce the scaling, but instead of capping it, I think they could just reduce it. It would be better.
Scaling coming in from some of the seasonal powers that could potentially lead those to be,
I would prefer that.
Crowding out other options of gameplay. Additionally, we're looking at crowd control. This is something I talked about on our last campfire chat about how we're really looking at the moment-to-moment combat of our game. Like what are you doing like 1 second to the next? And one thing that came up a lot was sometimes enemies just randomly get crowd controlled. They randomly are frozen or stunned, and a lot of this comes from some of the what we call incidental crowd control, as in lucky hit crowd control effects, or anything that involves not like, oh, I pressed a button, now they're stunned, right? And we noticed like, hey, we got a lot of these effects across the game in many different places. And so we looked at really toning those down, specifically in the generic spaces. I know Fist of Fate is one of a very popular unique item right now for many reasons. One of them was that kind of free crowd control, but that's something that we think wasn't really promoting the best moment-to-moment combat and most engaging flow. So that particular affix has been changed to Lucky Hit Apply Vulnerable, but a lot of the other
I think that's a bad change, but wait, what happened with my camera? Like the Fist of Fate, crowd control being gone, yeah. I mean, I don't like it, but I understand why they did it. But having like Lucky Hit to make stuff vulnerable, I think they should have just added core stat or something instead. Like Lucky Hit makes no sense really on that item. Or I don't know, they could add like, 10% chance on Lucky Hit to gain 200 main stat or 500 main stat or whatever,
of Fist of Fate is still there as well. So it still has, wide ranges on things. It still does random damage and a lot of lucky hit chance as well.
Yeah, and this change really puts the value of Frost Nova and Ground Stomp. Mm-hmm. It sort of makes those more valuable and satisfying.
Right, yeah. So if you really want to get those kind of crowd control effects, it's going to be a build choice. You're going to have to consciously do it, and you're going to like know when it's happening. It's not just, oh, they randomly got stunned, and if they didn't get stunned, maybe you got hit, and that never felt good when it was just kind of purely random.
Yeah.
Additionally, this is something that the keen-eyed among you might have spied when we were looking at some earlier stuff. We've done a bit of a naming pass on some of the damage over time effects. This is no functional change. This is just a naming thing where we have things like physical damage, and when it's physical damage over time, we call it bleeding. And when it's poison, we call it poisoning, for instance. We didn't previously have names for shadow, lightning, or cold damage over time. We would just call it from shadow damage over time affected enemies, which was an absolute mouthful. So we've got new common terms. Shadow damage over time will be called corrupting damage. Lightning damage over time is shocking damage. And cold damage over time, which we saw with the Wandering Death chest beam, is called frostbite damage. So that's just a terminology thing. It still relates to those base damage types, same as always. It's just a terminology update.
Cleans up the tooltips.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, so let's get on to some of the actual class updates, starting, we'll just go alphabetically with the Barbarian. All right, so our focus on Barbarian this season is about primarily about Barbarian's core fantasy of being physical and hitting enemies with a big weapon, right?
I really, really like their goal. Making the Barb weapon-based, physical, and buffing some of the core skills. The vision is really good. But the execution is not. Because a lot of those builds still felt shit on the PTR. Especially Whirlwind. It's just so far behind, man. It's not even close. Double Swing was going in the right direction, but Whirlwind, man, they gotta 10x that, and then it's still not good enough to be played. I think Earthquake is still stronger, and I also feel they double down on the support style of the core skills, where in Whirlwind they removed the damage rune, and then they added a support rune that basically only works fully as a support skill for weapon mastery. So I don't really think it aligns with the vision, or at least with the philosophy and the goal, because all the core skills are just support skills. And I keep saying this for half a year or maybe even a year, because all the core skills fucking suck. And they clearly want to make it strong, but they still suck. You can't play this. They're all off meta. Whirlwind is only used to trigger your earthquakes, to trigger your weapon mastery skills. Double Swing has not been in the meta for a long time. Hoda is just there to get an overpower damage bonus. Rend and Bleed builds are a full joke anyways. And Upheaval has not been meta since the beta of Diablo 4, which was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I don't think we ever played Upheaval DPS, maybe only in leveling.
Core fantasy of being physical and hitting enemies with a big weapon, right?
It's great!
In the past couple seasons, a lot of the meta builds around Barbarian have focused around things like Earthquakes or Dust Devils, which are really cool and fun, but I think we got some feedback that, hey, I don't really feel like I'm hitting enemies with my big weapon.
Man, I'm like 100% of what he says. Like 100%, like big weapon hits here. Like I don't want my, nature magic, earthquake, volcan, tornado to do damage. I want my weapon, hit the monster, do damage. Like very simple, barbarian fantasy. Big weapon, big damage. It just doesn't happen. And the philosophy is great, but the execution just isn't there. At least not on the PTR. It was, for anyone who played it on the PTR, like it didn't hit the mark.
I'm just making a tornado that hits them, which is not
exactly
fulfilling the fantasy that you want out of a barbarian.
Your core skill isn't the cool thing; it's the thing that the core skill spawns.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and that's it's cool that those exist, but we want to make sure we're also catering to that heavy hitter kind of fantasy.
Yes, please.
And so a lot of the updates this season are focused around that. Specifically updates to Double Swing core skill and the Twin Strikes unique to make that a bit more impactful to actually be hitting. Whirlwind as well. That's getting a buff and a rework with Gore's, its unique Gore's Devastating Grips. And then the new unique and legendary this season really talk to Mighty Throw in particular and make that just like the biggest hitting thing. Let's take a look at those uniques and the unique and legendary here. So we've got the Bane of Aja Den. This is a unique glove item. And it says that every 12 seconds, your next Mighty Throw is going to detonate all of its pulses instantly. Normally Mighty Throw like pulses over time. It's going to do them all at once and deal massively increased damage. And that's going to pair up very well with the new legendary aspect of Delayed Extinction, which causes both Mighty Throw and Steel Grasp to gain multiplicative bonus damage rather than cooldown from cooldown reduction. So if you've got cooldown reduction on your gear or on the Bane of Ajaden, for instance, that's not going to actually reduce the cooldown. It's going to be a multiplicative scalar for these skills. And so that now you've got a new problem to solve, right? You can't cast these skills quite as often, but when you do, they're going to hit super hard. And so we've got a video clip of it just deleting a screen. So you walk up to it and they're all gone. One hit, that's all it takes, because you got all these multipliers on your one big hit. But of course, because it doesn't benefit from cooldown reduction, that cooldown is going to be pretty much locked at that 12-second mark. And so you're going to have to find some other way to kind of fill the gap in there. And you've got a new challenge for you.
So it looks cool, but I agree with some people here in the chat. Mighty Throw is not the first playstyle I think when I think Bob. And Mighty Throw has already been meta like 2 seasons ago and the season before that. I'm eating a carrot. Carrot. We're eating a raw carrot. It's good, but it's crunchy. Like, listen. So I'm usually muting when I'm eating. But yeah, anyways, having Mighty Throw is fine, but I don't think it's fun, and I don't think it should be the Bob build to play like for another season. Unpeeled carrot? Wait. Do you peel your carrot? No, I didn't peel it. Dude, it's fine. What do you mean? Do you guys peel? I also don't peel my apple. This is like where all the vitamins are, guys. Like you don't need to peel it. Okay, you don't need to peel it when it's dirty. You just wash it with water. Kulturbanausen, ey. You don't have to peel your carrot, bro. I also don't have time to peel it, man. I just want to eat it. No, you can. I washed it under water. Look, it's not dirty. Maybe a little bit. No, you don't pee on it. But you also don't need to pee it. You also need to peel it. There's no pesticides. I use water. Bro, okay, we're gonna keep watching now, guys. Let me eat my carrot unpeeled.
Your build over.
Herbst has blocked the term foreskin.
I'm hoping to see Belial get decked by this.
Yeah. I think it is possible that you're gonna melt some bosses with some really big hits.
It's a great finishing move.
Oh yeah. All right, let's take a look at the Druid. So for the Druid, I want to talk a little bit about one of the meta builds right now revolves around Cataclysm and kind of snapshotting issues that come up with that. And so for those of you who don't know what snapshotting basically means is for Cataclysm, which is one of their ultimate skills that has a duration.
I'm here enjoying
So you
my
press the
carrot.
button, it summons a storm around you that lasts for some amount of time.
17
And if you get a lot of that cooldown reduction and you can cast Cataclysm a second time.
I mean, Druid is normally, you either deal like no, aka 17 damage, or you deal 7 trillion, like with Stone Bust. Like either it's no, or it's like busted damage.
For the first one expires. Currently, on
I'm
the
going to
live
make a
game,
tier list this weekend.
the
Obviously, I can't do the tier list right now because we don't have the final patch notes. We have to wait until we get the final patch notes, and then it's going to take me 2 to 3 business days. Because we got to actually have to do some calculation, and we have to do like some checking and some testing. I mean, they can't remove all the snapshotting, but they are removing some parts of the snapshot. They talk about it here. Listen.
The second cast of Cataclysm will keep all of the bonuses and like bonus damage effects or guaranteed overpowers or whatever that was affecting the first one. And that was definitely not intended. That is not how we wanted that to work. We didn't want bonuses from one cast kind of instance to carry over to the next cast. Now this can only happen in situations where you get that lot of cooldown, but it was...
Dankeschön, einfach glatt. Grüße gehen raus hier mit der guten, leckeren Karotte. Ungeschält.
Kind of promoting this gameplay where it's very feast or famine. If you successfully kind of snapshot all the buffs, this build is insanely powerful. And if you mess it up or you don't get the snap...
By the way, you could still snapshot on the PTR. They did change 1 or 2 snapshots, but there are still multiple snapshots you still have to do to play the build right. Yeah, but people were saying, how could you eat unpeeled carrot? And I'm like, I mean, just eat it, dude. Like, I wash it. I don't peel it.
Snapshot quite right. You're actually really weak.
Here.
And that led to
I peeled my
unintuitive
banana,
gameplay.
Yes. This
and,
one,
this really,
I didn't eat with peel.
Big divide between the best and the optimal and like kind of the average normal case scenario. So we're addressing that where we don't really want to promote that between 2 different cast snapshotting.
Yeah, we don't like snapshotting in general.
Right, yeah, the kind of snapshotting where you are persisting things between different cast instances or equipping gear and then unequipping it to maintain a bonus. Those are snapshotting things.
Okay, guys, I have a friend who likes to eat raw onions. Like, you know, like how you eat an apple, like you just eat it with the peel and whatever. He eats the onion fucking raw. He just bites into it, man. I mean, I'm getting tears in my eyes just watching him eat an onion raw. No, you don't eat the raw onion, man. Especially if it's like a strong one. Like you cannot eat like raw onions. Like I can't, man. Wasn't it like Quinn or somebody who did this on stream? I swear I saw some streamer trying to eat raw onion. I think it was Quinn, actually. Yeah, but you don't normally eat raw onions. But buddy of mine just does. Raw onions with salt. What the fuck, dude? we can make like, if we make a subathon or something, like eat fucking raw onion, man. Ugh. I did peel the banana, guys, but not the carrot. Like, it's okay. Don't question my eating habits. Yeah, Zwiebel Mettbrötchen, well, that's fantastic. But that's like only a little bit of raw onions, like not a full raw onion. You like, in Germany, guys, we like to eat Mettbrötchen mit Zwiebel. Brötchen mit Zwiebeln. Here. Like this stuff, we actually like to eat. Like here, this like pretty common. This is very good. This is what you can eat if you had a few beers. Yes, if you're like celebrating, I don't know, like, you know, you had a few beers. Like, this is actually very good. This is like raw beef with salt and then like some raw onions. But this is not a full fucking raw onion. This is like cut, fine cut, or like onion rings or something. This is fine. This is like German sushi, yes. Yeah, it's like beef tartare. Yes, this is good. Like, this is really good. But dude, like a raw onion like an apple. Yeah, maybe it's pork. I mean, it can also be beef, but yeah. Mainly it's pork, maybe, okay. Mettbrötchen mit Zwiebel.
This is good, but it's not a raw onion. Like, it's a little bit of raw onion. I mean, you can also eat like raw onion in your salad, but it's not like a full raw onion.
We don't think it promotes healthy gameplay. It's unintuitive in a lot of cases. You need to read a guide and follow an exact checklist to do it.
You still have to do that.
That's not something that we think is good for the game.
Again, the philosophy is good. The execution still needs some work.
There are some cases where, with Cataclysm, giving the bonus to that whole
keep eating my onion and my carrot.
You might say it's kind of snapshots for the duration of Cataclysm, but that's intended, where it says your next cast does something. That's what we want, but we don't want that to persist on to multiple casts or through basically infinitely. So that's one thing that we're adjusting on Druid. But we're also looking at promoting other playstyles as well. We think that build is fun, but there's other ways to play Druid as well. Specifically with Stone Burst, that's the Earth core skill. It was kind of a channeled skill, which from a lot of our channeled skills, they are not allowed to overpower. But with Stone Burst particularly, we have reworked one of its legendary items to allow it to overpower when you detonate it at maximum size, which is really cool and opens up some new build possibilities for Stone Burst. And finally,
I always call it Stone Burst.
Unique Gathlin's Birthright. This is let's take a look at it on screen here. It's in a similar vein to Tempest Roar and Vasily's Prayer, where it is a unique helm that is very transformational. But rather than talking to werewolves or werebear builds, it's talking to human form builds. If you just
I really hope that they're gonna buff like some of this stuff here as well, especially. Was it this one? Yeah, this one needs like a major buff. This one was very, very weak. It looks like very good on paper. You get like 2 key passive from Druid, but it kind of sucked. Why do you peel the banana? Because I don't like to eat the banana peel. It's very different.
You don't
for carrots.
You don't want to embrace the wilds quite as much. You want to stay in your human form. Gathlin's Birthright is going to be the unique helm for you. It says, while you're in human form, critically striking enemies with your nature magic skills will grant you Anima of the Forest for 10 seconds. And when whenever you gain Anima of the Forest, you are infused with bonus key passives, Perfect Storm and Earth and Might. So if you have this and you have another key passive, you could potentially have up to 3 key passives active at once, which is not something we've ever done before in Diablo 4.
That's nutty. And I love that it's on the helm, so if you really want to
make it sound like so overpowered, but it's not really.
Human Druid, which historically, hasn't been as great as like Werewolf, for example, this is the helm for you.
Yeah, this is exactly that. It's in a similar spot as like, hey, this is build defining in the way that Tempest Roar is for werewolves. We want this to be the build defining helm for human form druids. Additionally, aspect of Impending Deluge that empowers your Storm Strike, which is probably pretty useful with this human form nature magic build, which will cause your Storm Strike to deal more and also increase damage that they take from your other skills for a time. I think we've got a picture of this, or a video of this in action, where you've got your Druid, it's got your, you need 200 stacks of Anima of the Forest, which sounds like a lot, but it triggers on every hit. So in most combat situations, you actually stack it up pretty quick. And see, once you get this online, you're going to be empowered with Earth and Might, and with Perfect Storm, and with Nature's Fury. You have all of this power.
And the idea of three passives going at once is the key passives is crazy. Yeah.
And then boss power slapped on top of that too.
Oh yeah, it is a lot when you get this.
It sounds great on paper, but in practice, it was not good. Especially if we compare it to, do I still have this open? Noxious Resonance. Like 3 key passive on Druid. Which one would you rather have? Noxious Resonance with 1,600% damage, or 3 times like 50 or whatever the Druid gets. I don't know, like I'd rather have 1 key passive. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe they buff this.
This empowered state. All right, moving on to one of my favorite classes, the Necromancer.
Here
Necromancer was probably the talk of the current season, season 7, with Bloodwave. I know we've mentioned it a few times on stream. Bloodwave, really good. We've talked about how we're going to look at ultimate scaling, so maybe it won't scale up with that bonus damage, at least not to the same level that it had before. We're going to put a cap on that. We also just think we generally overshot the mark on the unique item, the Kasemi's Legacy, which really, like, you get this item and suddenly you're a god. It just had so much power in one spot. And we like a bit more of that progression that Colin was alluding to before about that 0 to hero journey. And when you have one item that is, you equip it and it's over, like you're as powerful as you ever need to be. That really shortcuts that journey and really makes it feel less satisfying than we want. So we're taking a look.
Leapquake, by the way, did survive. It's like nerfed damage by 3 or something, like damage divided by 3. If you did 100 damage, you're now doing 30. So you're like 3 times weaker. But it's still going to be okay build.
At reducing the power of that unique in particular, as well as some other adjustments to Bloodwave. We do want Bloodwave builds to still be powerful and still be an option if you like that playstyle. We just don't want it to be the S++ tier that it was in the past.
It's going to still be S+.
Additionally, we're taking a look at Blood Lance. This is a core skill that has historically been very good in multi-target, kind of clearing out pit runs or dungeons.
As of now, I think Bloodwave is the 2nd or the 3rd strongest build of the season. Without boss powers, I think it's the strongest. No, Soul Rift Necro got completely nuked.
Situations, but then you run up into a boss, which, hey, we're fighting a lot of bosses this season.
Yeah, we'll be.
And it suddenly falls really flat because its core mechanic is about like arcing damage between enemies, and if there's only one enemy, what are you doing here, right? So with this update to Bloodlance, it's going to still maintain some of that fantasy where it arcs the damage between enemies, but if you're hitting a target who's already lanced, it's going to do a massive amount more damage. So it's much better in single target situations and much more viable for bossing. And finally, the new legendary and unique for this season talks to minions. So let's take a look at Sanguivar, Blade of Zir.
I mean, this item is not good, like at the moment, but minions getting a massive buff, like actually big debuff from Beast Master, 157% X, and this one didn't get nerfed. This one even got buffed. So yeah, minion stuff is eating a lot better, at least. Pretty good, actually.
The unique two-handed sword.
Yeah, but this sword, was it useful at all? Like, okay, I watched a few Necro players, I talked with a few, and everybody said this sword sucks. So, yeah.
So this weapon will empower your
maybe they'll buff it today.
Summons, so your minions and your Army of the Dead to affect enemies with Vampiric Curse. Now, for those of you who played back in Season 2, Vampiric Curse was a mechanic that we introduced in the Season of Blood, where you affect enemies with it, and as you kill them, you kind of collect their soul. And then you can unleash these souls. They kind of run out from you and explode, and it's a really satisfying moment. And we put that on a handful of legendary aspects, but now all of your summons will affect enemies with Vampiric Curse. And you can unleash them with Army of the Dead. And when you do that, the souls from Vampiric Curse...
I mean, this aspect here sounds pretty insane, actually.
And Army of the Dead itself will deal massively increased damage, scaling with how many souls you've collected.
It's huge. I love Minion Necro. It's like my favorite one.
Oh, yeah.
Like, wait, what's up with this aspect, though? Like, it's double damage, and this is on a one-hander. You put this on a two-hander, you get triple damage, plus you get another quadruple damage from the boss power.
This is really cool for Army of the Dead and Minion Necro to just really be that impactful moment of summoning an army of skeletons to just eviscerate the enemies. And additionally, aspect of service and sacrifice. I love playing with this one. This one feels so good to play. Your skeleton warriors explode on death, dealing a massive chunk of physical damage to surrounding enemies.
I don't know.
And to help make sure they die, they lose 25% life per second while in combat. So you're going to be needing to resummon them quite often, but when you do, hey, it's good because they're going to be detonating for this massive chunk at the end. And additionally, while you're resummoning all your warriors, your mages are going to be super tanky. They're going to take 90% less damage and deal massively increased damage. So you're going to have your mages up pretty much all the time, and you're going to be focusing on resummoning the warriors to run in there and explode and do their damage that way.
That's awesome. It's a really clever way to make it feel like you're constantly summoning, and you have your backline of mages just obliterating.
Yeah, it's great. Let's take a look at Sanguivar Blade of Zir in action here. Oh no, sorry. This is actually service and sacrifice.
Okay, I think we can skip this.
So you've got your skeleton warriors, the skirmishers. They run up there, and then here's Blade of Zir, right? You get all.
Problem is like you never see the difficulty and you never see any damage numbers. Like for all we know, this is just normal.
They run up there, and then here's
they all just
Blade of
die in
Zir,
one
right?
shot.
You get all those like skeleton warriors running out. Poison Trap will now also benefit from your combo points if you're using those. It's going to have no cooldown during the inner sight if you're using inner.
And then, man, I maybe it's a me thing, but I just don't like the playstyle of traps. Like traps just don't sound like fun to me. Like you need to you see it here in the playstyle. Like
so, and this is probably my favorite clip here. Let's
look how slow it is. Like you gotta see the monster, place a trap, and then wait. And then wait, and wait, and then the trap explodes.
Right, so you apply Poison Trap, which it's going to throw 2 of them out, and one of its upgrades knocks down enemies, and because it's increased...
So I don't know, like on like a Necro or on a Barb, like you just attack it once and then you keep moving.
Right, so you apply Poison Trap, which it's going to throw 2 of them out, and one of its upgrades knocks down enemies, and because it's increased, it knocks them down for quite a while, and so they just take a little nap in your poison traps. I don't recommend it, but hey,
it's just slow.
If they do, they take a ton of poison damage.
I love the knockdown animation of this kind of enemy.
Yeah,
so good.
This guy just...
I mean, this guy is only Paragon 102, but yeah.
Just falls right
sit down. Lay down, I guess.
His face is in it.
Yeah. His face plants and then succumbs to the poison.
I mean, T2 is actually pretty hard now.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I just don't enjoy traps. Like, it's just not for me.
All right, moving on, we've got our Sorceress. So the Sorceress class definitely is one of the ones currently on Season 7 that I think didn't have any of these real big outlier builds that we'd kind of talked about. Some of the highest highs come from like the Blood Necro or the Druid with the snapshotting Cataclysm. And I think I would definitely want to acknowledge...
I don't really know like why Shred Druid would be good. I think the Spiritborn is just so much stronger, but yeah. I don't know what the Shred Druid really does that makes it good with poison.
That, you know, Sorceress maybe didn't have some of those real outliers this season, and they were...
Like, can you link me a planner, like which one you think is going to be good? Because I don't see why you would want to use Shred. It doesn't really make much sense. Doesn't really have any, like, support stuff. Only the movement speed part. But I think Poison Druid is going to be strong. But I'm not sure if it's going to be Shred. Yeah, but you can use Envenom on any build.
Maybe felt like they were a bit behind of those.
I didn't try
so
Poison
as we talked
Druid.
About with other
maybe
classes,
somebody here did try Poison.
We're definitely looking at bringing those outlier builds down a notch to bring them kind of back to the norm of some of the other builds, so they're not so far ahead.
I know what Envenom is, but like, why is it beneficial with Shred? Like, can't you just play like a generator to attack faster? I don't know. Like, I just don't see why you would use a Shred. I mean, maybe Shred attacks decently fast, but I would just use a generator in AoE or something. Maybe Shred's gonna be, I don't know, like what Poison Druid. Can somebody build a Poison Druid? I mean, the Ashava Plower is busted.
But for Sorceress, we're looking at improving some of the...
maybe they added an ICD, like a cooldown to it, then it's maybe not busted.
The quality of life and some of the interactions between some of their mechanics, like crackling energy, meteors and meteorites, and making sure they scale well with the build. Like crackling energy will now have the shock skill tag, so if you're building up damage for shock skills or some of the other synergies there, those now interact with your crackling energy. And additionally, with Meteor and Meteorites, they're not going to be able to scale with each other's damage, which helps builds just be a bit more cohesive and feel more robustly supported. That being said, I think where Sorceress has been in Season 7 is in terms of like its power progression and the relative strength of its builds amongst each other is more of the closer to the ideal state of where we envision all classes ending up.
So guys, every class is going to be around Sorg level. I mean, Sork has very strong builds, just with snapshots.
We recognize that they are kind of a bit lower than other classes in Season 7, but we're looking at bringing them up a little bit with improved quality of life and build options, and making sure that some of the outlier builds that's really skewing that perception are being brought to be to
bring them close together.
Yeah,
and create some more harmony between the classes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is something that we're actively looking at again to the point of early in the season. If things aren't really performing to the level of our expectation and it doesn't feel good, then those are things that we're going to buff. And Sorceress is a great example of like what we're going to do.
I mean, anything that can make good use of the Ashava power, because the Ashava power is the only boss power that didn't get nerfed, and it not only didn't it get nerfed, it also got buffed.
Yeah, and we want to do that in ways that make. We don't just want to slap on a 50x scaler on Sorceress. We want to make sure that the builds feel cohesive and coherent in a way that makes a lot of sense.
But something like this is needed for ice shards because it just doesn't do enough damage.
And so that's what all the bulk of our focus is for Sork this season. Specifically, I want to talk a little bit about ice shards.
Hope your week is going well.
The new unique is going to be working with here. Let's take a look at the unique, the Hail of Verglass. This is a unique helm that's going to empower your ice shards.
So this one needs like a 0.
To spread out rather than shoot in kind of a straight line, that kind of rapid fire. It's now going to be a spread pattern. You can hit more enemies with it, and you get bonus shards. And you're going to be dealing increased damage for every time an ice shards damages an enemy, and it's going to stack up. So it takes a lot of stacks. You need to be spamming ice shards. You need to be hitting a lot. But once you do, it unleashes a lot.
So I really hope they're gonna buff the Sorceress today, guys. Like they really gotta. Maybe we'll move the Poison Druid down then. I don't even know of a good build, but with the Poison Druid, anyways. But the Rogue should definitely have one. I don't know what the passive is called, but unlimited. Close damage % scaling. Like this one is gonna be crazy. Like the Rogue must have a good build. Like the multipliers just add up. Yeah, let's Is the max? This is like as loud as it gets? The fuck. I'm gonna tune this up a bit. Yeah, I think this is up to date. 15 minutes. Yeah. No, I think the dupe still works. Like I had some people raise concerns that the same dupe method of this season, it was still working on the PTR. I hope they're gonna change it, but I mean, we've like even seen the videos. Like I've like sent the videos as well. It's the same dupe method like in the current season. It still worked on the PTR. Like I got told, like I didn't see this. I just like some guy told me. So I don't know. Like unless they change something, it's still gonna be a dupe season, unfortunately. But it's not as bad as the Spiritborn season because they can dupe everything but items. So items cannot be duplicated. But in season 6, people actually duplicated items. And whenever there's 2 items in the same game, they like disappeared. So that stuff has been fixed. But the gold dupe, the material dupe, like there was like a big rune dupe. I'm not sure, like I got this sent, like it looked like Photoshop. But the rune prices like were kind of like... this looks like fake. So I don't know, like it looks like fake. But this was... Look, I mean, does this look like Photoshop to you? But I think it's hard to say. Because, I mean, he could have just added like 100 in front of the mud. But I think this was like part of the dupe method. Like, I'm not sure. Like, because I don't know. Like, some guy just sent this to me. It looks Photoshopped, but maybe it's not. I mean, I guess you can do this, but... Because there was a bug like where they can like just get the stacks to say this. I mean, the rune prices were ridiculously low. 12,000 backrunes. Yeah, so I mean, like the market gives legitimacy to this. And this method, I don't know how it works, but the guy said this method still works on season 8 PTR. So yeah, it's kind of fucked up. Yeah, but I don't even know, because like I don't know how you get the stacks higher than 50. Like it should not even be possible. So there's not really I can't know how this works. There's no way to replicate, and it's like kind of fucked up because it might still be photoshopped. But yeah. And this guy sent me this on WeChat translation. Like, I mean, obviously this is happening in China. Yeah, I don't know if they can still make. They said it still works. Yeah. He says he got them like this in game. I don't know how the fuck they do it, but you know, some coding. The numbers don't look now. Yeah, it might be Photoshop. That's why I'm not 100% sure if it's. I mean, obviously it's not legitimate, but if it's even real. Yeah, but there were so many bug runes in the economy. It's impossible they were legit. I mean, you know, like a funny story. There's like basically, I mean, you want to call it mafia, whatever. But basically, the main reason these dupes become public is because people, and I don't know this for a fact, what I hear, right? I just explain what I hear. The only reason these dupe methods even come out or become public is because some of the people get upset that other people or networks are undercutting their prices. So they make the duplication method public to like destroy their business, basically, or to destroy the competitors, right? So that's what I hear. I don't know if it's true, but you know, that's out there. Like there's different like networks that do this kind of stuff, then they undercut the prices too much and then they make it public so they can destroy the other people's business. I mean, that's being discussed on the Chinese forums anyways. So it's kind of fucked up, man. Like, obviously, like, don't engage in any of this bullshit. It fucking destroys the game. And, I mean, it's not really all too hard to farm the runes yourself anyways. And it has been gotten better, because in Season 6, they could also duplicate items. And then they, on top of duping and destroying the market, they also scammed people with unpermanent items. I mean, there's many videos about these dupes online. Like whenever I see something, like I keep like sharing it and linking it to, not like publicly, but to the people. But it's not always easy to replicate those dupes, guys, because it's like some bullshit. I don't know if you've ever looked into like how Diablo 2 people duped Stones of Jordans and like all this kind of stuff. I mean, there's like some pretty funky business going on. But yes, every season we have a dupe, and I think, at least according to those guys, the dupe still works. I don't know why Blizzard has such a hard time. I mean, it's not only Blizzard, guys. There's a duplications problem, like we had it in Path of Exile, we have it in World of Warcraft, we had it in Last Epoch, it happened, I mean, okay, in Wolfson there were so many dupes, it was ridiculous. Like, there were so many, like, almost in every game there's dupes, right? Yeah, they duped the Temporalysis in PoE. They fixed it now. I mean, it looks a lot better. Like, they duped the instances, and then they could dupe the Temporalysis. There was never a dupe in World of Warcraft? Wait, what? Okay, I didn't play, but I heard many stories. I mean, maybe it's just rumors, but sweet summer child. There was never a dupe in World of Warcraft, he said with a straight face. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm going bathroom and then this thing starts. But yeah, some people tell me otherwise. There was many dupes. BRB. Yeah, there's legit dupe in Path of Exile. You just use a mirror law. That's the purpose of the item, guys. It dupes an item legitimately. BRB. What's up? 5 minutes, boys. Wait, which sound is annoying? You mean the music? I think the sound's actually kind of fucked up. I might want to watch on Twitch. I think Twitch is also going to be kind of ahead, right? Should be /Diablo. Oh. Diablo. Yeah, this is a bit ahead. I hope we get the patch notes today. It would be kind of disappointing to not get the patch notes today, man. Like, it's already only like 4 days until the season starts. I don't think we kind of want to wait until, you know. That'd be kind of annoying. The leaderboards are coming next year. No leaderboards this year. Yeah, I think the sound here is louder. Like, YouTube stream is like very silent. Wait, where do we go, guys? I think... No, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna stay down here. We're just gonna be small. Like this? That's probably a bit too small. That's fine. Paladin is gonna be in the expansion, most likely. When does the new season start? April 29th. Next Tuesday. 5 days. 5 days, yeah. Smaller is better. Yeah, I mean, I can go even smaller, guys. Smaller is better? That's not what she said. We'll wait for D5. Soon TM, man. Maybe it's sooner than you think. I just gotta remember that. That's what she said.
The fucking office, boys. Yeah, she never said that. She would never. I mean, the guy's just...
That's what she said. That's
what
she said.
The laugh is the best, dude. Not the size of the ball, but the motion in the ocean. Aha. He knows, man. Oh man, I gotta close all this food stuff, dude. It looks way too good. Wait, is this like delayed? 1 minute? It should already start. Like on my clock, it's already 8, boys. That's fine. Usually they do play like some trailer as well. Anyways, 60 seconds. We're probably gonna take some notes, yes? I'm gonna take them in the cheat sheet. Es ist 20 Uhr, meine Freunde. 20 Uhr. We're gonna call it Champfire. I really hope it's gonna be the patch notes today, man. Wait, I live in the future? No, it's like already after. I don't think this is only me. Anyways, doesn't matter. 20 Uhr. We are from the future. I mean, we've waited so long, we can wait another minute. Oh man, patch notes tomorrow. No, that would suck. I mean, it would actually be fine. But I gotta make, like, we gotta make tier list, build guide, leveling practice. Gee. Yeah, you can also go onto YouTube if you like. Oh, they're playing the trailer. Let's go. But I gotta make, we gotta make tier
Hello,
list.
Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 developer update
sound
live.
is not loud
My name is
enough.
Adam Fletcher, community director here for Diablo, and I am joined by some very familiar faces here.
Dude, the sound is not loud. Louder.
I'm Colin Feiner. I'm the design director for systems on Diablo 4.
Hey, I'm Derek Nunez. I'm the lead.
Okay, the
season
sound is
designer
very
for
low.
Season 8 here on Diablo 4.
Hi, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer.
I can fix it on my end.
On Diablo.
Awesome. Well, we have a full crew here today. We're actually going to be talking a ton today about Season 8. I know we had a Season 8 PTR live stream.
How's the sound
a
now?
little bit about some of the same content that was in there just because
It's low there,
some
but
people
I
may have
fixed
not
it in
tuned
my
for
OBS.
that. But it's a quick recap of what Season 8 is. We announced it earlier this week on our blogs and on Diablo4.com. So if you haven't checked out like any of the trailers and stuff like that,
I
most
can't
definitely
really
do
make
so.
it louder,
I'm gonna
guys.
Fight
It's
my earpiece this whole entire stream. I can already tell. So if you see me fidgeting with my ear, I apologize. But
It's
we
on their end.
are also going to talk about
Wait, I can
PTR
make it even
changes
louder, but it's
that are
gonna
coming
fuck up the
to
quality.
Season 8. We got a ton of feedback from the Season 8 PTR, and we want to make sure that we talk through all those specific items with the community. Likewise, we're also going to talk a little bit about some class updates and balance updates and PTR changes based off of that. And Colin's going to walk us through some system updates that are coming in for Diablo 4. We'll do a quick overview on Reliquaries, which is a new system that will start with Season 8 and be permanent going forward. And then, of course, we will round it up with our Q&A. So we'll jump right in, straight into Season 8 content. So Derek, do you want to talk to us a little bit about Season 8 with Belial returning?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Season 8, Belial returns as the continuation of the Age of Hatred, where Mephisto is walking the land of Sanctuary, creating the perfect opportunity that Belial, the Lord of Lies and one of the great evils, has been waiting for to make his resurgence back into the land, to continue his never-ending plan to plunge the denizens of Sanctuary into the realm of lies, where he maintains sole dominance over perceptions of reality. So not a great demon that you want kind of like roaming around Sanctuary, but throughout the course of the season, we'll be meeting a couple of new allies that will be joining our little ragtag group here. So first up is, drumroll, there you go, Saina. On the left here is a retired Visurai mage who beginning of the Season 8 quest line, she kind of clues you into all like the weird happenings that are going on in Sanctuary at this time, and that her suspicions are that Belial's behind it. Spoiler alert, it's called Season 8, Belial Returns, so she ends up being right. Yes, Belial has infiltrated Sanctuary.
I'm actually going to pause you really quickly, Derek.
Oh, sure.
I just want to make sure our production team can hear it, or may be adjusting some volume.
Yeah, the sound needs to go up on their end, guys.
Are not able to hear. So if we're good, okay, we're good. All right, sorry.
Oh, sweet.
Go ahead. There we go.
All right,
it's not
Belial
good.
Returns, if you missed that. Yeah,
I
so
can't
on
fix
the
it
left
more.
here, Saina is a ex-Vigeri mage who clues you into these odd happenings that are going on in Sanctuary, and she suspects that Belial is behind it. Again, kind of spoiler alert, he is, because Belial returns and he's back in Sanctuary. You'll also be getting acquainted with Jarius on the right here, who claims to be a former Cathedral of Light Knight, who kind of throughout the course you find that he's kind of dealing with his own kind of internal struggles and past traumas. So collectively, this ragtag group will be engaging in kind of a cat and mouse chase, race against time, to put a stop to Belial before he's allowed to even regain a single like shred of power back in Sanctuary. For players who know Belial and kind of his past works, from Diablo 3 specifically, Belial likes to work in the shadows and infiltrate society and kind of manipulate, again from behind the scenes. So fans might know already what kind of dangers and turmoil can happen when Belial is even allowed to regain full dominance in Sanctuary. Like in Diablo 3, he overtook the city of Chaldean when he was impersonating Emperor Hakan II. He cast that entire city into economic and political turmoil. He even, kind of exiled the Iron Wolves, the once, kind of highly regarded guardians of Chaldean, into out of the city, rendering them to be the the current exiled, disgraced militia group that they are now in the events of Diablo 4. So if you happen by the Iron Wolf encampment, just give them a pat on the back. It wasn't their fault. It was all Belial's doing. But yeah, that's the high-level overview of kind of the quest line that we'll be embarking on that reintroduces Belial permanently into the world of Sanctuary. And with that, that's all the new stuff that we did not cover in the previous stream, but we have the blog posts out and all that kind of stuff. But I want to cover the stuff that kind of retreads some things that we covered before that went into the PTR and kind of end each segment with the PTR learnings to kind of keep it structured and fresh.
I think they should keep focusing on the new stuff.
Season 8 is the season of bosses, more specifically lair bosses. So through this, we're
this is what they did last
bosses
time.
To the roster,
they just repeated most of the
mechanics and hitting it with a whole bevy of quality of life updates. So again, as a bit of a recap, first and foremost, as far as the new bosses are concerned, we have our buddy Belial here in a supreme form, joining the very tippity top of the lair boss ladder. He's the new, biggest bad ladder, the most toughest, the most rewarding, and he's overlooking the rest of the bosses and also bringing a couple of new buddies to join the party. First up is Urvar from our Vessel of Hatred expansion, where he is joining the bottom rung of the ladder, tier 1 boss, and he's also being joined with the Harbinger of Hatred, who is filling out the second rung of the ladder.
He does.
So again, collectively, we have new boss roster additions of Belial in his supreme form at the top, Harbinger of Hatred just below him, and Urvar kind of guarding the gates on the ground floor. So collectively, these are all the new bosses that are joining, and these are all ones that we actually had in the PTR, so I'm excited to kind of share some updates we've made since then. But that is not it for Belial stuff. We also have Belial in his smaller form, as we might know for players who play the PTR, that he is now kind of haunting and stalking the lair boss ladder just through and through. So again, defeating any of the lair bosses has a percent chance to trigger a surprise small Belial ambush spawn to kind of give you double the loot, double the fun. So yeah, that's again kind of a bit of a recap of the lair boss updates, the rosters that we had to the system, and kind of just want to chat a little bit about some of the PTR findings that we had from that. So again, first up, we had all the bosses in there, and we gathered a bunch of great feedback over kind of just a general tuning. We also updated all of the existing lair bosses with new abilities and whatnot. So I guess the first and foremost, kind of like change that we made since the PTR is just refine the balance on the supreme form of Belial. We had some feedback and also felt it ourselves that he wasn't hitting as hard as he could or kind of representing his proper status on the ladder. So he has been buffed up quite tremendously and also received a few new tricks up his sleeve. Additionally, all of the lair bosses themselves have received, again, refined some of their attack mechanics to cut down on some of the one-shots that we were seeing, and just generally, general balancing to get them more representative of the respective tier that they kind of belong in.
Yeah, we kind of overcorrected on the damage in PTR just to test out. We had removed the stacking debuff that the lair bosses had done, and it was just sort of up to us in terms of what attacks actually applied that debuff, and we felt like it was disrespecting players' defenses. So we stripped that out, but then buffed the damage a little bit too much for PTR, and we've since pulled back on some of the one-shots there.
Yeah. When Season 8 launches proper, all the bosses should be feeling much more appropriate within the respective tiers, and also appropriate for the rewards that they
new stuff,
for the effort that players are putting into that journey to get to the top.
Yeah. Definitely. I think we also sort of took a look at the material tuning and the overall reward of a lot of the lair bosses from the PTR. So in general, we're taking an approach where globally, sort of just across the game, like when you kill elites and things like that, we're bringing the materials, material drops are being reduced, but we're actually buffing the materials from the specific activities that you need to do to actually gain these materials.
Right.
And we're also taking a look, we had taken a look at the boss drops actually in totality from PTR, and we've buffed it. So a good example now is that Supreme Belial is actually going to drop 2 Ancestrals as opposed to the 1 from PTR. And we're just really sort of trying to chase after the philosophy of the bosses are something that you're going to do periodically. It's going to be a big challenge, but they're going to be more rewarding than they were on PTR. And we think that that's a better place to be in as opposed to like the hour-long chain farming that you were doing in the previous seasons of these bosses.
Yeah, we really like encouraging this like diversity of endgame activities where you're doing lots of different activities that feed you into the boss ladder, and then fighting these bosses, taking them down and looting them is really a high moment that you get every once in a while, but it's not something we really want, oh, you're just going to chain bosses nonstop and that's all you do. We really want to encourage that diversity of endgame activities.
Yeah, and just to make the spread a little bit better, if you think about Season 7, you might, for example, want Fists of Fate, so you'd only fight Beast and Ice, and that's the only boss you'd ever do. So what we've done actually, and this was in the PTR, but I just wanted to cover it because I think it's an important note, is now all the bosses half and half split their loot. So half is targeted, half is global. So that means you still have a reason to do all of the bosses. And that just makes experiencing the variety of activities that we have in Diablo 4 just a little bit more rewarding.
I wish they didn't do that
at the end journey of any given activity in the game.
Yeah, and with that, it's a great thing that Belial got buffed up in his drops too, because as we recall, for those who play the PTR, you can actually target farm the specific, mimic the specific lair boss loot that you want him to kind of drop for you.
That's exactly right.
So cool, yeah, that's a bit of a recap and some of the PTR findings, and let's jump into kind of covering the next section here, which is the lair keys. So again, for those who played the PTR, you experienced that we've changed up entirely the full, summoning and reward flow of the lair boss system. So all of the first foremost one is that all of the bosses are now free to summon, and the items that were formerly known as the summoning items to summon them up are now living a new life and role as lair keys. I think we have a bit of a graphic here to kind of show.
Yeah, I really like this change of making the bosses free to summon. It lets you really test your build against these bosses, because we are like ramping the difficulty, right? The initiate layer bosses, a little bit easier to take down, and they definitely ramp up in difficulty as you go up that ladder. And so if you're not sure, like, hey, am I able to take on this boss, get it in the torment tier that you're in, you kind of have to, you can get in there with no investment, right? You're not going to commit your resources and then find out, oh, this boss is way too hard for me. You can go in, you fight them, and then if you're able to take them down, you can use those to unlock the loot. And I think that's just a much better user experience all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of, you know, one of the, again, kind of a reminder here with this nice, very fancy chart, looks gorgeous, is just kind of streamlining how players gain access and kind of climb the ladder. So as we might recall from the PTR, we reduced the total number of layer keys required to open the horde chest that the bosses now drop upon death. From 2 to 1, they stack up to 99, and one of the neat things is kind of like encouraging players engage in a wide variety of bosses. Is all the initiate layer, or I guess initiate tiered layer bosses will not just drop the associated key for the next boss that they're kind of linked to, but they'll also all of them can drop a Stygian stone, which is also living a new world, that it can be crushed to turn into the layer key for any of the greater layer bosses. And again, as I mentioned before, any of the initiate or greater layer bosses has a chance to get the surprise Belial ambush, which is the key to get the Betrayer's Husk to loot his supreme forms, his supreme forms of Horde. So yeah, again, all roads kind of like lead to Belial. And again, kind of this is a recap here. We have the full flow in action that you can just kind of remind yourself here.
I think we got some gameplay, I believe.
There you go. Yeah, so again, here we are with the summoning pedestal. Again, no materials required for the cost. And we're going to summon up the Harbinger of Hatred here. Again, our new Tier 2 layer boss. And we don't want to spoil the mechanics of this really kind of cool fight, but players who played in the PTR got to experience it. And
my ears.
We're just going to jump ahead here to opening up the Horde and getting the loot.
Yeah, and I think something you might notice is that we've actually tuned a lot of the material costs on the chests. So in PTR it was actually 4, now it's 3. So we've reduced the cost of opening the greater layer boss chests.
Is Twitch automatically
acknowledge like this definitely is a nerf to chain farming. That's something that I think has been a result of this change, and frankly I think that's something that feels a little bit more appropriate to the overall game. We didn't like that how you could sort of just drop into any party and get a bunch of uniques for free. We feel like you need to work for some of the loot in Diablo, right? If we don't have you do some challenges and work for things, the reward isn't as sweet, right? It's sort of like walking that fine line between just challenging enough and just rewarding enough that it feels right, and not too slow that it feels like a slog, or not too easy that it just feels pointless. Like, why do we even have this in the game? So to sort of compensate that, that's why we've done a bunch of buffs to the overall loot of these lair bosses from the PTR. So again, like Giga Belial is dropping 2. We've increased the just baseline uniques that drop off of the lair boss hordes, in addition to Belial sometimes showing up and actually doubling your loot. So we think this strikes a better balance for social party play as well as solo players. And overall, we think this is just a better and healthier journey to actually getting to more power. You actually have to work a little bit more for it.
Yeah, you kind of covered in previous, like the a general kind of spread of the PTR updates we've done since, but one of the feedbacks that we got from kind of like the new loop and flow of the Horde and the summoning material was that players felt that there was a bit too long of a delay before they can get back to the boss. So would you like to take the honors of this really cool
update? Sure. So we had this wait time. It was essentially for parties to go back to town and maybe manage their loot. It was about 20 or 30 seconds.
Go back
but
to
20
town?
or 30 seconds in
You
Diablo
can do this anyway.
It's an eternity. So we took it out essentially like how we've mitigated it. Mitigated is if anyone, if the party has all opened the chest, we'll just skip the timer, and that includes solo. So if you just open it up, we'll just skip the timer.
Yes. Why not from the beginning
you're
like
back
this?
to blasting. So
yeah.
I mean, this is like a W wasn't necessary.
The next bit here was the apparition incursions. That again, this is a new seasonal. But everything I just covered there is all the permanent updates to that we're introducing to Diablo 4 within Season 8. But back to some of the seasonal fun stuff. Players who engage in the PTR might recall that we introduced the apparition incursions, which is a fast-paced boss rush event where players will be going through, kind of like blasting through hordes of Belial's apparition monsters to fight through some bosses and kind of ultimately go into a final showdown against him. And I think we have some the footage to check out here with it as kind of a bit of a refresher. So again, this is an open world activity that is pretty much up 24/7. The kind of goal for this is that players would, hop on the train, blast through some bosses, collect some of your first boss powers, and then, fight Belial.
Much appreciated.
But I do want to cover some of the. Again, this is meant to be kind of a very fast-paced, streamlined, simple event.
Boy, that's a new.
That is meant
That's
to
a new
kind
guy.
of mix in with the wider pantheon of level up activities that we have. So I do want to cover some of the PTR updates that we've made since then that should have this sit a bit more cleanly into kind of where it should be fitting within the level of activities. So the first bit from this as far as the PTR is concerned is we've rebalanced the role a bit of the what's it called? The Operation Incursion. All these names. The Operation Incursion. So one of the feedbacks that we got from the PTR was that there was some concern over its long-term reward and whatnot. So the first thing that we've updated since then was introduce a Whisper Bounty now. So every now and again, you get the Whisper Bounty, and that's kind of like a call to action to come back to the boss train and get those whispers. As far as the balancing is concerned, one of the primary roles that we kind of saw in the PTR for the Operation Incursion is one, giving you your first batch of magic grade boss powers, but also earning the Spectral Ash that you need to level them up. So there was definitely some feedback that we felt and received that getting enough Spectral Ash through the Apparition Incursion is a bit of a slog. Like, it requires too much of the player's attention, or time rather, and it just is not representative of the amount of time that we necessarily want players to feel like they have to invest into just playing the Apparition Incursion. So, one, we've reduced the Spectral Ash requirements to upgrade your magic and, I think, rare grade boss powers, so you need less of it. But we've also buffed the amount of Spectral Ash that you get from the lair bosses. So collectively, the goal for this is that when you log into Season 8, the Apparition Incursion is there for kind of the new novelty to get you your powers, kind of get you acclimated to earning Spectral Ash, but it's not necessarily there to dominate your full attention. We want you to engage in the wider pantheon again as level up activities. So we want you to do Apparition Incursions, take a break and do the Hell Tides and Nightmare Dungeons and kind of experience the variety of the content to better set you up for when you enter the Torment tiers, where we're really expecting players to do all the Torment stuff and engage with the lair bosses to really amplify their boss power collections and leveling them up.
Yeah, we really made a lot of these changes from PTR to position it more to help level you pre-Torment, pre-endgame. So we've boosted the XP through the Whispers. We also added XP to the bosses that you'll kill in those events. And we're also, through the combination of lowering the cost of upgrading some of the early boss powers, we really want to position this in a place where it's sort of a fast track through the leveling experience, and it's a place to go.
It's good,
and we
but
want there
I
sort of
would've
to be a
liked it to be
handoff to Torment in the end game, where you, like you said, you have to sort of start to do other activities in the game. Something we saw from Season 7 that we kind of want to address and change for this season to see how it feels is Season 7 headhunts just dominated the entire game from start to finish, and it felt like there wasn't really a transition to an end game or anything more meaningful or wider. The game sort of shrunk, we felt like, instead of growing bigger.
So I think it's fun till it's not.
It's fun till it's not, right? Yeah, and we sort of tuned the reputation and like the sort of headhunt currency that you needed a little bit too aggressively in terms of needing you to actually play through that too much. So we're taking a different step or a different approach here.
Yeah, and that's where the Apparition Incursions are. Like, not definitely not intending for it to kind of dominate your full attention again. It's there as kind of that fun activity to get you going, and also when you do graduate into the Torment tiers, due to the addition of the Whisper bounties on it, you'll pull you back every now and again when it's super valuable for you. All right, cool. So the next bit here is I want to talk about the boss powers that we had into the PTR. Again, as kind of a quick recap here. through the season, early quest beat, you kind of gain the ability to steal the powers of targeted bosses across Sanctuary's content. This is 24 of them in total, starting off with the apparition bosses, then the world bosses, and then the lair bosses, Lilith, and then Belial, who gets 2 powers for himself because it's his season and he wants 2 powers for himself. So who are we to say no to him? But yeah, I think we have some things to kind of recap some of the powers here. So here's the boss power screen, and as kind of a recap here, each of the powers have 2 sides to it, a main and a modifier side. You can slot one main side, which is actually will allow you to do the full expression of that signature move. Whether it be the Lilith Wave Blast or the Duriel Burrow, which we'll probably see in a second here. But you can also, every boss power also has a side B, the modifier side, which allows you to further customize and augment your total expression of, being the boss, essentially. We like to kind of call it customizable, boss powers and stuff. So again, this is the Lilith Wave Blast that you'll get from the first time kill of defeating Lilith. This is the Duriel Burrow, which would be a lot of fun. This one procs off of the Evade, so really fun for kind of the twitchy mobile builds. Also just kind of fun just to see a big bear burrow under the...
sneaky werebears, huh?
Yeah. And this one that's super easy to miss is the Wandering Death Laser Beam.
I don't think they changed it.
I don't see it.
I don't see it at all.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's that little blue line.
But you can't aim it.
Is that closer?
We did. Yeah, that is one of the big groundbreaking updates from the PTR was that we did do some adjustments to the powers, visual effects and whatnot, like bringing the beam a little bit closer so it feels not so detached from the character, especially the melee builds. It kind of felt fine for the casters. That kind of feels like you're shooting beams out from your head. It looks great for those, but some of the melee builds, it kind of felt a little bit disjointed where you're a whirlwind barb and then kind of like a detached beam coming across. We did bring those in, and I think this kind of sets up. We received a ton of feedback about just the general balance of how much of your total player's power expression should be pulled in from the boss powers versus your actual build itself. So this is where I get to hand the...
Yeah, I'd love to talk more about kind of the balancing we saw from these boss powers on the PTR, which is so valuable as developers for us to get that feedback and hear, see players testing these powers and these builds and really letting us know what they feel about it. It's really valuable to have that testing. Specifically in regards to these boss powers, what we really like about introducing new powers every season or in this season is how they really tinker with your build. You say oh hey, I'm playing this style of build and there's this boss power that synergizes really nice with it. It adds a little wrinkle to the way you think about your character season over season, and we love that. That's really cool. One thing that we heard on the PTR for these particular powers is that they were more than just a wrinkle; they were your entire build, right? They were really overshadowing how much damage output you were doing, and you didn't really feel like, oh, I'm a Dance of Knives rogue. You felt like you were a Wandering Death chest beam rogue that also happens to cast Dance of Knives every once in a while.
We want you to be the boss, but not that much.
Maybe not quite that much. It was definitely a little too far on the scale of hey, let's make these powerful and impactful. It's definitely a fine line where we're trying to make sure that you notice them, you feel them, they are an important part of your build, but they're not your entire build. So we definitely swung a little too far there. And so as updates from the PTR, we looked at adjusting the scaling, because these powers scale up in their damage output based on your Paragon level. So the more you're kind of getting up into that late game, you're raising your Paragon level, they're going to be kind of scaling with you because the rest of your damage is going up, and so we're increasing the damage there. On the PTR, they would previously scale with you all the way up to Paragon level 300, which is very difficult to reach. It's a long grind to get up there. Now we're capping them at Paragon 200, which we think is a much more reasonable place to expect players to kind of get to unlock that full expression of power. And even then, we've reduced the scaling amount, so it's not quite as high as it will be. We still expect them to be impactful to your build. We just don't want them to absolutely dominate everything else that you're doing.
Yeah, and this fits better. Like we
Wait, this
sort
is on
set up
top
the
of all the
Paragon in
nerfs they
such a way
did.
where you can get most of what you want around Paragon 200, and the rest is sort of just gravy for people who just really want to push and grind. You're getting core stats, maybe some additive damage. You just wanted to.
What?
Sort
You're
of
not
double
getting
down on
anything
that, 'cause
new.
I think that's something that's really important to us, is making
More-
sure that
it's
you don't
capped
feel
at 200,
obligated to
man.
get to 300, and it's more just sort of a badassery.
Yeah. There were also a few specific powers that we decided to rework based on the way they were playing out on the PTR. Specifically, Andariel's Flaming Skull. The modifier on that one in the previous version was applying many burn effects. It actually made Burning Sorcerer builds way too powerful. I believe something like 40 pit tiers higher than they really should be. We like powerful effects, but 40 pit tiers higher than you would otherwise have was too much. So it's kind of been completely reworked here. It's still very valuable for dot-based builds, those damage over times, but it's just got more multiplicative damage rather than kind of this exponentially growing the way it was before. Similarly with Uravar's Lobbed Bombs, we updated the cooldown reduction on it. Previously, it was granting just a flat amount of cooldown reduction. It says your ultimate was reduced by, I believe it was 5 seconds. As we'll talk about a little bit later, we found that we like that you get to spam your ultimates in some builds. That was just empowering it a little too easily. And so we've adjusted it to be a flat 15% cooldown reduction rather than that like flat amount of 5 seconds off on the ultimates there.
Yeah, and I think the spirit of a lot of this with the changes that we'll dive a little bit into in terms of making Torment a little bit harder and some of the changes to these boss powers is really like, we want progression to feel meaningful and challenging and something that you can work
I don't think they're
towards.
going to be useful.
Really
Maybe
like
with
some
the
of these
exception of
effects
the
just
Ashava
sort of
power.
short circuit that entire journey and you slap it in and then now you're in Torment 4 and the game is done. So it's really about trying to build that satisfying journey to becoming a god. Like,
I think
that
they
you can
overnerfed
become a
most
god
of
in
them,
one-shot stuff, and Diablo's a power fantasy.
Maybe I'm
that's
wrong.
What Diablo needs to do.
But
we
initial
don't
impression
like when it happens
overnerfed.
too frequently. Blink and you miss it.
Yeah, it really cheapens
you don't
the
want any
experience.
damage
If you find one item or one power and like, oh, game's over. Now what do I do? Right? That's we feel like we fail to deliver on that power fantasy if you get it too easily, like you would occasionally get with some of these other effects that we've adjusted.
Definitely.
Cool. Well, I think that wraps it up for Season 8 specific items related to Blaile's return. Derek, I'm going to say thanks to Charles and Colin as well, though I'm actually about to throw it back over to Charles.
Balance
but
now.
Thank you for running us through that.
We
Again,
need
like
changes for
all the
class
changes that
balance.
we're talking about from PTR, and just a reminder on what PTR is. PTR is our public test round. That's something that we do before the actual season. It's an opportunity for people to really test things. It's kind of like our form of like early access, you could say, where people can jump in, they can test specific things, and then we can make changes for when the live season actually hits. So there are going to be additional PTR changes that we're going to be talking about, because we're going to jump into classes again. I'm going to throw it back over to Charles, and Charles will talk a little bit more of all the class changes that are coming with Season 8, and of course, the changes coming from PTR as well.
Yeah, of course. So let's talk about, just to carry on about some of the balancing philosophy around what we're looking at when we do these PTRs, specifically from the class balance side. We're often looking at a lot of the new items, the new builds, and the kind of the reworks that we've done to classes. Whenever we make a new season, we say, hey, we're going to target certain areas and like look at certain play styles of a class and really make sure those are hitting the mark. And so when we're looking at adjusting from the PTR to live, which is what we're going to talk about today, most of the changes are really targeted around the new content that's coming out or the new builds we're trying to target and empower to make sure they're really hitting the mark. That's not to say we don't appreciate feedback about the entire class or any other skill. It's just that given the scope of what we're looking at from a PTR, we're trying to stay really focused on what we think will have the highest impact on the actual seasonal release.
Yeah, and part of this is to sort of respect some of the players.
I would like at least
I
one
know you all enjoy like
new
theory
strong
crafting
build.
and building things up. We kind of want to make sure that that's like a stable thing that you can theory craft before a
Like
season launches. You
whirlwind,
get to see all the new
eye
changes,
shots,
and we're just going to
this
sort
kind
of
of stuff.
fine tune the things that we've already talked about.
Yeah. Absolutely. We don't want to go, hey, here's a PTR, and then completely upheaval everything as we go to launch, right? We're just mainly looking at refining what we kind of set out to do in the season. Of course, what I'm going to be talking about for each class is really just a high-level overview of the adjustments we're making, not every single one in detail. In order to find out all that detail, you're going to have to check out the patch notes, which should be going live later today, right after this stream.
patch notes today.
All right, so let's hop into the first class,
The sound is
which will
so
be
bad,
Barbarian.
Yes, Barbarian.
So for the Barbarian, since the PTR, we really wanted to play up the Barbarian fantasy of hitting enemies with your weapons, right?
Yeah,
Barbarians in the past have done a lot of earthquakes and dust devils, and that's really cool and really fun. But it does lead to a little bit of a disconnect between how the raw physicality of a barbarian. And so with that in mind, Whirlwind in particular was one that was falling behind, and so it's got actually a really massive buff since PTR.
Barbarian?
60% increased base damage, as well as upgrades to one of its upgrades that makes it the bleed that it applies is much more impactful now. And so really, if you're using Whirlwind for Whirlwind's sake, it's going to be much more impactful.
Not enough. Not even close.
Absolutely, it's a really fun build on Barbarian. I just
sounds like double damage.
Hopefully now with all of these buffs, it'll be much closer to being that competitive build.
It's gonna maybe be good for
kind of on the flip side, we've also adjusted Executioner's aspect. This is a legendary that was really good for the Earthquake builds. Was one of the primary scalers there. We have capped the scaling on that. Everyone knows Earthquake Barbarian was really good in Season 7. That's what I personally played. It was a ton of fun. It was awesome. Even on the PTR, after we made some adjustments, it was still kind of above that mark. And we were really hesitant to let the exact same build, exact same playstyle dominate the meta for multiple seasons in a row. We know that's you want variety, and we want to we don't want to like completely kill the build and take it off the map, but we just want to make sure that you don't feel obligated to play the exact same way season over season, because there's so many cool ways of playing classes, and we just want to make sure that that is the case. So with that in mind, we're capping the scaling on that, which should hopefully keep Earthquake builds at an appropriate spot and not as dominant as they have been.
So they nerfed it more.
And of course, we've got some new items coming in the season. These ones were tested on PTR, and we've made some adjustments to them as well, but they mainly target Mighty Throw. We did see that on the PTR. Mighty Throw was very mighty and was led to some really cool clips of people like one-shotting some of our late game bosses, where you build up all your multipliers, Mighty Throw, and just kind of chunks their health total all the way down.
A little too mighty.
Yes, a lot of fun. We love that play style. Just the exact number tuning maybe was a bit high, so we've brought some of that down. But we still think that it's going to be really compelling to play Mighty Throw next season. Let's take a look at some of those items I'm referring to here. You've got the Bane of Ajaden, which is going to, every 12 seconds, you Mighty Throw, and it deals a ton instantly.
Man, Bob got this awesome transmog, but got nerfed to shit.
As well as Aspect of Delayed Extinction. Really,
Cody's laughing, as a song.
Changes up how you think about Mighty Throw. You're no longer reducing its cooldown reduction. You're actually just increasing its damage kind of multiplicatively. And so it really says,
PLS more nerfs, I hate buffs, who wants buff?
It's super hard, and it's ton of fun.
Thanks, man.
So we've got these new items, and so really look forward to seeing how you play with them with Mighty Throw.
Thank you for the $3, man. Appreciate it.
All right, I think we got a little clip of this in action, right? It's just, it's still quite strong against a lot of these smaller enemies. With the triple Mighty Throw here, you're going to clear out the pack pretty darn quick. All right, let's move on to the next class. We've got the Druid. So Druid, the big change here since the PTR is a big buff to Earth and Might. This is the key passive for Earth-based Druids. And in the past, all it did was it granted you a bunch of resource and gave you guaranteed critical strikes. We do know that as you're getting into the late game, you're probably getting close to maxing out your critical strike chance anyway, and so it never really found a lot of footing in late game builds. Because of that, it was kind of redundant with a lot of the problems you're already solving. So now we've added an additional multiplicative damage for your critical strikes when Earth and Might procs. And so we think
if they're not going to nerf
really
Bloodwave again, it's fucked up.
To make it competitive with other key passives.
You're just going to play Necro again.
Additionally, Druid is definitely the class that has struggled the most with early game resource, so we've made a couple adjustments there to just make sure that their early game feels a little bit smoother, some buffs to some of the resource generation. And with the Earth and Might buff, also comes a buff to Gathlin's Birthright. This is the new unique helm that really encourages you to stay in human form. We have some other unique helms that say, hey, be a werewolf all the time, or be a werebear all the time. Human form Druid, the kind of non-shape-shifting one, felt a little bit left out. So we've got this new unique. Let's take a look at it here.
We'll see the patch notes later.
Empowers you while you're in human form. If you're doing nature magic and you get some critical strikes, you're going to build up to Anima of the Forest. And when you do that, it grants you both the Perfect Storm and the Earth and Might key passive for a time. And of course, Earth and Might being buffed up means Gathlin's Birthright is buffed up even more. We also increased the duration of the effect. It previously on the PTR was only 10 seconds, so it had a little bit lower
I don't think it's
uptime,
going to help it
And
either.
we just think going up to 15 seconds means you're in this empowered state a bit more often. And it also stacks up against bosses. We know that fighting bosses is going to be an important part of the season, and so this is just much more usable since the PTR in those situations.
Very appropriate.
And of course, with aspect of impending deluge, we're talking about nature magic skills in human form. Storm Strike fits the bill there, and so this is going to be a nice piece to the puzzle for this style of build moving forward. I think we got a little video clip of Gathlin's Birthright in action. We've got your buff bar with your buffs active as you kind of get into combat and are doing these nature magic critical strikes. You're eventually going to trigger all 3 key passes at once, the one you currently have selected, as well as Earth and Might and the Perfect Storm. That'll really make a strong moment of power. You see all those buffs active on your bar down there. All right, next up we've got the Necromancer. So for Necromancer, the big story of Necro on the PTR, and I guess from last season, was that Bloodwave was pretty good. It was an okay skill. It might have been one of those ones that was kind of short-circuiting the progression into the end game. Maybe a little too good. So on the PTR, we did take several big swings at Bloodwave. We really wanted to make sure that
it was so much
we
better
did not
than
kind of
Earthquake.
repeat that situation. We do think we overswung just a little bit, so there's a little bit of a numeric buff up to Bloodwave just to make sure, because we don't want to completely eviscerate and kill these builds outright.
Be the best by
we want
far
that
again.
to just bring them back to a healthy spot. And so with that, we've kind of compensated Bloodwave a little bit since the PTR.
There's no
One of
way.
the other big changes we made on the PTR was a rework to Bloodlance.
Sora did 105.
Bloodlance was one of our best AoE-based core skills in the past,
Bro, that's
but it
so
was
stupid.
pretty terrible at single target situations.
Necro Rise
and so
again.
we did a little bit of a rework where it
Bloodwave
gained
buff,
some
best
single
build
target
buffed again.
viability at the expense of AoE.
You can't
And we
make
definitely
this shit
think
up.
we swung a little too hard and killed its AoE a little
Well, I
too
gave
much.
plenty of feedback.
So we've caused it to be always spreading, which helps it to ramp up a little bit faster
Guess I'm gonna
in
play
those
support
AoE
buff.
situations.
Lol.
So we think that'll kind of bring it to a more healthy balance compared to where it was in terms of the AoE and single target balance. And finally, we also made Vampiric Curse is now actually a curse. Turns out it's in the name. It just made sense. That's particularly
Well, Necro's
relevant,
eating good.
For the new unique item. We can take a look at that, the Sanguivar Blade of Zir.
Okay, we're going to do 2 Necrometa again.
This is the new unique item in the season that causes your summons, your skeleton warriors and mages and golem, to apply Vampiric Curse to enemies. And by doing that, you're going to stack up this Vampiric Curse effect. And when you cast Army of the Dead, it's going to unleash the Vampiric Curse. We think it's a really cool playstyle. Of course, the curse now interacts with all of your curse effects, like damage to cursed enemies, or when you apply a curse, do a thing. It all works with that. And of course, this item itself was buffed up a few times since the PTR as well. Its multiplicative scalar at the bottom has been increased, as well as some of the affixes on it have gotten some improvements as well to really make sure that this style of play really hits the mark. Additionally, we've got a new legendary aspect, the aspect of service and sacrifice. I really love the playstyle of this. It causes your skeleton warriors to explode on death, and they lose health while in combat. So they kind of are expendable, army fodder, while your mages are a bit more resilient and kind of providing that constant backline. You're summoning these warriors to go run in,
Necro's
run in
looking
and die.
really good.
Provides an interesting little difference in play style.
I don't really know what you're going to do with this.
Was just a little bit under the mark on the PTR, and so we've increased the raw damage output that the skeleton warriors are doing since PTR. I think we got a clip of some of these in action, right? So you got your warriors here, they're running up. Even though they're not taking too many hits, they do eventually die in combat and do a little explosion to clear out. If you stacked up all of your Vampiric Curse, when you cast Army of the Dead, you just get this like chain of these skeletons spawning out from you that run out and also kind of contribute to the damage output of that Army of the Dead. I think it's really cool and adds a bigger moment when you press that Army of the Dead effect. We also got a bit on Bloodlance. I kind of alluded to it earlier here. This is the updated tooltip. It'll now always spread its Lanced effect, that additional debuff that causes its damage to arc to other enemies. On the PTR, it would only spread if you had already lanced them. Now it'll always do it. It's kind of always a 2-target cleave effect. So that should just help with kind of ramping up its damage. And then if you're hitting somebody who already has the debuff, it deals double damage, and that really helps its bossing that single target capabilities.
Necro.
Oh yeah, poke him in the eye many times.
One of his many eyes.
Bloodlance times 2 on bosses.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the clip here real quick, right? So even as you're going into the pack, it's just you're going to get that lance debuff, that like red glow with the kind of arcing lines between enemies. Just going to ramp up that much faster, and really helps you clear out packs just a little bit quicker.
And
than,
Necro also gets
than it was
double,
before.
almost triple damage on all the summon
All right, let's move on to the Rogue. On the Rogue, there are a couple adjustments. One was a change to the way Shadow Clone and its rank 5 upgrade worked. Previously, when you got Shadow Clone to rank 5, when you cast it, it really became a cutthroat skill, which was a little weird and unintuitive in terms of like what did it interact with? Did it count as a cutthroat skill for various effects? We decided to kind of clarify that and just make Shadow Clone always baseline cutthroat skill. Which means anything that your Shadow Clone mimics from you. So if you cast, Penetrating Shot and your Shadow Clone mimics it, the Shadow Clone's version counts as a cutthroat.
We don't know how crazy the execution
for any kind of modifiers or damage bonuses you might have. Just kind of a nice little quality of life there. Death Trap was kind of the big story of Rogue, I think, on the PTR, where Death Trap was really good. It was a little too good. It had a number of reworks come into it, and specifically on Scoundrel's Leather unique, that caused you to teleport to the position where you're throwing your Death Trap, which was really cool and really fun, but ultimately, it meant that the build kind of solved too many problems right away. Just like we had talked about previously with Bloodwave and some other builds, it was a little too easy to do everything. You had damage, you had cooldown reduction, you had teleport and mobility. You pulled in enemies with Death Trap. And so with that in mind,
it was a fun build.
And it was also a little too easy to get to that state where you had 0 cooldown on it.
Yeah, especially with the Ur of Our
I didn't even know it was that
Absolutely.
crazy.
So we talked about the Ur of our bombs and how we're adjusting that away from flat reduction. We also just increased the base cooldown on Death Trap by a little bit and reduced some of its sources of cooldown reduction. We still anticipate once you're really getting into that hyper late game and your build's super optimized, you get the right masterworking and tempers, you're still going to get to that state. It's just going to take a little longer to get there. It's not quite as trivial to be chain spamming that. And also, we have removed the teleport from Scoundrel's Leather when you cast it. That was something that kind of just put it over. It checked too many boxes, and we know that Rogue is already one of our most mobile classes. You've got Dash, you've got Shadow Step, you've got plenty of other ways of moving around the battlefield that we felt like this was a little too much for this build in particular. So we've done a number of things to tune that back, and we think it'll still be a very strong build. We just want to make sure that it doesn't really trivialize the game like it was on the PTR.
Yeah, I'm still going to play this.
Absolutely. It's still going to be a great build, I am sure.
I play.
Oh my god, man, the bomb nerf.
I mean, I have a Rogue tattoo, so it's like it makes sense.
I actually wanted to play bomb guys with this.
But things I did not expect to hear on a stream, but yeah, you can call it. But yeah, I plan on playing Rogue. So
nice. Well, there's also some new items that talk to the other trap in Rogue's kit, Poison Trap, the Bands of Icarus Rose. We can take a look at that here. This is one of the problems with Poison Trap before was that it really struggled to fit into a lot of builds. It didn't really synergize with a lot of your effects like combo points or your other class mechanics. And so now with the new unique, Poison Trap is going to deal all of its damage kind of up front, right over the first 3 seconds rather than a long 9-second duration. So you really get much higher DPS. Benefits from its upgrades, which are even more empowered, and it benefits from all of your class mechanics, your combo points, inner sight, or preparation. So if you're playing Poison Trap, this is just like really makes it a marquee skill.
Actually, yeah.
And I'm really excited to see the kind of builds that emerge with this new unique.
Double res, bro.
Similarly, the legendary aspect of contamination adds a little bit of an extra burst to it, which can increase your poison damage and rewards you for building up a more critical strike chance. I think we've got a clip of this in action
no
as
way they
well.
buffed the blood
And this is like
back,
probably my
Cody.
favorite clip in here because
way.
you just kind of put the enemy to sleep. He just falls down and stays down because one of the upgrades on
At least
Poison
they go to
Trap
save
knocks
the
down an
sword
enemy.
now.
And with Bands of Icarus Rose, it's going to increase that knockdown timer. It's going to double that knockdown timer.
I wanted to play Bob,
and so
guys,
it can
but
really,
I don't think I will.
really put enemies to sleep. And if you got enough DPS, you're going to shred right through them. All right, let's move on to the sorcerers. On the sorceress, there's a number of bigger changes here. The biggest one probably being the rework to Avalanche, which was one of the key passives that talked to frost skills. Previously, it was a lucky hit effect that would give you a free cast. We did not really find that super compelling or super empowering. So we'll take a look at that in just a moment. The new reworked version. We also smoothed out Familiar, the Conjuration skill. We smoothed out its animation quite a bit. There's a lot of feedback, which was around it. It just didn't feel right to press. The game feel there. You know, you press the button, you're like, it took too long to come out. Your character was kind of rooted in place for a little too long. So we sped that up a little bit, so it feels much smoother to weave into your play style.
Yeah, it felt really sticky with the amount of charges we gave you too. You
The
start with
teleport
3,
was
you're just sort of
bad,
stuck
no,
there.
Yeah, you're like, I want to cast all 3, but then it was like, I felt like I was just being rooted in place to cast the skill. So we've definitely updated that. And of course, the new items are talking about ice shards quite a bit, and so we'll take a look at that in a moment. First, let's look at the Avalanche rework. This has kind of been simplified down a little bit with previous lucky hit and some bonus casts. Now it's just going to always affect all of your frost skills. They're going to cost less mana and deal increased damage. And then if you apply vulnerable to the enemies, you're going to get even more bonus. And so this is really just right along the lines of what frost skills wants to be doing. It's really looking to when you had like some of the complexity in the previous version of Avalanche. We didn't really feel like it added that much to the gameplay, and so we looked at where we can just empower the build, simplify it a little bit in terms of gameplay, because we didn't really feel like the old version was.
There's double
really
damage. I don't know what it does right now.
Yeah, it's also true frost and true cold, which we haven't really seen too much of.
Right,
Basically
absolutely.
double damage. It's decent.
Next, we got the new items, the Hail of Verglass. This is the new unique helm that is really potent for your Ice Shards build. Ice Shards are going to be spreading out and dealing a spread of damage rather than just a single straight line. It kind of helps with its AoE potential. You do more damage if you're hitting them with multiple Ice Shards, and of course you get even more. So really an interesting way to update the playstyle there. And Shivering Aspect is going to give you some more multiplicative damage based on how much you're chilling enemies, once again, playing into the cold builds, but also by how much you've staggered
The problem
a
is
boss.
Ice Shot doesn't have enough
We know
damage
that this has been a pain point across all of the classes where some of these bonuses to crowd-controlled enemies don't work on bosses. And of course, being Belial's Return with the Season of Bosses, we really want to make sure that many of these effects do in fact work against boss fights in a way that just makes sense, rather than feeling like, oh, I'm a crowd control based build. Now I'm suddenly I lose out on so many of these bonuses against bosses. We don't really want that to be the case. That's not the kind of play style we want to encourage, where you feel punished for taking on bosses. And so many effects like Shivering Aspect do work against bosses in addition to crowd controlled kind of normal enemies. And we've also got just a side-by-side comparison of familiars. So on the left, we got before. You can see how long it kind of takes you to cast all 3, and then to get moving afterwards. And on the right, the after version, much faster, much snappier animation, and you can get on the move and continue on with combat that much quicker. It's going to feel a lot better to play.
He's so stupid.
All right, and the final class, we've got the Spiritborn. So the Spiritborn, probably the biggest thing that we've updated since the PTR was a bug fix on the unyielding hits aspect. This is one of the most popular legendary aspects that Spiritborn players have been using. It increases your weapon damage, like your weapon like raw damage just goes up. And so you would think, hey, that increases all of my damage output because everything is kind of based on your weapon. That was true for most cases, but there was a few interactions where it wasn't properly working, notably with the Eagle Spirit Haul bonus that would throw out the Quill Volley Feathers. and also with the new unique, the Sunbird's Gorget. It was not properly working there. So now it will be working. Now it's a really powerful multiplier to work into those builds, and we think that's going to help quite a bit to make sure those builds are competitive. We've also heard the feedback that basic skill builds have not really hit the mark, and so Sepizontek, that's the unique that really empowers those basic builds. We've given some numeric buffs there just to make sure that just give them that little bit of a bump to bring them up to par. And finally, wanted to highlight those new items and reworks that we were talking about, the Sunbird's Gorget. Let's take a look at this new unique amulet. This is really cool. It promotes a very alternative playstyle where you're all about spawning storm feathers, and as you pick them up, you spawn this firestorm around you that grows and intensifies the more storm feathers you pick up. So you really want to be spawning a bunch of them and then moving around and collecting them up. And it deals more damage, it grows in size, and the storm feathers and the firestorm benefit from all of your skill tags, all of your jaguar skills, your eagle skills, and the storm feather tag. Really a very cool alternative playstyle here. Rather than just casting basic or core skills, you're focusing on storm feathers instead. Additionally, we've got a new aspect to buff up the Rushing Claw skill, which really struggled to find its place. We've also got a little bit of a rework to Rushing Claw, some of its upgrades that we'll show in a moment. First, let's take a video clip on the Sunbirds here. Right, you got your line of storm feathers all in a row. You go and you pick them up. And you get this cool little firestorm round.
Bloodwave Necro, guys. Let's go.
And the more you pick up, the more you spawn, the stronger and bigger it gets up to a cap. And it can really help with kind of that AoE damage to clear out packs.
Buff, dude.
I alluded a little bit to the Rushing Claw rework. So we've got the 2 upgrades on the skill tree. We've got Invasive Rushing Claw. This is what was probably the most popular one that was previously being used, where when you run out of charges of it, you will consume 4 stacks of Ferocity to kind of refresh the charges. In this case, you're kind of constantly spamming this button over and over again.
But Necro Spirit
really like
looking very good.
Your primary skill of your build. Now there's an alternative playstyle with Poised Rushing Claw, which gives it much increased maximum charges, but when you cast it, it does consume all of those charges.
There is an aspect
so those charges
that
are no longer how
the
many times can I cast the skill. It's really kind of a stacking damage multiplier, is how many charges. So if you have cooldown reduction or ways of reducing your cooldown, you're actually stacking up damage on a Rushing Claw, and it's going to hit a much larger area. So let's take a look. We've got Poised Rushing Claw here. This is the one big hit, right? It hits 3 times the area, clears right through a pack, but you can't hit it that often. Alternatively, you've got Invasive Rushing Claws, which lets you kind of slice through the pack. You constantly have this available to you as it refreshes its cooldown, or you save up for this one big moment. So really interesting, 2 different ways of playing the skill now.
Yeah, I love when we're able to actually do that, where a skill can actually function in a completely different way. I think that's some of the best work that we have on our skills.
Yeah, absolutely. I love just giving you alternative ways of playing it, like the same base.
I can show you the video
effect,
later.
But just really recontextualizing what you're looking for in itemization or in other legendary effects, or just in moment-to-moment gameplay. I think that's where some of our best best gameplay comes out.
Yeah, this would probably be my initial ranking, but
awesome.
I'm not sure.
Well, thank you, Charles, for walking us through all the class changes that are coming with Season 8, and of course the PTR changes that we kind of went over a few of them really quickly here. Again, everyone will be able to see this earpiece.
I don't know if Sorg or Bob is
it's fallen off like 10 times, and when the camera's been on, there it goes. I'm going to fish for it for like 10 minutes. It's just gone. You can check out the patch notes immediately after the stream. We'll have
maybe
it on
there's some surprises there.
And that is pretty extensive. It goes through every single thing that we've talked about, plus more that we couldn't fit into the stream because we'd probably keep you here for 8 hours if we just went over all the patch notes specifically. So make sure to check that out. Of course, with a new season comes a lot of changes that are coming within the systems as well. And so, Colin, do you want to walk us through some of the big changes that we have coming?
Yeah, we cherry-picked some things just to keep it quick. So I'd love to jump into the next slide, which definitely wasn't adjusted, but that's okay. I remember some of the things. We removed Conduit Shrine just for the season. We heard feedback that maybe it wasn't the greatest of shrines in previous seasons. It was actually a tease.
They removed it.
It's just screwing you over. So we're just taking it up.
It's not really a shrine.
Yeah, it's not really a powerful thing.
And it's
what
gone.
if you just couldn't cast your skills
like
for 15
this.
seconds? We removed it. We're going to take it offline. We're going to rework it into something more powerful and better. So look forward to that in the future. future.
Conduit
We
is
also brought
gone.
back the ancestral Whisper
Finally.
caches from season 7. This is just sort of an example of things that we're trying to
go,
pull
it's
in
gone.
from previous
Look at-
seasons that we think are working really well.
You
I think it's
can't
going to
fix
pair
it.
nicely with the apparition
Remove it.
incursion whispers, so sometimes you're going to get a really badass cache out of it.
Man, they could have just
Oboe
copy-pasted
Gambler.
D3 Conduit.
What does that mean? So we've buffed the shit out of
Bob
the Oboe Gambler.
gone,
So
sword
generally
gone,
in
Conduit
Torment
gone.
Plus, when you buy an entire inventory full of loot from the Gambler, at least generally one of them should be ancestral, sometimes more. So it's going to be mostly legendaries that actually come out of the Opals. So I think it's going to be a pretty massive buff.
yeah,
The
big
second
Opal
thing that's not listed here is that we've also made leveling glyphs easier from the PTR. So now you can actually level glyphs at like a 50 pit tier deficit. It's just out of chance. So if you're not able to get the pit tier 100, you're still able to grind through and eventually level those glyphs up. We think that this just is a little bit more forgiving, and it makes sure that like you don't necessarily have to play an S tier build to actually level up those glyphs all the way. You just
that's
gonna
cool.
take longer.
Nice.
And then the second thing, or
That's
I
the
keep saying the
massive
second
W.
thing, the other thing that we've done is we actually didn't talk about this in the PTR, but we changed tempering, and I just wanted to say because I think it's amazing. Tempering will remember the recipe now, so you're able to just sort of hit it.
Nice.
I
Instead
think
of
that's
searching through the list and then like going
Yeah,
back over
yeah.
every single time.
Yeah, it was another Bilalism. Yeah. He wanted you to go through the flow again. We've made that a lot better. So I think like that covers a lot of the sort of cherry-picked cool things that I thought was worth talking about.
Yeah, most definitely. And then I know we have some other big changes that are coming. Maybe this is the second thing again. That we're doing. That are
I
coming.
remember the second thing, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I totally forgot to put this on there. So in the PTR, we took some pretty big swings on leveling progression and torment progression. And I just want to sort of rehash what you're saying, which is the PTR is a place to test. It's a place to test. We might put things in that we're not necessarily committed to because we want to test it.
Okay.
So your feedback is super valuable. It's a discussion always, right, with the community and the players. We ourselves play the PTRs to feel things out. It's a really good place for us to do that because we're able to play with some of you all. So, might be me on the other side of the screen griefing you or something. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. So I think one of the things we did is tone back the leveling speed reduction. So it's a little bit slower, but it's not as slow as it was in the PTR. We just want to sort of smooth out that leveling experience. It's not really that big of a difference in terms of Season 8. And the other thing we did also change is the Torment and Pit scaling. So we've nerfed that from what it was on PTR, but it's still a little bit stronger than it was on Season 7. Again, really, this is sort of us trying to find the sweet spot of introducing a bunch of new seasonal power. We also want to make sure Torment progression feels as good as it did in Season 6, where you sort of have this like journey and sort of challenge that you need to face to overcome. We think unlocking that power and progressing through our game just is that much sweeter when you hit that sweet spot of actually having to work for some of this stuff.
So what does that
So
mean?
we paired it back. You can think about it as Torment 1 is about a pit tier harder than Season 7, and Torment 4 is about 6 to 7 pit tiers harder than it was on Season
Wait, they had it
7,
at 10
coming
on
in
1.
Season 8. So we have paired back. Feedback was super helpful. I know everyone was losing their minds that we made the game doubly hard. That's just sort of how we balance things on the PTR, is we either double or half it. It just helps us sort of lock in a good middle ground. We also find that if we buff it like 10%, it's like, did we even change anything?
Negligible, you don't know.
Yeah, and we don't want to sort of take
I don't
an
think we
approach
would
where
even
like
notice that
stealthily
then.
make the game harder over 3 seasons. So we just want to sort of figure out a good middle ground. So that was the second thing.
That was the second thing. And so the other second thing is we have some big changes that are coming to the season journey as well. And I know you wanted to talk about some of that.
Yeah, so with the changes that we'll talk about after this, with the introduction of Reliquary, we've actually taken an opportunity to separate out the season's journey from the Battle Pass. So that also means all of the ashes that you would earn have been taken out of the Battle Pass. You no longer sort of have this complicated system where you're doing the season's journey to earn favor, to then progress the Battle Pass, to then try and get your ashes, but those are level locked. It was just too many things. So we've taken it out. Now it's very clear. And I think the season's journey is going to feel a lot more rewarding in that now all the ashes are earned through the season's journey. We also have individual rewards for each objective within a chapter. And we've also just refreshed the UI, so we're able to compact and sort of consolidate some of the objectives into a really clear sort of singular objective. You'll notice, like, if you put on your glasses, I have to like lean in to actually read some of these things. But you'll notice that some of these objectives have sub-objectives, and it just sort of better encapsulates what we are asking you to do. So I think this is going to be a pretty big win for the overall system. It lets us evolve it a little bit more now that it's detached from the Battle Pass. And I think it's just overall a much cleaner and rewarding experience.
Yeah, most definitely. I know that the season's blessings being moved into season journey and like being less complicated when it was in the battle pass was a big thing we've heard from some players, because I know there's points where we actually had moments where sometimes maybe a player would end up getting a season blessing or so just buying like an accelerator or whatever. So this now completely detaches it from it, which is a really big thing that we wanted to hit on, especially with feedback from players. So thank you, Colin, for walking us through. There's more changes in the patch notes that Colin hit on here. So again, check them out afterwards. But one thing we did want to talk about, and this is kind of alluding to what Colin was talking about beforehand with the season journey, is the reliquary itself. Reliquary, if you guys actually read the blog earlier this week for Season 8, the reliquary is a brand new system that is being added into Diablo 4. It actually starts with Season 8 specifically and will be in seasons going forward. But this is kind of a change to the whole entire Battle Pass system. It gives players a lot more control, a little bit more choice on exactly rewards that they want. Plus, it gives more variety in the actual rewards that they're going to be getting. I was not. We actually have a video for the reliquary. Funny enough, I was not planning on hosting today. Marcus is actually out sick today, so get well, Marcus. Have a smoothie. So I am hosting, and Marcus was supposed to throw to this video, which is done by myself. So I will be throwing it to myself to talk a little bit more about reliquaries, so you guys get a little bit of a better understanding of what the new system is. Hi everyone, I'm thrilled to share the exciting changes coming to Season 8 Belial's Return with the Reliquary system.
Good music.
This refresh of the Battle Pass system puts choice at the forefront, allowing you to select the order in which you unlock rewards from different catalogs. You alone will determine how to spend the favor you earn from slaying demons and completing quests in both seasonal and eternal realms, picking rewards that speak most to your character's fantasy. Now we're going to look at the features of the system, how to unlock rewards from it, and what you can expect to find in each reliquary. In the Battle Pass reliquaries, you will find individual catalogs you can earn rewards from, each one being a reliquary. With the launch of the upcoming season, Belial's Return, you will have these Battle Pass reliquary options: Belial's Return, Weapons, Beasts, and Armor. Each reliquary contains cosmetic rewards to customize your Wanderer. To earn these rewards, players will need to acquire Favor, which is gained by killing monsters and completing quests. Each time you fill a bar, you acquire 1 Favor token. You can hold up to 99 Favor tokens at a time and must spend some before you're able to earn more. Also note that up to 99 Favor tokens do carry over from season to season if you don't spend it, giving you a head start on next season's reliquaries.
That's cool.
Let's dive a little deeper by checking out Belial's Return, a Battle Pass reliquary available for everyone on season launch. Here you will choose the order in which rewards are unlocked.
So this is
items
free.
in a reliquary can be claimed in whatever order you desire, and you can claim items for any reliquary while it's available. So if you want this badass Celestian mount before the Star-Crossed Path Town portal, the power of choice is in your hand. You may have noticed one item in the above reliquary has a star icon on it. This is a bonus reward. These rewards are automatically unlocked once you have claimed all other items in the specific reliquary using Favor. Bonus rewards are just that, a bonus, and don't require Favor to claim. Remember to claim them as soon as they are unlocked. Wanderers who complete all Battle Pass reliquaries will receive the pieces needed to arm themselves in the menacing Guise of the Deceiver armor set. There will be 2 Battle Pass bundle options for players. The Premium Battle Pass bundle unlocks all the Deluxe Battle Pass reliquaries at a discount, while the Deluxe Battle Pass bundle gives instant access to the bonus armor set and 2 additional rewards you won't find in
they
other
look sick.
reliquaries.
I wish they would just show how much money it costs.
Lastly, reliquaries introduce the ability for us to now create unique tie-ins for future events and IP collaborations. These are completely separate from the Battle Pass, and we're looking forward to creating special moments for all players out there. Let's go through our first example with our Diablo and Berserk collaboration coming soon. Our first collab reliquary will have a unique currency that players can acquire in-game called Behelots. This will roll out in early May, and we're looking forward to you gathering and earning Berserk-themed cosmetics. Events will generally be available for shorter periods of time, so you should check on this tab every now and then. Reliquaries launch with Season 8 Belial's Return. For more details, check out our Reliquary System section in the official Season 8 blog. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you all in
That's my face
Sanctuary.
reading Bob nerves.
Even though
Thanks,
Necro is
Adam.
like 10 times stronger.
For the update on reliquaries,
Buff the Necro.
it's very odd seeing myself
Duh.
on camera and having cut myself to myself for reliquaries. But if you want to learn more about reliquaries itself, we do have a pretty deep dive on it in our Season 8 blog, which was posted on Monday. So just go to Diablo4.com. You can check out reliquaries. We're going to hear how reliquaries feels with people when they jump into the game on Season 8. So let us know, like, jump in, try it out, see how it works out, and provide feedback, because we're always open to hearing about more related to anything related to Diablo 4. That's what I meant to say. So next up, one thing that we did want to talk about, and this kind of actually ties back into what I was talking about on the video, which is our first IP collab. This is something that we teased last week and we announced earlier this week that we're super stoked about, and this is the Berserk Diablo collab. It's kind of like the collab that is like a match made in hell. Just because if you're a fan of Berserk, you probably know how well that melds in with the Diablo universe. So it's really, really cool. This is actually launching on May 6th. And again, it has an event reliquary with some cosmetics that are associated with it, as you guys saw in the video. And some of them are really, really cool. There's a ton of cool stuff for people to actually collect and of course grab. And some of the items in the event reliquary that I mentioned on the video are here, like including gear, banners for your actual character, markings on your character as well. And then there's other cosmetics available that will be available in the shop that are really, really cool as well, that are throwbacks essentially to Berserk, which I believe we have here. We got one, I know, for the Necromancer, the Barb, and the Rogue. These look absolutely sick, that Necromancer.
Oh, the Barb one, man. It looks so good, but it's so weak.
Really, really cool. And then one other thing is, this is disturbing, but also awesome. And I'm going to butcher the name. This is Chimimoro? Chimimoro? Yeah, Chimimoro from Berserk. Funny enough, a really popular character that doesn't appear much in the Berserk manga. But we also nickname him the Schnoz, is a pet that will also be available in Diablo 4 with the Berserk Diablo collab. It's adorable. It's disturbing.
Don't you just want to pick it?
And yeah, you want to pick the schnoz nose thing. It does actually have an animation where the booger is running out of the nose, which is even more adorable.
His name is Chimimoro.
Chimimoro.
Or
Wuru.
No, we're butchering.
Now we're butchering.
It's fine.
But yes. So this is part of the Berserk Club. This is going to be running from May 6th through June 3rd. So make sure to actually check it out. So it'll be a little bit after the start of Season 8, because Season 8 will be starting on April 29th.
Let's go.
One other thing that we did want to also call out is that Twitch drops are coming back for Season 8. We actually have a new weapon that will be available, and that will be from April 29th through May 13th. You essentially just have to watch 3 hours on any person that is streaming Diablo 4 during those time periods. And
Right here, my
that
friends.
Twitch drops enabled and your account's all connected and everything like that. And you'll end up getting a new weapon cosmetic, which is really cool, and we'll show it here in a second. Separately, we do have a support a streamer program that is going on that is also tied with Berserk, but this is the weapon here. It's the Marrow of the Brutes. It's a two-handed sword. Looks really sick. Super stoked for this one. And then we have a support a streamer. This one is a gift or purchase just one sub to any content creator that is streaming Diablo 4 between May 6th and June 3rd. This is between the Berserk timelines. And you'll get this cool mount trophy, which is the Skull Behelit mount trophy that will be available May 6th through June 3rd. So Twitch Drops is coming back for the start of Season 8, and then we'll have a support a streamer that will start with the Berserk collab. So a lot of cool stuff that is coming up, and that's all the content that we have here. I know, as we always do for every single stream, we do go into a Q&A.
Those skins be free, at least the first one.
So I know we do want to talk about a few items within the Q&A. So if you're on Twitch... it's one of those days, everyone. Throwing to myself, squeaky voices, earpiece doesn't stand, stuff like that. Chimimoro. But if you do have questions in chat, make sure to ask them on Twitch. We have chat enabled there. We'll be taking them. There's a few things I know as we wait on questions kind of kicking in. And there goes the earpiece. There needs to be like a compilation of like the earpiece falling out of my ear this whole entire broadcast. But a few things that we did want to talk about. One was we had a roadmap that came out earlier this month that players actually saw. And something that, Colin and you and I have been talking about is a lot of players were they saw it and they're going like, hey, is this it? Is this all you guys have on the roadmap? And it's something that we just kind of wanted to reiterate that, we do plan on actually making updates to the roadmap as we progress through the timeline. And then, as we get further down the timeline, there are things that, will become more clear that we'll be updating within these updates that I think players are really hopeful to see. We've heard from some of the feedback, and some of those things I know we had chatted about were really around.
Obviously, there's more stuff coming.
Like some things around skill trees.
But
like,
it was
are we
still
planning on doing updates to skill trees? Are there any updates to like additional end game features? And I know you and I had chatted a little bit about it.
Yeah, we chat like every day, right? You call me up at 9
don't think that was really the problem.
I'm just like just eating dinner, just wanted to chat with Colin.
Yeah. And I'm like, let me wrap up this nightmare dungeon out. Yeah, let's talk about it. So I think like something that we can talk about is the skill tree is something that we are definitely looking at in terms of doing some sort of major updates to.
Skill tree updates.
We also
are
taking a look at aspects because aspect skill tree sort of very similar in the same space. It is a lot of moving parts, so we want to get it right. So it is a pretty major thing that we need to take our time on and need to work through so it hits the players at a really high quality bar. So there are lots of things like that we are talking about and we're having conversations about. So really the roadmap to us is more just a starting point to help sort of flesh out and
hopefully
sort of continue the discussion with you all on like how we're building Diablo 4.
Exactly, and as we progress through the timeline itself and we update the roadmap, some of these things that we just talked about here will be populated in there, and you guys will see exactly when those will end up landing. So really looking forward to updating that and keeping that updated for everyone out there so you guys have better clarity on exactly what's to come for Diablo 4. And there's a ton more to come, which we're super stoked about. Separately, I know that the seasons themselves have been a big topic amongst players because for us, I think seasons has always been kind of a opportunity for us to really change Diablo 4 and learn more and more about what players really enjoy. We saw that with past seasons where we've brought back things like Malignant Rings. We brought back things like Vampiric Powers. We even saw that in this stream where we're bringing back some of those the Whisper Ancestral caches and everything like that. And so I know we talked about opportunities, I think, for the community to really provide some feedback over to us of like, what are some of those things that you guys really enjoy? Because we most definitely want to hear you guys out, see what we can do to maybe reintroducing some of those things to kind of keep things like fresh for players.
Yeah, it's really like we look to sort of you all to help inform what are the things that are working really well. We also play the game a lot, and we sort of like testing out things in seasons to bring back. I think a really great example of this is if you remember all the way back in season 2, which is kind of crazy. It's like over a year now. We learned a lot with the sort of Blood Harvest, right? And we took a lot of those learnings and put it into Helltide in season 4. Yep. So there's a lot of different ways that it sort of manifests itself in terms of us evolving Diablo 4 over time, bringing things back. We just want to make sure we bring it back in a way that services the overall game and just helps level up the entire game. We just want to make sure that we don't necessarily bring things back that disrupt the fun of the game or sort of ruin the experience. So it's a fine balance on like what can we bring in. We want to make sure that we're doing it right. Seasons is a way for us to really test out some crazy stuff where we're okay with things breaking. Like I think Boss Powers is a great example of like, yeah, it's going to definitely disrupt the balance of the game. What are some of the things that we might actually want to pull in or learn from this? So we're always talking about it, and we would love to hear from you on sort of what you think is working really well.
Yeah, because once we hear back from you guys, it gives us the opportunity to really just like take that, learn, and really start building upon that. Like maybe, for instance, a great example I think is like Abattoir Azir. Abattoir Azir was a great learning point from us where it essentially evolved into what we now have as the Pit, which is really cool to see. So let us know. We most definitely want to keep learning and growing from some of these seasons as they progress and give us the feedback of what you guys want to kind of see coming back into Diablo 4 to keep things dynamic and fresh for everyone out there.
But I prefer AOZ.
So we're gonna now jump into after I ignored this, please update your computer. We're going to jump into questions. So if you have questions, again, just feel free to drop them into Twitch chat. We'll try to get through as many as possible. We have a question from Tralamaza that says, are boss keys still tradable?
Yes.
So players can still trade those, even with all the changes to lair bosses and everything like that. You most definitely can. I
actually think I just want to talk about it a little bit because I think it's actually interesting now that the keys are going to be drained from the economy much faster now that everyone has to pay their share. I think the key economy trading-wise is actually going to be a little bit more interesting and that they're worth a little bit more. I also think it just works well if you're playing at a party and someone's missing out on a couple of keys, you can trade it to them. So it still sort of maintains that sort of social element where if you and I are playing and you're missing out on some keys, I can give it to you. You might trade me some. So it all still works.
I mean, hopefully they address
the more players in your party still amplifies the reward of the boss that it gives you too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Why so Blue Panda Bear? I don't know why you're so Blue Panda Bear. Are you still planning on doing immediate fixes for classes that are too OP instead of waiting until
good question
patch?
Yeah, that's definitely our shifted philosophy that we talked about on the PTR live stream a while back, where we're really looking at that first week or two right after launch. So really next week and the week after, we're going to be taking a big focus on looking for those really big outlier builds, those ones that are really maybe shortcutting the progression of the game or kind of blowing out the powers that we expect. And looking to make rapid reaction. It's always in the interest of respecting players' time. We don't want it to last too long and then we nerf it later and you feel bad that, hey, I invested so much time in this. We really want to be rapid in our response to that. With that being said, we are going to be kind of measured in that response. We don't want, if something is just strong, if it's like, hey, this is a strong build, I'm able to do the game. We're not going to just come in and nerf anything that is strong. We're really focusing on the big outliers, both on the high end and on the low end. If something is dramatically underperforming, we'll look to make rapid reaction there as well. But it's all about making sure that
we can kind of tell a bit beforehand that Bloodwave is too strong and Ice Shots
get that
and Whirlwind
sooner this season and all seasons moving forward.
Yeah, again, it's about taking something that's like S plus to S, right? So we're not looking to crater or just kneecap any of these crazy builds.
Setzer111 and Sirius Kingsley actually are asking a question that we kind of just addressed in what we were talking about in the beginning, where they're saying like, hey, can we get seasonal mechanics more, maybe become permanent as like end-game systems? Or Sir Kingsley asked, can we get seasonal powers added to the game permanently? This kind of just goes back to what we were saying beforehand of
S to S.
Let us know what you guys like what you guys what resonated really well with you guys during seasons, and we can look at what we can end up bringing back and incorporating into the game, so that Diablo 4 is constantly evolving for players specifically from that end. Condis asks, was campaign XP / leveling nerfed since PTR?
What's buffed?
So we did adjust. So I'll take the full journey. So in season 8 PTR, we did slow things down substantially. We didn't touch campaign or anything like that. And then in season 8, we have pared back the nerfs that we did to leveling. So it's a lot more similar to season 7. It's just a little bit more streamlined. We haven't touched campaign XP or anything like that.
Question from Quig6246. Can you guys, or for the Q&A later, can you ask, is the new Stormstrike aspect, will it also apply to the free cast from the Crone staff for Druid?
I'm pretty sure it should.
Well, yes, we'll double confirm. And a great opportunity for you to follow up with Charles on our Sanctuary Discord after this stream, because he's actually going to be doing an additional Q&A on our Sanctuary Discord. So after the stream, might be a good follow-up question.
I can also just speak a bit more to the... we really want our tooltips that have a lot of clarity around the skills. And so I'm stalling for time. If we could get production to bring up that slide one more time, I could tell you with certainty, because when we're looking at skill tooltips and we use the word cast, like when you cast Stormstrike with capital C, that refers to when you actually press the button and do it. If we don't use the word cast, we just say Stormstrike does a thing, that should work in cases where it gets kind of what we call auto-casted by something else. By like the Great Staff of the Crone, it auto-casts Stormstrike. And so depending on the precise wording there, it should clarify that interaction. That's kind of what we want to stick to make sure things are clear to players, is using that cast wording to differentiate those two cases.
Oh. Do we have it on screen?
And it does look like it does not use the cast terminology here. It just says Storm Strike will just chain to twice as many targets. And so that should be working whenever it's auto cast from that the Great Staff of the Crone effect. Thank you so much, production.
That is actually a really good clarification, I think, and knowledgeable for a lot of people about the differences between the term cast and cast.
I believe we've been trying to communicate that. We've got like a loading screen tooltip in the game. It's easy to miss and totally understandable. But that's definitely something that on the class design side, we really want to make sure we're being clear about these interactions, because we know there's so many interactions
I'm not sure
in the
if
game.
it's so fun to
so
play
any
Necro
opportunity to clarify these things, we're definitely going to make sure we do our best in that regard.
We got a question from Chicken Wing 929. Good name. You said in the last live stream that you wanted Torment 4 to be aspirational, so that only 10% of players will reach it. Will there be a seasonal objectives that must be completed in Torment 4
difficulty? I think they changed that philosophy.
So players will probably see in this season, like as they get to the last chapter, there are going to be some Torment 4 specific requirements on some of those things. And you know, there's like a fine balance, I think, that we're trying to strike, where it's like, do we want there to be like aspirational goals and rewards for players within the season journey itself. And then there's also like, okay, we understand that some of those things may require a decent amount of time.
We really need the new numbers
build.
on the torments.
We really do want to hear like some feedback after players jump into this season. What they feel works really well, what they don't feel works really well, especially for season journey and some of those later achievements that you have to obtain. So let us know. Like we're open to hearing about it.
They did nerf
and we
torments
most
again.
definitely want
It's
to
not as
figure
hard as
out
on the
exactly
PTR.
where
It's way easier.
there's still like aspirational goals, but maybe rewards that maybe can be adjusted around or something like that from the season journey itself.
Yeah, definitely open to change.
Question from Dalius. Are there any plans on adding bounties or other small in-game activities to fill in between other objectives, possibly?
I think that's definitely an interesting space that we've talked about, and it's one of those things that we want to do it right. Currently, right now, we're using the Whisper system to sort of do that. You see that with the apparition incursions, where periodically, the apparition incursion will get that whisper that you're able to go do. I think the one thing that really kind of we don't love about the whispers right now is that it is based on a timer. We set the timer to be pretty generous. They're constantly rolling, but we know that this is something that we can improve on. So it's something we definitely are interested in taking a look at.
Awesome. Question from Crushalvane. Have you thought about buffing glyph building from content other than pits, like dungeons, whispers, bosses?
So we've made a change to make it so the pit can level those at a much higher deficit, so -50. We do like that this is a reward for pushing in the pit. We kind of like when the rewards are pretty clear what you need to do for it. We also like that of all the different activities in the game, the pit's uniqueness is that it is one of the few activities that allows you to sort of modulate your personal difficulty, and we want to continue that sort of paradigm where the deeper you push in the pit, the more glyph levels you get. So I think that's definitely working well for us, but open to hearing thoughts and feedback as we continue to develop the game.
Eevee Demonic 666. Evil. Evil. Evil Eevees. I guess it's like an Umbreon, isn't it? What are the drop rates for Mythic Uniques? Are they being increased per boss layer / Torment tier?
Oh yeah, so the Mythic Uniques increase with Torment. We actually did a pretty substantial, like if you want to farm Mythic Uniques, I almost called them Giga Belial, Supreme Belial.
Giga Belial.
We get in trouble because we constantly say greater, Giga, Uber. Yeah, we're running out of adjectives for Big Bad. Supreme Belial has the highest chance of all the lair bosses, and he's really the place to go. So we position Mythic Uniques and Ancestrals targeting and things like that on Supreme Belial.
Definitely celebrating the end of the journey when you get to the top of the lair boss ladder. Make that a big moment.
Cool. We had a question here and it deleted from my document, so I think someone from the community team may have killed it. But there was a question related to, and they may have missed it in the beginning, but I'm just going to reiterate it, but about skill trees. Are there going to be like changes and reworks and things like that? I know we confirmed earlier that we are looking at it. We're looking at doing some stuff. And as we get closer to when that is ready, we'll end up updating our roadmap to incorporate some of those things. Last question I'm going to take is from Grimmy Grim. Do you feel like class and build balance will be in a good place now? I'm afraid some builds will be 100 times stronger than other builds.
Yeah, Bloodwave Necro. Good question.
Our goal is not to have things that are 100 times stronger, of course. Balance is constantly ongoing. Every season, we're making new content, new ways of playing the game, and also balancing the system. It's not just on the class side; it's also on like the encounters, the bosses you're fighting, the enemies or the activities you're doing, the torment tiers, and the scaling. There's a lot of moving parts here, and it's kind of a constant, ongoing thing to strive for balance. And I don't think that even if literally every build dealt exactly the same amount of DPS, that wouldn't be ideal either, right? There should still be some natural variation, but our goal is really to make sure that players, no matter what build you're playing, is that you're able to complete a lot of the content in the game. If you make any kind of competent build that comes together in a good way, you should be able to complete that season journey if you're putting in that time. Get to Torment 4 and be able to take down the bosses, the strongest form of Belial.
I'll ask them later.
That's our main goal. And we understand that sometimes there are going to be some outliers above that, and we are actively looking to monitor and tamp down on those ones that are 100x stronger than everything else, and also find the ones that are 100x weaker than the par, or some number weaker, and make sure that they are able to
PTR,
achieve all of the goals in the game. Our real driving philosophy is that we don't want you to feel like I'm playing the game
This is going to do 110
I'm not playing this overpowered
No
build.
other classes even close.
But exact perfect parity where every build deals exactly the same amount of damage is both impossible and undesirable.
Still hitting for 100 billion.
It's a lot. Like just sort of taking a step back as well, achieving perfect balance really relies on stability and not injecting anything.
I don't even know who's going to get close to that.
And I think we try and walk that balance of like, we do want to shake up the meta. We want there to be cool new ways to play the game. They're going to buff are getting added to really shake up that meta, and that is in direct conflict with perfect balance, right? So we are trying to walk that line. That's not to say that we're cool with the times 100x, but it just, to really reiterate, they're sort of like at polar opposites of the spectrum. Adding new stuff and balance are very at odds. So,
cool. I lied. I have one more question, which is, and I wanted to address it really quickly. But Captain Mergen asked if we have unused Battle Pass upgrades or Ultimate Edition or whatever, will those carry over with the new reliquaries? We actually have all the details of how those will work. They're actually being converted over to reliquary tokens or to platinum, depending on what type of upgrade you actually have. So that's all laid out in the blog that we posted earlier this week. So make sure to check out that blog. It's on Diablo4.com. It's our full Season 8 blog, and it's in the reliquary section. It has all the details specifically related to that. So that is us. That is it today. Today's been tough for me.
Depends on the pitch
that is it today for our Season 8 developer update live stream.
There's new
just a quick reminder, Season 7 is ending starting next week because Season 8 actually kicks off on April 29th. So make sure to jump into Season 7, clear out any of your final Battle Pass items or Season Journey items that you may need to. Like Dorian, like the Raven, if you have our Raven. Dorian, make sure to Ravens. I know. I just absolutely. I am so sorry, Dorian. Secondly, we have Charles is going to be in a Sanctuary sit-down. Sanctuary is a Discord. It's our largest Diablo community Discord. He's going to be jumping in there and talking to Lurkin, who's a content creator within the Diablo Partner Program, and he'll be doing a Q&A immediately after the stream. So if you want to jump into the Sanctuary Discord, and Charles will be talking a little bit more about classes, class balance.
It got a bit of a buff, but not enough.
Hobbies, what type of pizza he likes, where his tattoos are, where his tattoos are, things like that. And then, of course, Patch Notes will be live on Diablo4.com immediately after we end the stream. So thank you, everyone, again, for joining me on the Diablo 4 Season 8 Developer Update live stream. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We'll see you in Sanctuary on anytime, but next week for Season 8 with Belial on April 29th, and of course our Berserk collab the following week. So thank you all, and we'll see you in Sanctuary.
See ya.
Okay, we have this here.
PTR was that
we need to look at the patch notes, man. I mean, okay, they do say slide, yes? Bloodwave was a little. What did he say?
It kind of compensated
Link
Bloodwave
me the
a little
patch
bit
notes when they're there.
Since the PTR.
Let me see.
One of the other.
What did he say again about the Necro? It was too weak on the PTR, or what?
And of course, with Asp, it's the build. Moment of power. Necro on the PTR, and I got. So for Necromancer, the big story of Necro on the PTR, and I guess from last season, was that Bloodwave was pretty good. It was an okay skill. It might have been one of those ones that was kind of short-circuiting the progression into the end game. Maybe a little too good. So on the PTR, we did take several big swings at Bloodwave. We really wanted to make sure that we did not kind of repeat that situation. We do think we overswung just a little bit, so there's a little bit of a numeric buff up.
The Necromancer, to my knowledge, had the highest clear of any class on the PTR, of any build without boss powers. Here is, by Lord Sora, is 105 clear. Nobody could link me a higher clear than this. It was the strongest build on the PTR still, and they buffed it. I just don't like Bloodwave. I think it's like, it's the same meta as last season, it just gets boring. Yeah, we already have plenty of builds. We just need to update them now. We already have the Bloodwave. Actually, I don't have the Bloodwave Necro, but I will make it. It's fine. Nah, it's basically gonna be the Season 7 build, and this is just gonna get copy-pasted, and then you just play the boss powers, and that's it. That's it. Okay, patch notes are here. Let's see. Patch notes. Okay. You ready for the Barb nerfs? Wait, is this the new stuff? Oh, this is good. Xan rune. This is the snapshot rune. It's a bit easier to snapshot now. You can still snapshot on the druid. It's a bit harder to do because you have to switch the timing, but it still will work. Is this a new nerf? Is this another nerf to tech? Because they already did nerf tech. It used to be 1,400, right? I think this is another nerf. Is it 1,400? Down to 1,000? Down to 700? It's another nerf. Yeah, it's another nerf. I got the number here. Okay, they didn't even talk about this. Okay, we have 14x damage loss. Let's keep going. They didn't even talk about this. Patch notes is here. I'll link it to you. You can read it as well. Rushing Claw buff. Sepan Sontag buff. Sunbirds buffed. So that actually might be a viable build now. I don't really know how strong the Firestorm build was before without boss powers. Is this viable now, guys? Did many people... I don't think many people played Spiritborn. Wait, this one I was not even playing it. Okay, I gotta re-update this. So there is a way to auto-pick, and the Firestorm looks pretty awesome. Picking up a storm feather forms a firestorm around you for 8 seconds.
So they doubled this. Well, not quite. Wait. How is the number so different? I think it's the base number that got buffed. Firestorm is considered Eagle, Jaguar, Storm, and Feather. And now it's also Jaguar. Wait. But only the Storm Feathers? Yeah, okay, the Firestorm already was. I mean, we can jump to Bob and then go back up. Are there any changes here? Ashava? Where's Ashava at? Wait. Ashava is not in here. Wait, what happened with the Ashava boss power? It's gone. It's not even listed. Wait. Am I blind? Ashava isn't listed. Maybe it's missing. Maybe it got nuked. I mean, it was the clear outlier. Whirlwind 20%. Oh man, for a second I thought it was strong. But it's not off base. It's weapon damage. Wait, so how does it read now? Bleed damage? Okay, depending on how this works, it might actually be okay. Bleed damage increased from 40% off base to 120, but not base, but weapon damage. That actually might be pretty good. But I don't know how it works exactly. So it's 120% every tick? Because before it was off the base, then it was clear. Like Whirlwind ticks like 3 times a second, so it ticks 40% off the base, like 3 times a second, 40%. But now is this 120%? I mean, I guess it stacks. I mean, a lot depends on how this works. If this is 120% per tick, which would mean 360% per second, over 5, that's actually pretty good. But I don't know how it works. And then the problem is we have no bleed scaling, unless we see some bleed buffs. Double swing. Hoda. I mean, there's like so few numbers. Oh, that's a brutal nerf. That's like divided by 4. And this is divided by 2, and this is doubled. So Steel Grasp is just as same as before, probably. Okay, Executioner Aspect. So they nerfed the tech rune twice. Executioner Aspect down to 200%. I just checked. This is my normal aspect. So it goes from 800%, which is 8
3.95 down to 3. Total earthquake nerf. Okay, so you don't want to play this build, I guess. That damage divided by 42.26. Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, maybe there's still another nerf coming. Tech rune cut in half. Bulkatos multiplier gone. Double damage bug fixed. Rumble from 1.1 to 0.3 and executioner from 9 to 3. Yeah. Good luck playing Earthquake. That's gonzo. I mean, there is some boss powers. Yeah, we're not gonna play Earthquake. That fucking sucks. It's kept at 200. Says it right here. We were just reading it. This was the executioner before. Current bonus, 800%. From 800 to this. Man, that's actually an insane nerf. And this one, yeah. Holy shit. Critical strike chance replaced with chance for double swing to deal double damage. Wait. Twin strikes. Hey, double swing actually eating pretty good. Wait, so the crit chance is gone. Wait, how many buffs did we get? So I don't know how much this is going. Wait, do we already have double damage here? What's the... I mean, if it's the same as on the weapon, then it's useless. But maybe it's chance to hit twice. What's it called? Oh, it's hit twice on the weapon. Okay, this is good. Hit twice on the weapon. Double damage on the twin strikes. I mean, if this is like 30%. Yeah, actually, let's enable the alerts. Fix the sound. Wait. Because I had to like artificially boost the sound like crazy. So we're gonna turn this down, turn this up. Okay. Yeah, I haven't read the Sorg changes yet. Sorg auf die 1.
Sorg auf die 1.
1. So let's say we get double damage, because crit is useless. Double swing might be the best build. Music is very loud now. Okay, yeah, sorry. Maybe I made it too loud. Okay, chill. Man. Okay, let's keep reading. Chain acquisition radius. Ooh, man, the Raven got like triple damage. Plus there's double damage for pets. Poison Creeper, GG buff. More Spirit Gen. And thank you much for the support, Nekon. What class are we talking, Kite? Yeah, companion build. I mean, there's a 2.5 damage multiplier for pet builds. So is the Ashava power missing on purpose? Did they just remove that? the guaranteed crit is active, you also grant 50x. Druids might be pretty good. Spirit Boon, nerf, buff. Yeah, but in the previous patch notes they posted, they tripled it. I mean, we can literally go to the patch notes. I mean, it's important to know if Ashava is tripled or not, because... I mean, it's better if it's not, but else Spiritborn, Rogue, and Druid gonna be really good. Okay, let's keep looking. Decay rate reduced. The break between benefits allowed for much larger bonuses to be granted on this effect, but after feedback, we've decided to increase the uptime. Okay, nice. Okay, here we go. Necromancer. Blood wave damage increased by 50%, which is like a bit more than 10% buff. I mean, they could have nerfed this from 450 to 200 and it would probably still be the best build. I mean, link me a higher clear than Blood Wave without boss powers from the PTR. I don't know where this is, like on the Sanctuary Discord somewhere. I don't know even how to get there. I'm on the Discord, but I don't know. Maybe we'll get a summary from there later. I don't quite know. No, that's like a 10% increase. 10 point something. That Casimir nerf, Tide aspect nerf, that's all factored in already. The Necromancer did the highest clear out of any class by at least 5 tiers on the PTR, and it gets a buff, while all the other classes that came somewhat close got nerfed. No, this is with boss powers. I'm talking no boss power. The boss power, like, it's completely not relevant to compare like a boss power clear with a non-boss power clear, because the boss powers are all nuked. Like, yeah, Barb did 111, but it had like all the boss powers. Where was this? Wait, this is very old. Okay, passive effects. These bonuses stack. Yeah, that's good. Flesh Eater. 15% damage reduction, 30% increased critical damage. Wow. This is also a pretty big buff. Look, it basically went from sometimes granting damage reduction to always granting damage reduction, and sometimes granting 15 to always grant 30. Another buff. This is a big buff. Yeah, I don't care about boss power clears, guys. We cannot compare anything with the boss power clears. The boss power clears are completely overtuned. We can only really look at the non-season stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Ashava seems the Ashava power seems gone or forgot or not listed. Can't make a tier list until we know that. Well, at least the Spiritborn gonna be a big question mark. Okay, the Blade of Zir, that's a new one. Damage bonus per soul increase. That's more than double. More int. Vampire Curse can now be unleashed only by Army of the Dead. Ooh, what? Vampire Curse can now be unleashed only with an ultimate. That's a nerf though. Traxy, it looks like they either removed the Ashava power or removed the buff. I mean, we don't even... I guess they only list the changes here. So, 3 days ago, the patch note said triple buff to Ashava power. Now, the patch note doesn't say anything. So, which one is it? I don't think it's removed. Even though it might be, because every other power is listed. And they did some other changes to the Ashava power. Let me find it. Shit. They did like multiple changes to that power, no? Yeah, we definitely gotta ask for some clarification. Oh, actually, it was the only change. So do you think they reverted? I mean, it was obviously a mistake, right? I guess. So here, they buffed it from 400 to 1,200. Avarice. But Avarice is still listed here, right? Okay, guys. Wait. If we're going by that logic, then Avarice isn't nerfed. Because Avarice is also missing. No Avarice. Yo, okay, so if Avarice isn't nerfed, I mean, then we're gonna have a pretty fun season. Wait. Oh no, it's here. Shit, it's just not in order. Never mind. Okay, it's only Ashava that isn't here. No, Avarice is here. Okay. 5 minutes. Okay, wait, let me find that. Sanctuary Discord. I'm pretty sure I'm on there. Somewhere. Well, I'm sure you're listening. So did they talk about the powers? Jesus, is there like a way to look through the Discord servers? I have so many, man. I'll leave a few. At some point, at least. These are the ones I'm not always on. Maybe there's like an invite link. Jesus, man, there's too many. Diablo clone hunters. No, that's not it. Firearm Discord. Oh man. Does this work?
found it. Okay, where now?
I want to shift this over to balance and damage scaling. Like, what is the general philosophy behind balance?
This is from the developers.
I talked a little bit about this at the end of the live stream. Was like, we're really looking for all builds, all content, and that means if you put together something that seems reasonable and coherent, and you do the thing, you should be able to complete all the content in the game. You should be able to get into Torment 4, complete the season's journey, kill all the bosses that were put in front of you. This doesn't mean that every build should be able to complete hit tier 150. That's not where we want it to land.
Good night, Tom.
That's like a very aspirational bit of content, but we kind of view the bar being like get into Torment 4, kill all the bosses, and complete the season's journey with every build. And there will naturally be some builds that go higher than that, and some that struggle to get to that point. And we look at those, but that's generally where we start our benchmark.
Yeah, because I think, anything past, for me, I think a build needs to be able to level its own glyphs to 100 on its own 2 feet without a hard carry. Because it feels terrible when you sputter out, when your glyphs are level 85 or 90 and you just you're in full mythics, full, full everything, and then another class is just sort of like blamming its way past you, and then you're doing 15-minute runs for a 70% chance.
And that's a big driver of why we updated the glyph leveling in Season 8, where you're able to level your glyphs at a lower chance, more than just 10 levels ahead of you. So it's not necessarily that you need to complete pit tier 90 in order to get glyphs up to 100. It'd be lower chances, and it's easier to level the higher you push in the pit. But we kind of viewed maxing out your glyphs as part of that all content part of all builds. And so it should be much more achievable that every build can get to that point, even if some take a little longer than others. That's just going to be the natural variation in balance.
I think, sorry.
Okay, that's all.
And I think that's okay. If you're never going to get it right on the head, but it's just the builds need to be able to stand on their own 2 feet and do things on their own. And then that also brings up to another question, like how much power difference is acceptable between classes? Like, do you guys have like a pit tier, like scaler that you use, or give me some info on that?
I mean, we do think about pit tiers, like can this build clear a certain pit tier? I don't really I can't really share like the exact numbers, because every season we shift it a little bit, and it's not like if I say like, oh, this particular pit tier right now, that might change for next season. But yeah, that is kind of how we benchmark it in a lot of cases. Is like where different builds clear different pit tiers, and like, oh, I make this change, does it gain 1 pit tier? Does it gain 50? Right? As kind of a benchmark there. But in terms of like absolute power difference, like which is like acceptable, I think it's more of a qualitative, like you feel like you're playing the game wrong if you're not doing anything. And I think at some level, like Bloodwave Necro in Season 7, you felt like you're playing the game wrong if you're not doing that, or not doing one of the crazy overpowered things. So we really try to avoid that, but
I think I'm gonna
some of the ones
later.
that builds that maybe fall more in the A or B tier, like yeah, one might be a little more powerful, but like it's fine. You can feel like you can play your thing that you prefer, and it's fine. That's like where we think is acceptable.
I agree that sentiment. And I think a lot of players, it's kind of tough as like a content creator. Like if your class isn't the prime diva that season, it can feel like I don't know. It's a little disheartening sometimes, but you can clear all the content in the game, and the builds are still a lot more fun. So how does the team go about testing new items and like balance changes? Like, is it like a DPS thing? Are you testing at different pits or torments?
Yeah, when we're making new content, new items, or revamped skills, kind of the first line is we look at like kind of power budgeting, is like how much damage or like multiplicative damage overall should a new legendary item or new unique item get. And we try to like benchmark it against other ones in just terms of the raw numbers and good estimates of like if it's affecting a core skill, how much of your damage is that core skill. That's really like our first.
It's really hard to balance the game, guys.
A kind of more extensive testing where we complete out builds at various levels of progression. We've got ones that are like kind of mid-late game, right? You're getting into Torment, you're leveling up your character. We'll test those and just make sure it's competitive, and then test kind of some full max builds and make some adjustments based on that. And then of course we get it out to the PTR, and the PTR testing is like, gets far more man hours onto any particular build than we could do internally, just because the sheer quantity of people, and so that's why the PTR testing is super valuable to us before things go live.
All right, and then you do the best that you can to balance everything, but eventually there does, imbalance does exist. And like, what do you think are the core issues that
you can always watch on
those,
YouTube
and
as well.
how's the team been trying to solve those?
That's why I'm streaming.
I think historically some of our balancing has really been kind of top down, where we looked at a completed build and we say, okay, people are playing Whirlwind Barb in this way, and here's the complete build, and it's too good. Okay, well, we need to nerf it, so where do we nerf? And we look at a specific part and nerf that.
Okay, just an example, guys. Whirlwind Barb too good.
And I think that was like helpful to kind of like bring down the outliers, but in terms of like where do they come up from in the first place, I think it often comes from some of that power budgeting. It's where it's kind of on the inverse, right? Let's say Whirlwind Barb, just because I was just picking a random build, was super underpowered, and we was like, okay, well, let's make the unique item for Whirlwind Barb like crazy good because the base skill is really bad. And if we did that, then maybe it solves the end state of the build right now, but then a few seasons down the line, we make another adjustment, we create a new piece of content, and that highly budgeted unique that solved the problem at the time now comes back to bite us, and like, oh, now with the new thing, it multiplies the whole power of the build out of proportion.
And it's like I can't level with Whirlwind because it's so terrible, and like I can't play this build until I get the gloves of the Illuminator or the Barb gloves that I need. So it's like, all right, Firewall it is again.
and so that's not really ideal, and we're looking at kind of
double swing
going the opposite way, like the bottom up balancing. This is a longer process to like really look at the core fundamental of all the skills and items across the game, and like kind of build them up in a better foundation. But we think as we're working towards this better like baseline foundation, it'll help eliminate these like crazy
we're listening to the dev
outliers
interview right live right now on Sanctuary.
Maybe unexpected interactions or just like power budgeting going out of whack due to specific combinations.
Yeah, because from my perspective, I'm always looking at things from the end goal perspective on like where things end up as a pit tier list, because of I make build guides, and I'm always looking at it that way. But I often forget that a lot of players, their journey is longer than mine, and they progress through the torment tiers differently, and it is a pretty decently smooth progression through leveling and through the torment tiers. So sometimes we're given feedback, we can get really bad tunnel vision.
Yeah, and I think it's helpful to look at it from both angles, like the bottom up and the top down, like the final state versus the core fundamentals. Both perspectives are.
I'm gonna keep checking some patch notes meanwhile.
So as well. We brought up maybe the multipliers on some of the items. We want to avoid those sometimes because it feels like multis are pretty large. They're pretty big right now. How does the team feel? Maybe about a stat squish in the future. There's been some feedback, and it's gone as far as like recommending multipliers be completely removed off aspects.
Bleed Whirlwind might be pretty viable. Actually,
an aspect or an item be.
It depends a bit on how the bleed
mechanical,
works.
like Ice Shard's Pierce or something like that.
Yeah, I think there's kind of two parts to this. One, yes, some of the multipliers are a little crazy, and a lot of the ones that get really crazy are the ones that like scale with something else. That say like, hey, depending on how much vulnerable damage you have, you do more damage to this in this other case. Those are ones that definitely like are some of the ones that are the biggest outliers, and we're definitely looking at whenever they're so good, they really skew like, hey, my whole build is around maximizing this one power, this one thing, and it's too much of like how you build your character. And so we're looking to like put a cap on some of those, be like, hey, this is how much you can get out of it. And so that way it kind of frees you up to think about other things once you've kind of gotten close to that cap, and it's not so like all encompassing warping on your build.
Exclamation mark.
The second part on like
no, you keep going.
The second part on like the aspects, like purely mechanical, I think there's a balance there where you want to be able to be like, hey, I found a legendary item, let me pick it up, let me read it, and you still want to get excited about it. You want to be like, oh, that's cool, that's new and different. And sometimes mechanical changes get you there, but sometimes just like damage goes up gets you there. It makes you feel impactful when you equip it. I think it's a balance that we're try to strike, but it's definitely part of the conversation around how we think about legendary items. going forward.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You know, you want to progress through the aspect system, get a really strong aspect, and like put it in a smart slot, and you get a lot of damage from it. But you know, sometimes it can be really difficult to scale multiple sources of damage at once. And I think that's like the overarching feedback that we've given a lot. You know, like my meteor build needs an aspect on a staff, and it needs an aspect on my amulet. And that's like most of my power budget, and it only scales my meteors or my meteorites or you know whatever I'm speccing into. Has there been any push to make forms of damage scaling more generic so that like when you do have a season where you introduce all these boss powers, like certain builds aren't just like, all right, well, you know, my entire kit only buffs my earthquakes, so I can't really scale this physical damage power.
Yeah, I think that's totally valid feedback, and I totally agree with it. Right? It's the kind of the nature of the way our aspect system currently works is it does funnel you towards like one source of output. And you would definitely improve build variety if that wasn't always the case. And that's definitely one aspect is like making the legendary aspects a bit more generic or a bit more like generally applicable. I think that's good as long as there's some kind of conditional on them.
I might join here later.
It doesn't create a situation.
We might like follow back there. I think we're gonna make a quick summary, guys, and check out some more of the stuff here. Because the philosophy is always good. It just depends on what they follow up with the philosophy, right? So they buff the experience a lot. Experience rewards between level 1 and 25 have been lessened to create a small difference. Yeah, it's like all philosophy. And I agree with the philosophy. It's just like, how is that philosophy translating into the game, you know? I mean, if the Ashava boss power is gone or not buffed, it actually balances the build pretty good. We still need to have some confirmation on this, though. A lot of bug fixes. This is also good. We have adjusted the odds of which you can upgrade Paragon glyphs when your pit tier is lower than your glyph level. This is really nice. Probably going to allow for most people to get their glyphs up to 100, even if it's a bit more of lesser chance. Monster health increase per pit has been lessened. Oh, these are some good changes. However, we don't really know what this means. Maybe a bit. The best build, Blood Wave. Best speed is always Lightning Spear. Nothing can compete with it ever. Well, maybe not ever, but Lightning Spear Sorg is insane. And they also have a 2.5 multi with the boss power. Should I watch my whirlwind footage? Wait, they said 6 to 7%? When did they say that? I missed that. I think they said 6 to 7 tiers, which is very different. It depends on the bleed whirlwind how it works. Like, I think it's B tier or something. I'm just probably gonna play a bar because of that skin, man. Oh, here, Barbarian. Fix an issue where defeating would reward reputation. I don't even know if they fixed the bugs with the Wandering Incursion. pause its timer when swapping weapons. Yeah, okay, this is nice. Wait, Warrior's Mighty Throw is also the one that they nerfed, right? Yeah. So that's good. The value has been adjusted to reasonable level compensate the bug fix made. Okay. I think Mighty Throw is the best bar build then. Yeah, these actually seem to somewhat even out. Yeah, they just mentioned it differently when they talked about it. Okay, so Mighty Throw gonna one-shot the bosses. Probably. Okay, Mighty Throw. Probably A tier. I mean, it's nothing compared to Blood Wave, but I think A tier is fine for that. Cause I already had it on A tier and it doesn't seem to be changed all too much. Yeah, this is a big question mark. Like, we really don't know. We don't know if it's buffed. I mean, we hope it is. But we don't know. Well, actually, we don't hope it is. I think it's actually better if it's not buffed for the game, because it's super imbalanced. I still haven't read everything. The only big thing, if Ashava is not buffed, that's good. The only thing I don't understand is why they buff Blood Wave. That's like the only big question. And maybe a bit the Earthquake needed to come down. But the Earthquake has lost 40 times the damage. Maybe I missed something. So Tech Rune, halved. Vulkatos, gone. Buck, half. Rumble from 1.6 to 1.15. Executioner from ×9 to ×3. There's a big fucking bug. Wait, something is wrong here, no? Oh, actually it's not. No, guys. Okay. Maybe I'm saying this wrong. Blood Wave has been nerfed. But on the PTR, it was still the strongest build. Clearing 105 with no boss powers. That was the highest clear by far on the PTR without boss powers. And now they buffed it some more. Right? It's weaker than on live, obviously. But it is still by far the strongest build on the PTR, and it got buffed. And other builds that were similar strong got nerfed. So that makes it a lot stronger than I don't even know like what's even competing with Blood Wave. Maybe not. So Blood Wave is only S tier, I would say. I don't know if anything, I don't know on any of the other classes if anything is close. And then this one is, I don't know, huge question mark. Like, I don't fucking know what's going on with that. Yeah, Poison Rogue also gonna move down. Mighty Throw probably gonna stay A tier. Earthquake Barb move down for sure. Lost about damage divided by 42. Okay, I mean, if we are not counting... Okay, let's not count the season stuff. So then it's only damage divided by 32. So you're doing 30 times less damage.
That's probably gonna go down at least a few tiers. I don't know how much. Poison Druid, like this is all big question mark. I don't know what happens with Ashava. I mean, Spiritborn probably still gonna be somewhere in B tier or something with this nerf. Or not, well, not nerf, not buff. PTR already happened, guys. PTR was like a week ago. Sorry, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago? Something like that. 4 weeks ago, maybe. I think it was 4 weeks ago. But then there's hope, guys. Not pure Whirlwind Barb still sucks. But maybe Whirlwind Bleed Barb cope. So we got how much buff? Okay, I guess we can build the Bleed Barb on live game. We could build it like tomorrow or something. And then calculate by how much it's buffed. I don't think it's going to see the light of day, really. But there is a chance. But that depends on how the functionality is. The functionality, if the bleed is applied per tick, because that basically means, I think it like ticks 3 times a second. I mean, if it really ticks 3 times a second, because we're gonna get to 300% weapon, 360% weapon damage every second. I mean, applied and then dealt over 5 seconds. And that one here is a 60%, 62% buff, multiplicatively. So we get like a 1.6 and like a times 3. That means we have 5x. That might make it somewhat useful. But then again, you don't benefit from crit chance, the bleed multipliers suck, and there's a bunch of other problems. I don't know. What are you on about? What happened to the Spiritborn build? Well, if I search for Ashava, it doesn't exist. So maybe like 3 days ago, they announced they're going to buff the Ashava power. But now the Ashava power is not listed anymore. So is the Ashava power not buffed? Is it completely removed, or is it just just unchanged, basically? Yes, okay, so you're saying this is fake news. You're saying what they put out 3 days ago is fake, or is like, I mean, not. Well, obviously it's 3 days old, right? I mean, it's a good change. It's very good if this is the case, because that build was OP. That power is OP.
Yo-Yo Rob, how are you? Excited about upcoming season? Smiley face.
Hey, James. I mean, yeah. We're just going to have to completely rethink some of the balance stuff, but there's also a lot of, let's say, old meta builds, like Mighty Throw, like Bloodwave Necro, that are still, like Lightning Spear Sork, like, that are still going to be most likely the strongest builds. Some of the strongest. Yeah, if Ashava power is not buffed, Poison Rogue is also not great. It already depends on the Ashava power. But there's just conflicting information. I'm actually going to ask.
I asked. We'll see. The patch notes, sure, I can link them. I want to make a summary now anyways. Let's make a quick summary. I asked, like, maybe we'll get some feedback. They did buff quite a few things on the Sork. The passive is the new passive is really good actually. Let me F5 this. I'm gonna need to close half of this stuff. I really like the new passive. It's like double damage or something, almost unconditionally. I mean, you don't need to just have it vulnerable. I really like this passive. Bloodwave Necro, you would use Vulnerable, you would use Overpower, you would use Serrat. Nah, it's probably physical. Won't work. I mean, this is definitely going to be a viable build now, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be like particularly strong, but it's definitely gonna be decent. You know, it's like this is a very solid change, man. 30% less mana and 60 times. This is like double damage. 30% less resources and double damage. Yeah. Wait, reproduced. Okay. Duriel ticket. Yeah, that's really good. 55. That's actually... Wait, is that a new... Was that a new one? You're not talking about this one, right? 55x on one aspect sounds pretty strong overall. Blizzard Ice Spikes? Ooh. Wait, where are we? Maybe the power doesn't even exist anymore. Frozen Memories. We open that. And I really hope Whirlwind Barb is gonna be actually somewhat decent. Ooh. Wow, that's really good. What? Wait, that sounds really good. The Avalanche Key Bus reduces the cost of frost kills by additional 30. Holy shit. The reduction is additive for 60%. Yeah, it looks like it's eating pretty good. Man, is eye shots actually viable? Man, that's a... Like, you put this like on emulate on your Turin weapon? I mean, 75 is quite the feat with the... Well, obviously we don't know the full extent of the scaling system. I really like this. This is a good change for sure. Okay, let's quickly talk about the patch notes, guys. We have everything. Wait, this is the wrong one. This is the patch notes. I mean, there's a ton of buff. We should probably go to miscellaneous. I also need to check. We're gonna do a quick recap, guys. There is a lot, actually. I wanna just recap the campfire, and then we're gonna keep looking at the patch notes, of course. Man, the ice shot sword, it looks actually pretty decent, man. Very positive surprise for the Swalkers out here. We'll probably jump to Misk first. Okay, yeah, the season stuff, I mean, this... They didn't really talk much about
like some of your first boss power.
But there's also new bosses here, right? Like this guy is new. Yeah, and then we're already talking about the class balance changes. This is like the big three topics. Okay. Yeah, this is good changes, man. Like also the boss dude got buffed significantly, man. We always like to hear that. That's really good. It's just gonna be out like that. Okay, we're gonna make a quick recap. Hey everybody, it's Robbie. We just got the final patch notes for Season 8 starting next week. We have the full class balance changes. We have buffs coming
to the boss system. They buffed the loot and reduced the amount of materials required. And we got a ton of changes to the new season event that is going to make it a lot more juicy to run those new zones. So the full patch notes going to be linked below. There are a ton of buffs and a ton of nerfs for the classes itself. But we're going to start with some general stuff. So the boss ladder, as many of you know, gets completely changed. And what they did from the PTR to the live game is they added more boss loot. That means, especially on Belial, they made him harder, like much harder to kill. But they also doubled the amount of ancestral loot that you get from him. They also reduced the amount of keys that you need from Belial from 2 to just 1. So you just need like 1 material, the way I understood it, for those liar bosses to summon them. And that's obviously going to make it a lot easier to get into this boss loop and basically keep chaining the bosses. Also, the annoying timer that was at the chest that we complained about a lot, there was a 30 seconds timer between the boss openings. That has also been removed. So as soon as you open the chest, you can re-summon the boss again. That's a massive W. We'll be looking here at the patch notes. And we will see here also the experience reward reduction. So on the PTR, they reduce the amount of experience that the player gets by quite a lot. This has been reverted. So the leveling experience is not going to feel much slower than before. The item changes, like a bit less legendaries and stuff, that's still in. But the experience reward reduction has been much lessened to create a smaller difference between this new season and the current season. They also tremendously buffed this new zone here. So, you know, on the PTR, it felt kind of unrewarding to do the new Helltide zone event here, the Apparition Incursions. They also buffed that quite a lot. Now, there's a new boss here, basically, this guy here, this beast. They also added a bounty to this, so not all the time, but every now and then, there's going to be bounties in this like world zone, basically, that you can fight together with your friend. It's an open world event. There's also Belial that can spawn here, and you can beat him, basically. They also increased the amount of spectral ashes that drop. You can see the spectral ash here in the video. This is what you need to update your boss powers. They also significantly increased the loot, ashes that you get from the boss, as well as decrease the amount of ashes that you need to upgrade your powers to a higher level. That basically means for the magic powers and the rare powers, it's going to be very comfortable to level them up. It's going to be much faster. They also did a really cool change here. This is like general changes, then we'll talk about the class balance. They adjusted the odds at which you can upgrade your Paragon glyphs when your pit tier is lower than your glyph level. So many people had concern that they will not be able to get their glyphs to 100 because at some point you can't level them anymore. And now they gave you still a chance. Let's say you do a pit 70, you still have a chance to upgrade your glyph to 100. It might just be like a 5% chance. We don't know exactly the chance, but you're basically going to be able to still leveling the glyph to 100, even on a bit of a weaker build where you can't clear pit 100 because it has gotten harder. However, they reverted some of the harsh scaling, both for Torment and also for the pits. So the pit is not going to be as easy on the live server, but it's not going to be as hard as on the PTR. And I did some rough calculation here. I mean, obviously, this is just what they like roughly said, that the Torment 4 is 6 tier difference in the last Torment. So this was the PTR value. So on the PTR, Torment 4 was about 6.5 times harder. And now with this new scaling, that's what they said, it's going to be around 6 tiers in difficulty of the pit. And that means it's going to be about 2.5 times harder rather than 6 times harder. So it's maybe going to be like double difficulty than on the live server. And that's not really all too crazy, I think. It's going to be like very achievable because they do have some stuff of the season journey locked behind Torment 4. And I think it's going to be more than 10% of the player base that can now reach the Torment difficulties here and beat Torment 4 and also finish the season journey. I think this is going to be like a lot easier, basically 3 times easier almost, because instead of 6.5 times, it's only like 2.5 times the HP. And this also will apply to the pit scaling. We don't know exactly by how much, but I also think the pit scaling is at least halved. Like it's not going to be as crazy hard to do pit 100 as it used to be. So pretty cool stuff, basically. Then they talked a bit about those boss powers. Obviously, they have put a lot of nerfs into the boss powers. However, I think overall that's pretty decent. It looks like they even reworked some of the buff that they did to the Ashava boss power. Like, we don't really have full confirmation on this one. But the Ashava boss power looked very overtuned here with the 1200%. And it looks like they didn't even mention any change here. So right now, the assumption is that this is old news and the Ashava boss power is not buffed because it was clearly a bit out of line. However, I might make an update once we know more about that. Okay, I need to check here. Okay, let me see. There was, I think, all about the boss powers, right? I'm going to make a shortcut here. I'm late to the party. Okay, we're going to talk about class balance now. I think we talked about pretty much everything that is not to do with class balance. Oh, we have one more thing about the boss powers. Yeah. They changed the Paragon scaling. Do we have a cool picture of the boss powers? Probably not, actually. Yeah, here starts the class balancing, man. Oof. Probably gonna make a separate video at some point about that, man. Class balancing is tough. We'll talk about my starter class. I haven't decided yet. I mean, Blood Wave Necro is looking freaking insane. But I don't know if we wanna play the old meta again. But they buffed Bloodwave Necro. Like, that's so crazy to me, man. Anyways. Okay, drink and then we keep going. Wait, there's no new... Is there a new gore change? I don't think so. One more thing about the boss powers, guys. On the PTR, they scaled all the way to Paragon 300. They have reduced that scaling and also kept that scaling at Paragon 200. So after Paragon 200, you are not increasing your damage of your boss powers any longer. Plus the scaling is changed. So that puts even more of a nerf to the boss powers, and that shifts even more power from the boss powers back to your character. I don't really like the caps, capped at Paragon 200. I don't think that's too great, but in general, having the character deal the main damage rather than the boss power is a great change. And then next thing here, we have a Barbarian, and in general, class balance changes. We're just starting with the Barbarian. So they set some philosophy approaches here. So Barbarian, 3 points. They buffed Whirlwind. They nerfed Earthquakes even further, and it looks like they kind of nerfed and buffed Mighty Throw, so probably Mighty Throw is going to stay somewhat the same. I'm probably going to make a dedicated video about Barbarian, and obviously we're going to have a tier list and everything coming up here this weekend. But right now, it actually looks there is a small chance for Whirlwind to be at least a decent build, because they buffed it again. They already buffed it on the PTR. Now they buffed it again from 32 to 52, which is a 60% multiplicative buff. And they also buffed the bleed rune here. Now, we don't really have the craziest bleed multipliers, but they did buff it from 40 here to 120% weapon damage. And it depends really on how this is applied. If this is on each whirlwind tick, which is about 3 times a second, it could actually be pretty good. But this remains to be seen how exactly the mechanic works. If it applies on every tick, it's really good. If it doesn't apply on every tick, it's meh. We'll see. They buffed double swing again. They buffed basically all the core skills here, about 10%. They also added a buff here to the twin strikes, which used to have chance for double swing, double damage, chance to cast double swing, and now it's chance to deal double damage. So double swing is actually looking pretty good as well. And they significantly nerfed Earthquake. So they did cap the executioner aspect. And I roughly calculated it here. I'm just going to breeze through it for a second. So it looks like that thing, so this was my old one, 800% on the executioner here. That's like the main stat scaling. And that is reduced to just 200% in the patch notes. So we're going down to like 32 times damage nerf. So yeah, it's going to be significantly weaker here. Like you're going to lose damage divided by 30. So yeah, the Earthquake times are over because they also did nerf the tech rune from 1,400 down to 700. On the PTI, it still was 1,000. So it's not really that great. And then for Mighty Throw, there's like a bug fix. So they reduced the damage from 200 to 50, but they also fixed a bug where sometimes this one was not multiplicative but additive. So overall, the damage seems to be somewhat unchanged. That makes Mighty Throw potentially actually one of the best builds overall. And they talked about like all the classes for sure. So on the Druid here, they are slightly buffing the Earth and Might again. They are getting some resource buffs, and the multiple key passives also get a small buff. I'm not quite sure if this is going to be enough. Druid was not really that great on the PTR, so we'll see about that. The Necromancer here, and this was the most surprising. So the Necromancer, you know how the Blood Wave build was insanely strong on the live game, and it still was insanely strong on the PTR, and they decided to buff it again. In fact, the Bloodwave Necro was by far the highest clear in my tier list draft already, because the Bloodwave Necro did 105 with no boss powers, still hitting for billions here, like 500 billion damage per tick. And this one got buffed from 450 there, like even like 2 trillion per tick. And this one got buffed from 450 to 500% again. So this is looking to be, again, by far the strongest builds. We predicted it right last time, and I think there's nothing even close to the Bloodwave Necro. Let me know in the comments, and we will also obviously check everything out the next days if there's anything even close to Bloodwave. But I still think Bloodwave is going to be the strongest build of last season, and it's also going to be actually by far the strongest build this season. I hope I'm wrong, but right now I don't see anything that's even close to the Necromancer. So Bloodwave is eating good. And then don't forget, all the pet builds are also getting some tremendous buffs thanks to the Beast Fall. Beastmaster's training here. This one basically buffs all your pets at the highest level. It buffs them by a factor of 157%. And this one has not been nerfed. So all the pet builds, all the minion builds, also Lightning Spear on the Sork later, tremendously benefits from that. They also buffed the Bloodlands. I think they doubled the Bloodlands casts. I don't know if we see this here. Yeah, you see here, they doubled the Bloodlands damage against a single target. So Bloodlands is getting a buff, and it's getting another double damage against the single targets. So Necro is eating very good. They also buffed the new unique here quite a bit. So this one used to be 10%. Now it's 25, but only works for me after that. Overall, that's still a massive buff. So Minion Necro, pretty good. Bloodlands Necro, pretty good. Bloodwave Necro, best build in the game still. That's what I think. We will make the tier list on Saturday, on Sunday, on this weekend at least, and we'll see. But I don't see anything that's even close to clearing like 105 or 110 on the PTR without boss powers. Like this clear here was completely without boss powers, and that's an insane build. And yeah, I don't really understand why this got buffed again, but here we are. So Necromancer is going to eat very good. On Rogue, there's been some nerfs to the Death Trap. This one was overperforming. I think they nerfed it like by 50% or something. And then some smaller buffs here and there that's going to help the class out, I think. But I don't really have so much to say about the Rogue. You can read the patch notes for yourself. On Sorcerer, this actually going to be looking somewhat decent. They did a lot of buffs to the ice shards. they completely reworked one of the passives, and I really like this change. If you read this passive here, this is the key passive, and this will work for every Frost build. Basically, 30% reduced mana, you get 1.6 multiplier and another 1.25 against vulnerable targets. So double damage for Frost spells. And this one can be combined with the new Hail of Winterglass, which now gets cooldown reduction. And they also changed the, what was it, Frozen Memories. Actually, let's look in the patch notes here. The Frozen Memory aspect also got changed to be a 75% multiplicative damage buff and another additive 30% resource reduction. And this can be put on a two-hander for 2.5x%. It's like really strong aspect. And combined with this Avalanche and some other changes to the ice shards, there might be a decent chance for this to be an actually legit build. And then obviously you still have the Lightning Spear Sorcerer that's also benefiting from the 2.5x boss power for all the pets and the summons. And I think that's going to be incredible strong as well. Last but not least, we have the Spiritborn. They did fix unyielding hits. This is like the aspect that gives you all the extra weapon damage. They fixed that to finally work with all the multipliers. They buffed basic builds, and they did fix a lot of buffs on the Sunbird Gorgeous and Rushing Claw. This is going to be like this Firestorm build. You may have seen this before. It actually looks pretty solid. They kept buffing this. This one is a higher multiplier. The feathers are also Jaguar now. And this is basically the playstyle. And this was somewhat decent already for Torment 4. And yeah, it just got stronger. Now we'll see exactly how strong in the tier list that we're going to make soon. But yeah, there's obviously a ton more changes. I'm going to link the patch notes below. It looks pretty cool. There's a ton of exciting stuff, especially them like, nerfing the pit a bit again and also making more builds viable, as well as buffing the XP, removing the timer on the bosses, buffing the loot, juicing the season mechanics. A lot of positive things. We will see exactly how the Whirlwind Barb is going to land and stuff. I'm just a bit surprised to see the Bloodwave Necro like reign supreme again. However, they already did say if some builds are overperforming, they are looking at them very early and they're going to have a policy of nerfing earlier this time. Like they are talking the first week, if some build is clearly overperforming or bugged, they're going to act on this. And I think that's going to be really nice to see, some of the outliers. Like, I'm calling it Bloodwave Necro is a big outlier to me. But we'll see how that's going to go. There's a good chance, if it's really that strong, like the way I'm thinking, that it's going to get tuned down. Hope you enjoyed, guys. Season starts on Tuesday, and I'm going to have a tier list and build guides. In fact, I already made a ton of build guides here for Season 8. Going to put the link below. The boss power is updated. I'm going to slowly update these over the days. And then, obviously, we're also going to have a tier list because this draft got a bit overthrown. And then we'll talk about the strongest builds for each of the classes. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you soon. GG. Well, that was actually 20 minutes. Maybe a bit longer recap. But okay, that's going to be on YouTube in a bit, guys. Let's read Bone Spear. Yeah, I can't really go over everything, else the video is going to be 40 minutes long, man. I just wanted to focus on the strongest build for each class, pretty much. Bone Spear. Where does it start? But what's the big buff? Fix an issue where the second Bone Spear from death. I like Bone Spear a lot. Forgot to press record. Now I'm streaming it. It's fine. But yeah. Well, what are you on about with Bone Spear though? Don't quite understand. There any more changes? Maybe you mean Bloodlands. Bone Spear is still going to be meh. It's going to be okay build, but it's not going to be great. We see our Shava power not change reroll Spiritborn. answer this. I mean, there's a good chance. Wait, I need to read this again. I hope this is gonna be decent, guys. Gonna shout out to Beat Dropper, man. This guy's been cooking on Bob. If it's like 120% per whirlwind tick. I hope so, man. What might be viable? It's hard to say, guys. Like, I don't know how this works. How do you understand this? Bleed damage increased from 40% of base over 5 seconds to 120, but now weapon damage. So on the, I think it's gonna be per tick, because whirlwind ticks multiple times a second, right? And if it's 40% of base, you already know, like you do one tick, it does base on that. You do another tick, it does the base on that. But now, does it do 120% weapon damage for each tick? Or is it 120% per second and not per tick? I don't really know, man. Could go either way. I mean, the difference is like triple almost. It should be per tick. Yeah, it should be, but is it? I mean, that's going to be triple damage. So I don't know. It could be either way. I mean, either it's like on the bad side or like, so this is like between like C and B tier, maybe between C and A tier. I don't really know. I don't know if there's still answer. I mean, you can ask. Like there was a lot of about philosophy, which was, I already watched that pretty much. %24 per second. I mean, I feel it could go either way. It would actually make more sense to be not per tick. But balance-wise, it would make sense to be per tick. Yeah, that's true. You need 100 resources. Yeah, that's right.
That means you need to cast an extra one. 3 times 30 is 90. Yeah, this is actually going to end up being a buff for leveling, but a nerf for endgame. Most people just going to enjoy Bloodwave. It will be per tick. Yeah, I mean, we just assume it's per tick, guys. Because then it's stronger. I wish they would have buffed rend damage a bit as well. But, I mean, these are good changes. Like, core skill, this is not really gonna, you know, like, improve the build super much. That's good. New Lightning Spear stock. I mean, Lightning Spear gonna get 2.5x baseline. It's gonna be pretty good. I haven't played D4 since season 1. Kind of new to RPGs. Do you think it's a good time to come back? Yes, because they basically rebalance a lot of parts of the game. I think it's a great way, a great time to come back, actually. There's good stuff. Yeah, I don't really know much about the battle pass. I gotta check that calculation. Excited for Season 8? Not very. I think there are good changes. I just don't understand the Necro Blood Wave. That didn't need a buff. That needed a nerf. I don't even know if there's any build that's even close to... I don't think there's any build that's even close to Blood Wave at the moment. Last chance for D4, man. How many more last chances there gonna be, bro? There have been so many last changes. That's crazy. Another last chance mode. There was a build it could do with Chronolousion. Yeah. That wasn't too great either way, I feel. I didn't even read some of this part, wait. This one is really nice. Did they change the Barb item at all? Yeah, the cooldown change here is really good. This has cooldown reduction on the Hell. That's really nice. The season starts on Tuesday, 5 days. 7 p.m. I think it's 7 p.m. Europe time. And then they doubled it. More than doubled it. Yo guys, Whirlwind leveling login. Yeah, the leveling is better for sure. This is gonna be really weak. I don't really know, like, Druid, man. Druid is a bit of a wild card, I feel. Any Druid enjoyers in the chat? Like, Rogue got quite some nerfs. P10. Okay, I hope this is without boss powers. Okay, guys, the problem with all these clears... this all is based on boss power that basically doesn't exist anymore. Like, we can only look at no boss power stuff, because the boss powers, like... he's playing Andariels, right? Is he? Yeah, that's Andariels. Andariels doesn't even have damage anymore. But this build doesn't exist no more. That's pretty cool. See, another lightning spear buff, guys. Dang, yo. Good. Bloodwave Necro is looking strong. Herbs is there's no toying with herbs. Actually, we can go bigger again. Fuck. Herbs is brutal, guys. Be careful. The banhammer is swinging. Season of Hope. Wait. Did they say this? Oh, they also buffed the XP, guys. Look. Bosses in the Operation Incursion event grant bonus XP. I didn't even see that. I thought it's only like a whisper, but it also gives XP, man. Like, I don't know, bonus. I don't know how much, but that sounds pretty cool. I mean, this could be anything, right? They could be giving like 5%, 10%, 50%, like who knows? But this is really good. Because that's going to make, like these two changes, plus the Ash buff, the Spectral Ash buff, is going to make going to the season zones much cooler. Wait, what's the bug fix? Can you copy paste it? 0? It's really nice. Okay, bro. Yo, this is insane. You only need 2 keys for the big boy. Exalt. Uber. Oh, it's this bug again. Yeah, but I don't know how much damage on average that is. I think it was working, it just was not always working. I don't know. Here,
In Torment difficulty, an additional guaranteed unique icon from the item pool will drop. That's big W. And they also increased the keys. So, they cut some of the keys in 2, and they increased the key. Man, we're going to be farming those bosses, boys. We're going to be farming those bosses. That's very nice. Common quality items will no longer drop below level 6. Yeah, this still remains unchanged. That's good. I mean, that's okay. Wait, what? Horde key drop chance reduced? Brah. Okay, I mean, we weren't exactly swimming in them. But okay, this is nice. So the Butcher tripled. Wait, this is even new. Duriel, new fight mechanics. Duriel. Oh boy, this is gonna claim some hardcore players. New mechanics on all the bosses. I didn't even see that. The Torment Echo of Varshan, Monster Summon and Absorption mechanic was too complicated. Not well communicated and can provide Überwaschen with some potential frustrating bonus. This jumped in making it clearer to the player what's happening. Okay, so it sounds like he almost gonna have no more shield, but gonna have some harder mechanics. Each monster turns into a persisting seeking. Okay, I mean, there's gonna be that's cool, man. They actually changed the fights, guys. Various tweaks. Oh, guys, Conduit Shrine gone. Nuked. They can just try to copy the D3 code for this one. Skills that cost health will fail to cast. The cost is higher than the player's current life. Okay, good. Fix an issue where character names would be read aloud when leaving the player screen. What? I never heard that. Fix an issue where Call of the Ancients could spawn oh, this was us. Ancients are now kept at 12. God damn it. Oh, this bug has been long in the game. Fix an issue where increasing the size of Mighty Throw reduced the lucky hit chance. Fix an issue where the exposed vulnerability phase will override the duration of vulnerable if the attack was otherwise going to apply vulnerable, such as power kick. Nuked. Blurred Beast and not added damage. Mjolnir Ring. Man, Necro is also getting a passive bonus. I don't really know, like, is this a big deal for Bone Spear? I don't really feel that way. Then again, it might be. Fix an issue where the Barbarian was sometimes having fun. Yeah. But actually, guys, the Mighty Throw nerf is not a nerf, really. They just communicated that poorly on the stream.
Falling behind, and so it's got actually a really massive buff since PTR, about a 60% increased base damage, as well as upgrades to one of its upgrades that makes it the bleed that it applies is much more impactful now. And so really, if you're using Whirlwind for Whirlwind's sake, it's going to be much more impactful.
I love spin to win.
Absolutely, it's.
Hey, Colin, man.
It's a really fun build on Barbarian. I just wasn't hitting the mark. Hopefully now with all of these buffs, it'll be much closer to being that.
I mean, it's going to be closer for sure, but is it? I'm going to try to make it work. I love spin to win too, but it's
competitive build. Kind of on the flip side, we've also adjusted Executioner's aspect. This is a legendary that was really good for the Earthquake builds, was one of the primary scalers there. We have capped the scaling on that. Everyone knows Earthquake Barbarian was really good in Season 7. That's what I personally played. It was a ton of fun. It was awesome. Even on the PTR after we made some adjustments, it was still kind of above that mark. And we were really hesitant to let the exact same build, exact same playstyle dominate the meta for multiple seasons in a row. We know that's you want variety, and we want to we don't want to like completely kill the build and take it off the map, but we just want to make sure that you don't feel obligated to play the exact same way season over season, because there's so many cool ways of playing classes, and we just want to make sure that that is the case. So with that in mind, we're capping the scaling on that, which should hopefully keep Earthquake builds at an appropriate spot and not as dominant as they had been. And of course, we've got some new items coming in the season. These ones were tested on PTR, and we've made some adjustments to them as well, but they mainly target Mighty Throw. We did see that on the PTR. Mighty Throw was very mighty and was led to some really cool clips of people like one-shotting some of our late game bosses where you build up all your multipliers, Mighty Throw, and just kind of chunks their health total all the way down.
A little too mighty.
Yes, a lot of fun. We love that play style. Just the exact number tuning maybe was a bit high, so we've brought some of that down. But we still
I wonder who did that.
Think that it's going to be really compelling to play Mighty Throw next season. Let's take a look at some of those items I'm referring to.
So it's not really much weaker. Potentially stronger. But I don't really think it was great for anything but killing bosses and pushing pits. But this is probably one of the worst speedrun builds that I can think of. I think it's really bad for speeds, but here we are. When does the new season start? It starts next Tuesday, in 4.5 days. 29th. I mean, I'll make a Whirlwind build. It's going to be decent, but it's not going to be... I also don't know like how that bleed stuff is going to work with Gorse. I don't think it's going to work at all. Man, it gets too complicated. I think half the stuff just doesn't work. How would this even work with the bleed? I think the answer is no, right? Dealing 600 increased damage. That's not gonna work with the fucking bleed. Yeah, I think we'll have to check that. I don't think it's gonna work. We can probably test this on live. Did you finish the patch notes? No, there's still Rogue. mean, we have a strong build for killing bosses. But it's very weak for pit. $1,000 for stash tabs in PoE. I mean, that's probably also a bit overkill, no? Ice shots targeting was inconsistent when enemies were close to the player. Yeah, but the problem is the base damage increase is not enough to make it viable. Like, the problem is we cannot play a hybrid build. Either we play direct whirlwind damage, or we play bleed. And the biggest problem is gushing wounds is bad. It's just additive. Leveling guide and things to do and see. Yeah, I'm gonna make all that, guys. It's just gonna take this weekend. No, you cannot do hybrid. I mean, you can do that, but it's gonna not be a strong build. You either do whirlwind or you do mighty throw. The 3GR bring back party differential rolls, low level, mid level, high level together. Yeah. There's some good stuff. Okay, let's read the rest. We can do some more Q&A after I get some snack. The tier list is not updated, but exclamation mark sheet always gets it to the tier list. This all is changing. Not happy with the changes? I mean, it's a bit mixed. I think buffing Necro, that's not the way, but buffing the Blood Wave again. I don't even know of any class that did pit 100. And Necro did 105, like no boss powers. Tier list, exclamation mark sheet, but this is not updated yet, guys. I mean, I can send you the link, like it's gonna be updated, but it's not now. Yeah, Blood Wave is still one button build. Well, I mean, you gotta press a couple buttons. Yeah, we don't really know what the pits, like how significant the pit scaling is nerfed down to. So the thing on Barb, guys, Mighty Throw is good for the bosses. But it's not good for farming. And Whirlwind has big single target issue. We also don't fully know about the Ashava power. Yeah, Blood Wave. So this is Blood Wave Necro after the nerf, guys. And then they buffed it.
Pit 100. I'm gonna message this Bloodwave Necro. Yeah, this build got crazy, man. I have no feedback on the Ashava boss power. If the Ashava boss power in the game, Spiritborn can compete with this. This is the clear here, I'll link it. This is getting buffed, and this was really hard. I have not seen any other class do even 100 plus. Ask ChatGPT. I don't think they know. Yeah, I think this build is a clear outlier still. I don't think there was a single build that beat 105. Der Mittelschullehrer, Dankeschön für 4 Monate. Thanks, man. Appreciate the support. Yeah, this one is just crazy still. There's good news for Sorg. Yeah, I'm gonna have my recap up in a bit, and then I'm gonna grab a snack as well. Okay. After campfire draft. I actually think I'm gonna completely remove this. Okay, Cataclysm Druid actually gonna stay B tier probably. Okay, we're just gonna do rough power rating, like very baseline. This shit I can just remove, man. There's no point. This is all nerfed crazy. I don't even know if any of these builds is still viable. They all got nerfed so hard. I cannot see it still being viable. With the exception of Quill Volley, Poison. Because if it's just not buffed but also not nerfed, it's still gonna be decent. But I think that's already in here.
I think it got buffed by 1.3. You get the key passive buff and you get the base skill buff, right? So A tier, I think there's Mighty Throw here. But I don't really know if there's anything else that's really strong. Whew, and now it gets tough. I don't even know if this one is here. I'm probably still going to put Quill Volley in A tier. Like, it's S tier if Ashava is in, and if Ashava is just not nerfed, it's still going to be very good. Do we put Ice Shards in? I need to check some numbers, but Ice Shard is probably... No, it's not F. There's a lot of buffs, actually. This is not up to date. We're probably going to put this here. I gotta update some stuff. The fuck? I think I already updated this. Wait, why is it not linking? Do this shit. Maybe. Ice Shot Swag, so what do we have? We have Key Passive plus Frozen Memory. We're not gonna play Shatter no more. What's it called? Avalanche buff. Frozen Mist. This is Frozen Memories. This is a really nice aspect, actually. This is like a really strong aspect. Probably gonna need to update this. I don't even know where we put from memories. This is not ready yet, but... So we definitely want to be changing the key passive, right? I mean, we're just gonna link this for now. It's gonna like... This all is not updated, guys. Sokka's gonna be the weakest? No. LS equals summon. I have a recap up soon. Actually, see, I think it's checking right now. Okay.
Okay, it's up now. Sorry about that. It took a bit. Hey everybody, it's Robbie. We just got the final patch notes for Man, am I really talking that fast? Look at this. Hey everybody, it's Robbie. We just got the final... Okay. I'm a bit fast, guys. Yes, here's the link. Hey, leave a like, leave a comment. Helps a lot, my friends. /pin. Season 8 summary. I don't know what we call it. Def. No, we should call it like Def recap or something. Checking best season 8 builds. Okay, maybe no Bob, guys. I don't know, man. I really want to play Bob just because of the transmog, right? Like, man, Bob is looking so sick. Like, Bob is looking so good. Oh, but I don't know about those nerfs, dude. I mean, if I ask you guys, you want me to make Bob anyways, right? But maybe I'll play... I'm definitely going to play Bob. Like, I promise you, I'm going to play Bob. But I don't know if it's going to be my starter. I could do another starter class, and then... Oh, I'm going to be a Betrayer. I mean, I'm 100% going to play Bob. I'm just not sure if it's going to be the first days. I might want to try Spiritborn. Or maybe... I don't know. Ice Shot looking cool. I really like Ice Shots. I played it on launch. I mean, I don't really like Necro... Traitor! Traitor! Okay, actually, we can remove this... the locked journey doesn't really matter that much. Dev stream recap. Okay, that's awesome. Let me add the command real quick. Recap. Season 8 campfire recap. No, we'll just do 1 hour. Recap. Shit. That's many P's. Burn him. Guys, we will decide on the weekend. It's hard to decide, man. Wait, what the fuck? Sorry about that. I wanted to share this Twitter post. I'm not sure. Wait, your bar build? Can you link it? What's the build? Liking 2 classes, get jailed, man. Playing Diablo and Path of Exile, unacceptable. Straight to jail, guys. More than 1 video game, you can't do it. Necro or nothing. Yo, it feels like we lose either way. Eins, zwei, Polizei, 3, 4, Grenadier. 1 game, 1 life, no problem. Oh, come on, guys. Oh, bro, this is so strong. Guys, right now I'm really struggling. Like, what else do we put in S tier? No, Mighty Throw is not in the garbage. Mighty Throw is like, I would even say it might be top 3 build. I'm not sure.
But if the Death Note here, like if the nerf is not a nerf, because there's a bug fix, it's really strong, guys. I think it's the strongest Bob build. You see this, read this. I'm gonna link it to you. The value was adjusted to a reasonable level, not to nerf it, but to compensate for the bug fix made to Warrior's Mighty Throw. It will ultimately result in more damage, aka heftier bonks. So Mighty Throw is not nerfed, guys. And they probably didn't like fully say this right in the dev stream. After the dev stream, I thought Mighty Throw is nerfed, but now, with this developer's note clarification, I think Mighty Throw is what's stronger than, I mean, Blood Wave is for sure stronger. But I'm having a hard time putting anything above it. Probably this I'm going to put below though. Spiritborn? Yeah, but how much more damage are we going to get from that? And I don't know the power level from the PTR, really. I did try the build, but the damage was not really insane, Zero. Like, I don't know, can you say you did like a pit 90 or something? And now, you know, you get all the Jaguar multipliers, but you also got to like, you know, like get the passive points from somewhere, so you're also going to lose some multipliers. So I'm not really so sure. Whirlwind Craig, yeah, but that got another nerf. I'm not sure, guys. I'm definitely going to make a Barb. But Barbarian was my starter, last season. So I'm not really sure if I'm going to start Barb, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to look through my footage. Like, maybe I have some. You're saying Firestorm Spiritborn? Yeah, we need footage. Like, I truly don't know. Druid leveling step 1. Okay, Barb is going to be very nice for leveling. Like, okay, the Whirlwind might not be that great in the end game. Like, we don't know how the bleed is going to scale, but maybe let's go to the top here. We don't know how the bleed is going to scale in the end game, but early game, this is insane. This is literally GG leveling build. And they also buffed upheaval, so that's also even better leveling. Like, both of these are gonna be very nice for leveling. Yeah, Necro leveling is always good. Like, Necro has very strong leveling. It always had. Like, Necro and Sork was always the strongest, and Druid and Barb was always the weakest. Even though I leveled Druid together with Woody in the Samsung challenge, and Druid was fucking crazy, man. We did like the Undercity with Cataclysm. It went like pew, 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 pew. It like blasted everything. It was really freaking good. Basic Spiritborn. Seppa and Sontag got the buff, right? Seppa. It's a 30%. I mean, it's going to be better, but it's not really going to be like, you know. I think this one has a real good, like, you're right, Zero. Like, this one is definitely worth looking into. Because this is a nice buff. That's like 5 divided by 4, right? It should be like 20%. 25% buff. Plus, there was a bug. It didn't even work with the unyielding aspect. So, 25 multiplier, aspect working now, plus scaling with Jaguar. That sounds like potentially it's like triple, quadruple damage. Hard to say, like, we don't know for sure, because I don't even know the base, but that definitely is buffed a lot. Have you ever not started Barb? Yes. I started Spiritborn when the Spiritborn class launched. Duh. I mean, everybody played Spiritborn. There was no point playing anything else, guys. No broken boss powers. Tom and 4 viable. Man, Spiritborn got a lot of juice. Yo, Zero, like, I'm maybe starting Spiritborn. Like, I don't know yet. Spiritborn is looking pretty cool. I miss playing it. I actually really like the class. I mean, I love Bar, but Spiritborn is pretty cool too. Wait, what boss powers you using here? This looks insanely good. This is T4 on the PTR. So the Torment 4 is nerfed, like, divided by 3 from this. Can I make it to the bathroom? Yeah, I can. 1 second. This is good. Yeah, let's cook a bit on Spiritborn. I think tomorrow we'll look to Spiritborn. Like, this has big potential, I think. There is a ton of good buffs to Spiritborn. Dude, the evade build was so good. Like, this is... So, this footage, I don't think the boss power is doing much here. But wait, aren't they using the explosive boss power here? I don't know, like that does on evade. This lightning explosion, I think, is a boss power, no? They did bug fix the unyielding hits working with this. But okay, lots of kind, like, what's the dot? There's like a big dot, or is this someone else?
Hi Rob, here we go again, ha smiley face.
Hey, thank you so much for the support, man. Thanks for the Prime, 4 months, guys. Using a Prime is not a crime. Ha, Spiritborn actually good again.
Moin Leute, der Season 8 Campfire Stream ist...
Holy shit, that was loud, sorry. Moin Leute. Hey, this guy's nice. Diablo. Wait, let's actually check. So this is Kirma. Kirma. Wait, what? Evade. The fuck is it called? Is this boss power not existing? Diablo, besser Mann. Ja, Mann, der geht ab, der Diablo. Wait, where is power at? Sparks. Man, something is like... Why are we not finding some of the powers here? I guess we look at the other boss post. Okay, but you did have Avarice. This one is definitely nerfed. But that's actually pretty sick. This one didn't get nerfed, you're right. When you evade, 200% damage. Yeah, it's a bit confusing because these powers, they are missing. Now there's more powers missing, I think, if we look. But okay, there's no change. So it makes sense it's not listed because it's not changed. It should be listed below, though. I don't know, it's confusing. Might go either way, guys.
it's a bit confusing. I'm thinking Spiritborn has lots of potential, guys. I like that. Okay, yeah, true, actually. You didn't. I gotta bookmark this. I remember I tried the feather thing, no? I think I have some footage of me playing with the feather. This is also, like, there's also feathers here. What the fuck? Like, these things are the feathers. Would you guys play Spiritborn? I think it actually looks pretty cool. Like, if this is not nerfed, yeah, like your resource is not dropping. How squishy is this? I don't know. Guys, you gotta keep in mind, like, this Torment 4 HP is gonna be nerfed, divided by 3. And this boss power didn't get a change. I mean, there might be a bit of change because this is 300 Paragon. So there's some scaling difference, but this is very good. Now, let me link that. I don't know where I'm putting this. Man, there are so many Spiritborn builds with potential, boys. Let's link it. Evade Born. What the fuck is the power called? Spark or evade boss power are not nerfed. I mean, definitely T4 viable. I'm 31. Yo, did I not try the feather build? I gotta check that, man. I gotta check some footage. I think I did try it. Don't remember, man. The freaking feather build, boys. Oh, man. Wait. Wait, we are on Necro. Man, we are on everything. Yeah, I might have not tried it. I'm pretty sure I tried it. Maybe it was like on the last day I tested the most shit. Just gonna zip through this for a sec. Oh, here, Spirit. No, this is Sorg. Fuck. Almost. Yeah, wait, how much Sorg did we play? Yeah, Sorg was giga strong, but this is completely gone. Oh, on Spiritborn? I don't even know what we're doing. Are we doing Rake? Okay, this build also got buffed like crazy. But was it strong enough to do T4? Yeah. I'm not so convinced. But the playstyle is cool. Yeah, this build is also buffed a lot, right?
This is the Rake build. Man, Spiritborn actually has like 2 or 3 really decent builds. Like, obviously, all this is not optimized, right? And it's also getting buffed from, like, so there's 2 things happening. Torment 4 got nerfed, roughly divided by 3, allegedly, like, we don't know for sure. And Ray got buffed. I don't really know how the direct damage is really happening here. I don't even know what's triggering. 40 billion. What is that? Fuck, I don't remember. It's some boss power, probably. Your head hurts from this build? But this is a speed build, man. This is like Speedy Gonzalez. Seems like a pain? No. You just press all buttons, and you teleport with Jaguar, and you just hold your Rake. Did I not do like a pit? Probably not. I shall not be... guys, the tier list is work in... okay. Work in progress. This list is not done. WIP. Man, how many... fuck, we need like... notifications everywhere. Just in case. Good. Not enough yet. I mean, you think Ice Shot is going to be stronger than this? I don't know about that, man. Yeah, Woe and Bleed. It's not going to be an A tier build. There's no way. I mean, A tier is Mighty Throw. B tier, this is even like, I think it's more C tier. It might be B tier, actually. I mean, this is like miles better than what it used to be. Probably the Earthquake Barb is like, it's probably like on par with Earthquake. Wait, where is the crowd control and boss down? Where are you at? What build you at? I mean, I really think Bloodwave should get nerfed now. Try Whirlwind Bleed on PTR. Well, the Whirlwind Bleed wasn't really existing on the PTR. I did try Whirlwind, I know that. I have the timestamp somewhere. I don't know, like I need to look it through all my footage. Like there was definitely a time I played pure Whirlwind Barb. But I must say it was not, it was probably on the last day. I must say it was not impressive. Okay, might be here actually. Okay, guys, this was pure double swing. This is no boss power.
This is gonna be much better.
I'm pretty sure it's no boss power. Yeah, no boss power. we kill it? This build is getting about double damage. Maybe a bit more. Dex just was that much sense now. Let's do the same Q though. Not with the rune I took. This is boss power again. This is lightning boss. But the lightning boss power did get nerfed a lot. Oh, this is also resources. Okay, this is also invalid. I'm pretty sure we did a few non-boss. But anyways, I think double swing is decent.
Yeah, we definitely took some.
Actually, double swing, it's probably in here. It depends a bit on how much the chance is, right? We have here. We don't know how much, like, let's say this is like 30% base and then you can masterwork it. We're probably going to reach double damage. Something like that. Hydrate, I don't have any left. Cheers. Nothing. I gotta get a snack. Guys, you cannot 120. Lightning Spear didn't do 120. Some boss power did. The highest PTR clear with no boss power, to my knowledge, was Bloodwave Necro. I didn't even see another class do 100. I think Earthquake Barb could have done 100, but it's nerfed now as well. I don't really think any class did 100 without boss powers. Maybe they did, but like no one did 105 for sure. I've not even seen any other class do 100. And 105 is like 3 times harder. At least based on the information that we have at the moment. Spiritborn can do it? I hope so. I mean, Spiritborn, like last season, I don't really think many people played it. Spiritborn has like 2 or 3 potential builds now. There's good changes on Spiritborn. You're saying that Barb and Sorg are the worst classes? Guys, like, can you not, like, this is not done. I'm not saying something is the, I'm saying Necro is the best right now, but it's still, still might change. Like how many more? Like, this is a draft. I'm not saying, like, this is the strongest or this is the worst. Dude, like, this, like, not even half the builds on here. This deal is not done, bro. Like, we just started. It's gonna be like 3 days until this is done. But Rob, you're saying Bob is the weakest? Well, when I made that here, I thought Mighty Throw is nerfed, but apparently not really. Yeah. Well, gone.
the Hey, thank you for the prime, Santiago. Yeah, this is just less than. It just should be greater than. Then it's fine. I don't know. I need to look at these numbers again. It might. I think it's just gonna be this strong. I don't see any real reason why it would be weaker. Oh, okay. There seems to be an update, guys. Maybe I need to... Maybe it's going to take a few minutes. Look at the... Java is still not in here. Maybe it's gonna take a bit. But apparently there's an update coming to some of the blog stuff, guys, because some stuff was missing. We'll see when it's there. Sorry, I'm discussing here some of the balance stuff, man. They released the Berserk skins. Ah, yes. There's an entire blog post. They did release, I think, all the Berserk stuff pretty much. Like, I mean, this is like the main reason to play Bob, guys. I love Bob, and this skin is so freaking awesome. Like, I think the biggest reason to play Bob is this skin. Look at this, man. It looks so fucking good. I don't even know the other skins. Like, look at that guy. Oh, actually, the Necro skin also looks kind of... I mean, they all look good. This is the Bob skin, and it's just... stonks, boys. Is Mekuna winning in League? Oh, he's going still. What rank is he? Is he Diamond? Close, close. Yeah, link the timestamp. I'm gonna get a snack, guys. I need to. I am super hungry. Oh, actually, it's fine, I think. Gold, platinum. Damn, that's nice. Yeah, he's climbing very fast. Yeah, I was chatting with him the other day. Well, he's in the game. We can chat with him in a bit if he's up. We'll see what he thinks about the Sorg stuff. I don't really know, man, the Sorg stuff. I'm actually positively surprised by Ice Shards, though. Ice Shards looking pretty cool. He beat me twice. Damn, let's go. Yo, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, guys, I'm going to show you the recap. I'm quickly going to get a snack. And then we'll look at some of the other classes. Hopefully this is going to have sound. Changes, 2 balance changes. Okay, I was so fast with this. Okay, guys, this is the summary, the recap that I made. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. Just going to grab like some bread and maybe some yogurt. And we're going to be right back for a sec. Can this go here? Yeah. Hey everybody, it's Robbie. We just got the final patch notes for Season 8 starting next week. We have the full class balance changes. We have buffs coming to the bosses, and they buff the loot and reduce the amount of materials required. And we got a ton of changes to the new season event that is going to make it a lot more juicy to run those new zones. So the full patch notes going to be linked below. There are a ton of buffs and a ton of nerfs for the classes itself. But we're going to start with some general stuff. So the boss ladder, as many of you know, gets completely changed. And what they did from the PTR to the live game is they added more boss loot. That means, especially on Belial, they made him harder, like much harder to kill. But they also doubled the amount of ancestral loot that you get from him. They also reduced the amount of keys that you need from Belial from 2 to just 1. So you just need like 1 material, the way I understood it, for those liar bosses to summon them.
And that's obviously going to make it a lot easier to get into this boss loop and basically keep chaining the bosses. Also, the annoying timer that was at the chest that we complained about a lot, there was a 30 seconds timer between the boss openings. That has also been removed. So as soon as you open the chest, you can re-summon the boss again. That's a massive W. We'll be looking here at the patch notes. And we will see here also the experience reward reduction. So on the PTR, they reduce the amount of experience that the player gets by quite a lot. This has been reverted. So the leveling experience is not going to feel much slower than before. The item changes, like a bit less legendaries and stuff, that's still in. But the experience reward reduction has been much lessened to create a smaller difference between this new season and the current season. They also tremendously buffed this new zone here. So, you know, on the PTR, it felt kind of unrewarding to do the new Helltide zone event here, the Apparition Incursions. They also buffed that quite a lot. Now, there's a new boss here, basically, this guy here, this beast. They also added a bounty to this, so not all the time, but every now and then, there's going to be bounties in this like world zone, basically, that you can fight together with your friend. It's an open world event. There's also Belial that can spawn here, and you can beat him, basically. They also increased the amount of spectral ashes that drop. You can see the spectral ash here in the video. This is what you need to update your boss powers. They also significantly increased the loot, ashes that you get from the boss, as well as decrease the amount of ashes that you need to upgrade your powers to a higher level. That basically means for the magic powers and the rare powers, it's going to be very comfortable to level them up. It's going to be much faster. They also did a really cool change here. This is like general changes, then we'll talk about the class balance. They adjusted the odds at which you can upgrade your Paragon glyphs when your pit tier is lower than your glyph level. So many people had concern that they will not be able to get their glyphs to 100 because at some point you can't level them anymore. And now they gave you still a chance. Let's say you do a pit 70, you still have a chance to upgrade your glyph to 100. It might just be like a 5% chance. We don't know exactly the chance, but you're basically going to be able to still leveling the glyph to 100, even on a bit of a weaker build where you can't clear pit 100 because it has gotten harder. However, they reverted some of the harsh scaling, both for Torment and also for the pits. So the pit is not going to be as easy on the live server, but it's not going to be as hard as on the PTR. And I did some rough calculation here. I mean, obviously, this is just what they like roughly said, that the Torment 4 is 6 tier difference in the last Torment. So this was the PTR value. So on the PTR, Torment 4 was about 6.5 times harder. And now with this new scaling, that's what they said, it's going to be around 6 tiers in difficulty of the pit. And that means it's going to be about 2.5 times harder rather than 6 times harder. So it's maybe going to be like double difficulty than on the live server. And that's not really all too crazy, I think. It's going to be like very achievable because they do have some stuff of the season journey locked behind Torment 4. And I think it's going to be more than 10% of the player base that can now reach the Torment difficulties here and beat Torment 4 and also finish the season journey. I think this is going to be like a lot easier, basically 3 times easier almost, because instead of 6.5 times, it's only like 2.5 times the HP. And this also will apply to the pit scaling. We don't know exactly by how much, but I also think the pit scaling is at least halved. Like it's not going to be as crazy hard to do pit 100 as it used to be. So pretty cool stuff, basically. Then they talked a bit about those boss powers. Obviously, they have put a lot of nerfs into the boss powers. However, I think overall that's pretty decent. It looks like they even reworked some of the buff that they did to the Ashava boss power. Like, we don't really have full confirmation on this one. But the Ashava boss power looked very overtuned here with the 1200%. And it looks like they didn't even mention any change here. So right now, the assumption is that this is old news and the Ashava boss power is not buffed because it was clearly a bit out of line. However, I might make an update once we know more about that. Okay, I need to check here. Okay, let me see. There was, I think, all about the boss powers, right? I'm gonna make a shortcut here. I'm late to the party. Okay, we're gonna talk about class balance now. I think we talked about pretty much everything that is not to do with class balance. Oh, we have one more thing about the boss powers. Yeah. They changed the Paragon scaling. Do we have a cool picture of the boss powers? Probably not, actually. Yeah, here starts the class balancing, man. Oof. Probably gonna make a separate video at some point about that, man. Class balancing is tough. We'll talk about my starter class. I haven't decided yet. I mean, Blood Wave Necro is looking freaking insane. But I don't know if we wanna play the old meta again. But they buffed Blood Wave Necro. Like, that's so crazy to me, man. Anyways. Drink and then we keep going. Wait, there's no new... Is there a new gore change? I don't think so. One more thing about the boss powers, guys. On the PZR, they scaled all the way to Paragon 300. They have reduced that scaling and also kept that scaling at Paragon 200. So after Paragon 200, you are not increasing your damage of your boss powers any longer. Plus the scaling is changed. So that puts even more of a nerf to the boss powers, and that shifts even more power from the boss powers back to your character. I don't really like the caps, capped at Paragon 200. I don't think that's too great, but in general, having the character deal the main damage rather than the boss power is a great change. And then next thing here, we have a Barbarian, and in general, class balance changes. We're just starting with the Barbarian. So they set some philosophy approaches here. So Barbarian, 3 points. They buffed Whirlwind. They nerfed Earthquakes even further. And it looks like they kind of nerfed and buffed Mighty Throw. So probably Mighty Throw is going to stay somewhat the same. I'm probably going to make a dedicated video about Barbarian, and obviously we're going to have a tier list and everything coming up here this weekend. But right now, it actually looks there is a small chance for Whirlwind to be at least a decent build, because they buffed it again. They already buffed it on the PTR. Now they buffed it again from 32 to 52, which is a 60% multiplicative buff. And they also buffed the bleed rune here. Now we don't really have the craziest bleed multipliers, but they did buff it from 40 here to 120% weapon damage. And it depends really on how this is applied. If this is on each Whirlwind tick, which is about 3 times a second, it could actually be pretty good. But this remains to be seen how exactly the mechanic works. If it applies on every tick, it's really good. If it doesn't apply on every tick, it's meh. We'll see. They buffed double swing again. They buffed basically all the core skills here, about 10%. They also added a buff here to the twin strikes, which used to have chance for double swing, double damage, chance to cast double swing, and now it's chance to deal double damage. So double swing is actually looking pretty good as well. And they significantly nerfed Earthquake. So they did cap the executioner aspect. And I roughly calculated it here. I'm just going to breeze through it for a second. So it looks like that thing, so this was my old one, 800% on the executioner here. That's like the main stat scaling. And that is reduced to just 200% in the patch notes. So we're going down to like 32 times damage nerf. So yeah, it's going to be significantly weaker here. Like you're gonna lose damage divided by 30. So yeah, the earthquake times are over because they also did nerf the tech rune from 1,400 down to 700. On the PTR, it still was 1,000. So it's not really that great. And then for Mighty Throw, there's like a bug fix. So they reduced the damage from 200 to 50, but they also fixed a bug where sometimes this one was not multiplicative but additive. So overall, the damage seems to be somewhat unchanged. That makes Mighty Throw potentially actually one of the best builds overall. And they talked about like all the classes for sure. So on the Druid here, they are slightly buffing the Earth and Might again. They are getting some resource buffs, and the multiple key passives also get a small buff. I'm not quite sure if this is going to be enough. Druid was not really that great on the PTR, so we'll see about that. The Necromancer here, and this was the most surprising. So the Necromancer, you know how the Blood Wave build was insanely strong on the live game, and it still was insanely strong on the PTR, and they decided to buff it again. In fact, the Bloodwave Necro was by far the highest clear in my tier list draft already, because the Bloodwave Necro did 105 with no boss powers, still hitting for billions here, like 500 billion damage per tick. And this one got buffed from 450 there, like even like 2 trillion per tick. And this one got buffed from 450 to 500% again. So this is looking to be, again, by far the strongest builds. We predicted it right last time, and I think there's nothing even close to the Bloodwave Necro. Let me know in the comments, and we will also obviously check everything out the next days if there's anything even close to Bloodwave. But I still think Bloodwave is going to be the strongest build of last season, and it's also going to be actually by far the strongest build this season. I hope I'm wrong, but right now I don't see anything that's even close to the Necromancer. So Bloodwave is eating good. And then don't forget, all the pet builds are also getting some tremendous buffs thanks to the Beast Fall. Beastmaster's training here. This one basically buffs all your pets at the highest level. It buffs them by a factor of 157%. And this one has not been nerfed. So all the pet builds, all the minion builds, also Lightning Spear on the Sork later, tremendously benefits from that. They also buffed the Bloodlands. I think they doubled the Bloodlands casts. I don't know if we see this here. Yeah, you see here, they doubled the Bloodlands damage against a single target. So Bloodlands is getting a buff, and it's getting another double damage against the single targets. So Necro is eating very good. They also buffed the new unique here quite a bit. So this one used to be 10%. Now it's 25, but only works for me after that. Overall, that's still a massive buff. So Minion Necro, pretty good. Bloodlands Necro, pretty good. Bloodwave Necro, best build in the game still. That's what I think. We will make the tier list on Saturday, on Sunday, on this weekend at least, and we'll see. But I don't see anything that's even close to clearing like 105 or 110 on the PTR without boss powers. Like this clear here was completely without boss powers, and that's an insane build. And yeah, I don't really understand why this got buffed again, but here we are. So Necromancer is going to eat very good. On Rogue, there's been some nerfs to the Death Trap. This one was overperforming. I think they nerfed it like by 50% or something. And then some smaller buffs here and there that's going to help the class out, I think. But I don't really have so much to say about the Rogue. You can read the patch notes for yourself. On Sorcerer, this actually going to be looking somewhat decent. They did a lot of buffs to the ice shards. They completely reworked one of the passives, and I really like this change. If you read this passive here, this is the key passive, and this will work for every Frost build. Basically, 30% reduced mana. You get 1.6 multiplier and another 1.25 against vulnerable targets. So double damage for Frost spells. And this one can be combined with the new Hail of Winterglass, which now gets cooldown reduction. And they also changed the, what was it? Frozen Memories. Actually, let's look in the patch notes here. The Frozen Memory aspect also got changed to be a 75% multiplicative damage buff and another additive 30% resource reduction. And this can be put on a two-hander for 2.5x%. It's like really strong aspect. And combined with this Avalanche and some other changes to the ice shards, there might be a decent chance for this to be an actually legit build. And then obviously you still have the Lightning Spear Sorcerer that's also benefiting from the 2.5x boss power for all the pets and the summons. And I think that's going to be incredible strong as well. Last but not least, we have the Spiritborn. They did fix unyielding hits. This is like the aspect that gives you all the extra weapon damage. They fixed that to finally work with all the multipliers. They buffed basic builds. And they did fix a lot of buffs on the Sunbird Gorgeous and Rushing Claw. This is going to be like this Firestorm build. You may have seen this before. It actually looks pretty solid. They kept buffing this. This one is a higher multiplier. The feathers are also Jaguar now. And this is basically the playstyle. And this was somewhat decent already for Torment 4. And yeah, it just got stronger. Now we'll see exactly how strong in the tier list that we're going to make soon. But yeah, there's obviously a ton more changes. I'm going to link the patch notes below. It looks pretty cool. There's a ton of exciting stuff, especially them like, nerfing the pit a bit again and also making more builds viable, as well as buffing the XP, removing the timer on the bosses, buffing the loot, juicing the season mechanics. A lot of positive things. We will see exactly how the Whirlwind Barb is going to land and stuff. I'm just a bit surprised to see the Bloodwave Necro like reign supreme again. However, they already did say if some builds are overperforming, they are looking at them very early and they're going to have a policy of nerfing earlier this time. Like they are talking the first week. I'm a wizard, man. That's how I can do it. No, I just add some snacks and we got some fresh water and we're back. So the rest of this recap, guys, I mean, was almost done. This is the recap. It's like 15 minutes. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, maybe we'll do some planners. I'm having a hard time to... I'm just having a hard time with the Bloodwave Necro, man. It's just... Well, yeah, it's fine. It's just going to be strong. But that's cool. Let me start some... Okay, let me double check the blog post again. How do I fully like clear the cache here or something? Do I have to press this like Control F5 or something? All ARPG enjoyers? Yeah, there's lots of stuff. We have no rest for the wicked. Yeah, this website is really good. This is just so close to one another, man. A little unfortunate. It's just one day apart, man. Control Shift R. Control Shift R. Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't even read this part. Who gave you that link? Someone in chat. I don't think it's still here. Don't tell them, man. Psst. It's a secret, okay? It's a secret. Did in Discord, yeah.
Okay, so Evade Spiritborn hasn't been changed much. Let me actually just log in, like I was tested. Month ago, yeah. I mean, we know about the website, but I didn't really like watch it that much. Minion Necro gets a double damage buff, yeah. More than double, actually. Minion Necro is really nice. I think they did a good job of nerfing most of the meta builds. I only have Bloodwave in S tier right now. I'm not really too sure about the boss powers, like how strong they will be in the end. So, should we try Nah. I don't think Karen Druid is going to be this nice. We're probably going to do... I want to test the Poison. I don't know how good Poison is going to be on Karen Druids. Might be fine. Yeah, hey Rob Neville, how's it going, man? I'm going to go on Spiritborn first. Because I think I already mainly have this build. Looks like Pam. Yeah, these guys are gonna come back here, guys. Stygian Stones. Right back into it. So can you make this like a solid speed build? I mean, right now we kind of rely on lucky hits. So that's like kind of yikes. Maybe I can still temper that shit. Yeah, this also has the resolve stacks, bro. Shit. Yeah, so this resolve bullshit doesn't exist no more. I don't know if I have like a Spiritborn amulet like randomly in my stash, probably not. This is like all the juicy Bob stuff. Look at this one, man. Fuck. Wait, when did I have this amulet, dude? This one is fucking insane. They're fucking all grayed out, bro. Bob, it's all Bob stuff, man. Yeah, I think it's impossible to make a build here. You're just gonna have to deal with it, bro. Pizza, iced tea, eye drops, and Bratwurst for $140. That's actually pretty cheap, man. Yeah. I mean, Spiritborn has a lot of interesting builds. Like, there's actually 3 builds that have potential. That is Poison Spiritborn. Actually, there's 4 builds, man. We have Quill Volley, Razor Wings, Firestorm, and Evadeborn. Hey, I'm back, baby. Yo, Rock Neville, dude. Let's go. The best Sorcerer build? Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear and Ice Shards. Like, I'm actually not so sure. I think LS is going to be better than Ice Shards for sure. Not sure, but like it's going to be better, I think. I would sell maybe even Blizzard, dude. Like Blizzard is also looking very good. Blizzard Sword probably also should do. Evade build? Yeah, I was just looking at this here. We have like this footage. And this boss power is not nerfed. Do you know by any chance which boss power you had here, Zero? Because in the planner it said you had Avarice, but you didn't have Avarice, else your resource would go down. Yeah, from this footage, the Torment difficulty is nerfed. Wait, can you do this for leveling? Like, how soon can you do this? Because we know for a fact that we get this power, like, early. Yeah, I know the main boss power. But you didn't use Avarice. Rip to old mama. I actually like it, man. What's giving the minion necro double damage? It's a boss power. It's called Beast Master. Let me see. Fuck. Wait, that's not it.
Hey folks, this is Riker, and we just had the campfire chat for Diablo 4 Season 8.
Riker also has good video. It's just some autoplay stuff. I wanted to show you the boss power here. Beastfall. Beast Master, sorry, here. Your summons deal X% more damage, increased multiplicatively for all the crit damage that you have. Up to 157. And this one didn't get nerfed. It's insane. This is gonna make Lightning Spear, because Lightning Spear is a summon. Lightning Spear Sword, boys. It's really cool, and it also enables minions on the Necro. So is Hydra, yeah. But I don't know about Hydra being that strong at the moment. It's probably like what Mekuna gonna rock a Lightning Spear again. I actually like very surprised by the Sork notes. Like there's some very good stuff, man. Yeah, you're right, Zero. But did you do any pits with that? But why did you had this one, for example? I don't even understand. I think Spiritborn seems like a bit of a wild card. Let me actually see how this one plays. I mean, I don't know, like the setup is so scuffed. Whatever. I also don't think there's anything on the nerf block. Yeah, make changes, let me know. Awesome. Also, you need to double click the amulet so it takes the new version. I'm just not sure. I don't think we have cooldown reduction. Yeah, but Quill Volley doesn't do any damage. Okay, if you have enough damage, it's actually kind of fast because you can just teleport. Well, okay, now I fucked it up. Great. So wait, you can snipe even with this. Yeah, and so this is gonna be like 2 times harder to do, but this is without boss powers. This is like non-season. And the Ashara boss power is gonna... I fully buffed this pretty well. I think this is gonna be a decent speed farmer. We gotta get a bit more used to it again. Spirit is a bit of an issue. As long as we have uncapped resonance, we're good. I don't even know if we even need Scourge. Wait, why can I cast it so much? Oh, I think it's the passive, right? Wait, so if I remove it, and then it pretty much has no damage. Guess it does like 2,300%. And this key passive is just insane. Like without this, I guess I can still kill, but with it, it's like, bam, dead. Actually, gonna be fun to see some viable Spiritborn builds again. Freaking hardcore. I mean, it's not gonna be the speediest of builds. I think it like depends on if you get lucky hit. But that's not the case with the Ashara boss power. Potential, potential. Good freaking potential. Yeah, eventually I'll have to migrate that. But I don't really think it's gonna be good in pits. Okay, let's start with Bloodwave though. Can lurk for a bit. Okay, enjoy, man. Wait, why did it remove this? It's probably Skull anyways. Don't even remember if they played Blood Orb in the end. Okay, but we for sure gonna play the Overpower Power. Potentially vulnerable. I don't know which one. Probably this one. I'm not sure if it's worth it actually. The Quaxoon got higher uptime now. Discord? Okay, let me check. Okay, so what I mean by no boss powers. Oh, Sarah, you here? I meant like the boss power not dealing damage, right? But yeah. I see what you're saying now. I got it, yeah. Hey, I'm gonna make you VIP. I didn't recognize. Do I have a slot? Yes! Okay, yeah, sorry. What I meant is like the boss power didn't deal damage. But yeah. Like, you know, you weren't doing like what everybody was doing. You weren't using like Avarice and the shenanigans. Sorry, that's what I meant by no boss powers. Like no damage boss powers. But okay, so you like you benefited a lot from the cooldown. That makes sense. When I say no boss powers, I mean, you know, no damage carry. Like, actually, the supporting boss powers, they almost didn't change. Apprehension, yeah. It's pretty good. I don't know if we need to change other stuff. Like, I might check that later. I have you clear in here. I mean, that was an impressive clear, guys. This is fucking insane. Okay, so... where do we have the powers? PTR. Wait, can I see the boss power somewhere? Okay, I don't know if I can. Little support power. I mean, they did nerf it, right? Yeah, that could... on high tier, the problem with Lilith power is you can't kill shit with it. You see, it's nerfed from like 5% to 2%. And you're still gonna have to deal with 10% of the life. It's very hard. Okay, Bow and Blood Spigot at 100 without boss powers, and with boss power 103. Bloodwave might still be the best build, but Cataclysm Druid without boss powers also did 100. Yeah, yeah. Cataclysm is very good. Did you see the Epilepsy Druid? That was funny. Wait, did I not make a clip about the Epilepsy Druid, guys? I'm pretty sure there was Epilepsy Druid. Fuck.
Where's that? Did we only make a short? Maybe I forgot. Yeah, there was an epilepsy druid, but it's gone for some reason. Oh no, here. I think it's this. Epilepsy druid, well, I'll show you. Okay, you ready? Guys, this is your last warning, yes? Epilepsy trigger warning, guys. Careful. There goes. Okay, it's actually not that crazy. Oh, okay, okay. This is epilepsy druid. It's pretty strong. Press your button. Careful. Somebody went normal speed. Look at the pedophile man. This is the epilepsy druid. Yeah, the strong druid build, man. I gotta play this. Well, they nerfed it though. It's exactly what Sora is saying here. Like they did nerf the power. I mean, this might still be strong though. I don't know. It's GG. Yeah, epilepsy druid, guys. Druid is raving, man. It's just, I mean, I called it that. I don't know. He called. Oh, actually, he called it that too. New best druid build, man. Yes. This does not have snapshotting. No. Just epilepsy trigger warning. I know snapshotting, man. I have it like in B tier, but you still got a snapshot, right? We're probably actually gonna put this top build. My only problem is like the old meta builds are the new meta. Maybe with the exception of Earthquake. Wait, did Mac do it on stream? Macro? And the problem is you still got a snapshot. Oh yeah, Mac is doing it on stream. Here, this is from Macro Bio Boy. Well, so you also has Blood Wave, like, I mean, okay, I don't know, like, it's like 10 tiers stronger than the next strongest. I don't know if he's ready yet, but I mean, clearly Blood Wave is a bit of an outlier, no? Maybe I'm crazy. We'll see. Mark my words. It's fucking crazy. I don't know, this is like boss tier, if this is like just normal tier difference, but it's also like, it's just insane doing that high. And, you know, most of the other builds got a nerf. Okay, did not calculate the spear yet, okay. I mean, I just, you know, like, I like Necro being strong, but it would be cool if, let's say, the spear is stronger than Blood Wave, because that would actually make the meta fresh and cool. I think it would just be better for the game, you know? If it's not Blood Wave, the strongest build, if it's like, it could be like Bone Spear. That'd be cool. I just think the same meta as last season is kind of boring. Yeah. I think like, most people would agree with that. Or like even minions. Even though, like, what is minions? Like, isn't minions like double damage or something? I mean, probably still not good enough. Actually, 30 tiers behind. Damn, dude. That's crazy. 30 tiers is ridiculous.
Okay, 30 tiers behind is fucking crazy, man. Shit. Where do I have minions? I don't even have it here. I think I added it at some point. But it's probably like B tier, right? Minion Necro. Like if Bloodwave is A tier, his minion is probably like done. I just want the game to be fun and good. And I don't think making the old meta the best again is boring. I think it's boring. Okay, maybe we make Minion Necro. Times 2. Probably still not strong enough. Yeah, but it was stronger. I mean, you might say like Bloodwave was maybe boring, but it was strong. It was very powerful. Yeah, thanks for the insights. Like to Mac, like again, check out Mac and the Sora. Like, great Necro. I mean, Necro looks to be one of the strongest characters overall because you have multiple strong builds. Like we just haven't added them all here. Blood Spear, Blood Lance. Like Blood Lance is probably also in A tier, right? Oh, LS, Lightning Spear. Sorry, Lightning Spear. Obviously. No, the Sorg changes are really cool, man. Check in the recap. I think Sorg changes might not be the strongest class, but I think there's very solid Sorg changes. I think very good stuff overall. Do we really change much on Cataclysm? Copy. The thing is, you can still snapshot. That's the problem with this build, and people will not like that. I mean, 15% cooldown is still good. You're gonna play Overpower. Then we're gonna play Vulnerable. I mean, the Vulnerable is just the 1.3. And then probably still Execution. I'm not sure. Probably this doesn't help you on boss, right? I'm not 100% sure yet. We're also gonna have to do some other changes, but I don't know yet. Wait. I agree with you though, Rob. I personally love Bloodwave, but I would like to see another build being stronger. I just don't think Bloodwave should be nerfed further. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I mean, if the balance level should be around like pit 105 maybe. I mean, you probably have to like downscale a couple tiers because your gear was perfect, right? So probably like pit 100. If they want to balance the builds around pit 100, I just don't see anything doing pit 105. I mean, maybe there's another Necro bit, but I can tell you, like on Barb and Sorg, like they're not gonna do 105. I mean, with the old scaling, like we don't know the new scaling, how that's impacting things. I think. Wait, did Boiler send me some stuff? I think he was looking a bit into the Cataclysm or nerf stuff, but I don't know if it was that strong. Nah, this is old. Yeah, this is like, we're talking about the PTR scaling, like the live scaling. We actually don't know exactly what's gonna change. The only estimation that we have is they said new T4 is 6 pit tier difference. And that would roughly translate into T4 only being like 2.5 times harder than on live. So that would probably change this entire scaling. What the fuck is wrong here? What the hell happened? What did I do? Oh, I did something. I don't know what it is. What the fuck? Somebody add some like cells here? What the fuck is this? Yeah, all this is not correct, but we don't know the scaling. We can probably easy fix it, right? It's all based on this. We have no idea. I mean, we could try to guesstimate it, but like, I don't know. If... Okay, so they said, now actually we can calculate it. Torment 4 will be equivalent to Season 7. And they said plus 6 to 7 tiers. So we just look, I mean, I don't know, this might be wrong, but this is the best estimation. So we need to say 65 plus 6 will be equal to pit, that would mean pit 71. Roughly. So now we would just have to adjust the number down to what it used to be. So we need to look at this number, and then we need to make the number fit. But 71. Oh, it's gonna go down a lot though. Yeah, we can do this tomorrow. I mean, the scaling is going to go down like a ton if we do that. And this was only a guesstimate anyways, right? Oh, that's good. Never happens. Can you hear me again? Fixed. Sorry. Bro, at least it didn't happen in the middle of the fucking video. Good. Fixed? No. Okay, just say no if you can't hear me. It's fine. It's okay. It's all right. I mean, should we just put in some number and then see what the outcome is going to be? Oh yes, this is not the correct one.
I mean, okay, if they make it 10%, I don't think they're gonna do that. But maybe. The data scientists. Yeah, this is for sure gonna be Cope. Like the only thing, because the only thing they said is the old life is equal to 6 to 7 tiers more. So that might be complete Cope. But maybe it's not. No, this is all bullshit. It's all too much. It's not enough. It's more. It should be like 15% or so. It must be. We can kind of do try and error, I think. Either way, this is all copium. We don't know until we play. On the PTR, we at least had an idea if it was correct. Done with the update? Okay, let's check it. Thank you. But you have falling feathers twice. But is the apprehension aspect offensive? You mean the planner needs to update that? Wait, but can we do this in game? They changed it. Oh. Okay, now I understand. Yes. Yeah, you're right, it's in here. Oh, this is a new change. Yeah, we need to update that. Like, there's a lot of stuff to update. It's a bad change. I mean, for Spiritborns, it's bad. But this is basically in line with, like, the days changes, all this kind of stuff, right? We can update Ice Shard Sork, but there's a lot of copium. I think a lot is going to change in Ice Shards, actually. This is going to take a few days to... Right now, it's like all over the place, man. So we're definitely going to be playing Frozen Memories, Hello Winterglass. I mean, there's like a lot of things that are fixed, right? We're going to play the Helm. We're going to play this aspect. I don't know where. We're definitely going to play Tarasha. Probably also going to play Starless Sky for sure. Yeah, man. And then the powers, like, I don't fucking know, dude. Makes sense to play all this, but I don't know the main power. The main power seems to be like a big wild card now. I don't even know. I mean, this is probably somewhat solid. But then again. Wait, Exploiters has changed, right? I don't even know what boots we play. Yeah, the stuff moved. This is also gonna get cooldown now. Like it's not updated yet. It's work in progress, guys. These are not ready. They totally fucked the season up? I don't think so. Why do you think they fucked it up? I don't know what did we play on boots on Sorg? Wait, guys, did they nerf Convulsion? Ouch. Unlucky. I mean, this was kind of obvious. They're gonna nerf that. That was too strong. That was very insane. I don't even know what we're gonna get now. Ice Shot ranks probably, and then Ice Blade. Convulsion is goner. I don't know, lucky hit? I have no idea, man. Yeah, I saw it gonna be strong either way. Probably be smart about it. What about Barrier Gen? I don't know if it's good. How can you check Season 8 builds? Season 8 is not there. Wait, what do you mean? We got the final patch notes. When, if not now, are we going to check the season builds? That sounds hella confusing what you're saying. Okay, this is not anymore the Cope ZDPS. The dog is exclamation mark sheet. Sorry. Missed it maybe. Footage. Footage. I actually think like a poison build could be insanely strong. Yeah, this one is also better. Yeah, I just don't see like anything else touching Bloodwave. It might. Like Cataclysm might throw like these all. This is like almost every class, right? That's the strongest rogue build. I mean, they're definitely going to be strong rogue builds. Oh, I haven't really looked at rogue much, but there's definitely a rogue build in A tier. I don't know if it can reach S. They changed it a lot. Beats to slay? What is this? I want some good music. Holy loud. Yeah, I might need to look at rogue stuff again. Bro, this is really cool. New all-class tempering recipe. Yo, LFG, man. They actually temper physical damage on Bob and stuff. I didn't even see this. Such a like small change, like they just sneak this in. I mean, I like it. I like it. still they sneaked it in. Of course, I mean, this is not going to be multiplier. It would be way too strong. Yeah, obviously this is going to be additive. I mean, just like any other. Can scale poison damage on Barb. Hey Mojo, what's up? It's good. I also like this one. He's meaner. Made meaner and more challenging. I like it, man. Just make him very mean. He also gained new tricks to cause hell with. Bro, man, this Belial Wall of Lies is gonna be hard. Beast Master bonus? Sure. I just need to find the embed. Here. Modifier, your summons deal 157% X. This is crazy. 157% more damage. It's actually, I mean, holy shit. This is like the strongest boss power in terms of multiplier. What class are you starting with? I have no idea. I have no idea. Barb, Spiritborn, or Necro? Okay, I was saying this. The fuck is this guy? What the fuck, man? Looking good? Oh yes, double swing. Okay, let's let's up the double. Double swing is really strong. Fuck yeah, actually. Okay, petition to add double swing. Double swing gonna be 8 here? I think there's a good chance. Do I have one? If you have a planner already, let me see. Maybe I have. Maybe I didn't make one. I guess I didn't. Yeah, if you have one. Fuck. Wait, I made like all the way to Mighty Throw, Ultimate Barb, Lunge. Ah, it's so sad this one is nerfed. Okay, but I'm gonna need to copy it so I can make changes. I can call shafts. Oh, this is called double swing for now. Double swing, season 8. Definitely gonna add your name in there. FN Shaft. Okay, but let's see. Okay, so first of all, we don't know. Okay, you already did it right. We don't know what this is gonna be, but that's potential double damage. Ugly Bastard, highest multiplier. Probably one Berserk, right? I don't even think we need this. I will go ahead, go for the stats, but we'll see. Maybe the resource is better. wait, what the fuck, dude? Bro, like you shaved the head? Dude, what the fuck? Ru is a cat, guys. Okay, why do you play Jens? Yeah, I'm not so sure about the Jens, man. But then again, what else do we play? There's no more multipliers on boots. How is our Wrath cooldown? It's actually a pretty cool idea. Well, what I always like, I think it's gonna be better. Wait, what's it called? Is this aspect not exist anymore? Pull. This one. I mean, for a melee build, it's also 1.1x for 3 seconds. It doesn't work on the boss, I think. I'm not sure if we need to fix rest problem. I think we might be okay. We're gonna say, I think it's more damage and the pull is nice. But okay, we're definitely gonna need all rest. No, what else we get? We get strength, and then we get movement speed. Implicit, okay, whatever. No, definitely not that one. We could get concussion. We're doing playing one mace, right? Yeah, one mace. So that's gonna add even more CC with concussion. It's probably not too useful because we already get so much done from the boss bar, but it actually does sound pretty deep. Oh wait, we have size. I think we need at least one size. Wait. Because we don't have any size right now. You wanna, like, at least for speed farming, you need one size roll minimum. So yeah, this is definitely gonna need size, right? Do we have size? Okay, you have size here. But I think it's gonna be more DPS if we get something else on the amulet. But it increases the chance. Wait, does it not increase the chance? What does it do? Maybe I'm coping. Ah, okay, yeah, you're right. It's complete cope. Ah, they changed that shit. Anyways, I already changed it, so yeah. I think we free up the size and then we get, well, at least something here. Challenging shout cooldown, iron skin cooldown, groundstorm, like we will see. We get that defensive temper. It's gonna be worth it for sure. Yeah, probably groundstorm. And then I don't even know. We might want to masterwork the Wrath. How's the Wrath uptime? Like, Wrath uptime is gonna be so important here. Probably also gonna be masterworking this. Like, we need Wrath uptime. It's double damage, right? This is gonna be a lot more damage. Okay, chance for swing to hit twice. Yes. Does it mean? Oh, this is really good. How much less fury does it cost? Man, double swing, actually very strong build. Fuck. Wait. Double swing enhancement, move to violet. Okay, this is already updated. So fury cost reduced from 25 to 20. So that means we get more fury than we spent. Spent 20, gain 25. Okay, we have no fury problem, that's for sure. It also means we don't need this.
don't even know. I don't even think we need the basic skill. We would have to figure out what we're gonna do with this. What's the idea for the basic skill? I mean, we could just add challenging shell, no? Do we need basic skill for something? Do we have weapon swap? Do you like some weapon swap stuff? Exploit? I don't think we need basic. I mean, early on, okay, but let's make an endgame build first. Okay, so we don't need this, so we can. I always play like this then. I mean, it's 60% damage reduction for free, right? We could even play Iron Skin. I don't know what we're gonna play there. Or another offensive. We could also play Steel Grasp, actually. Yeah, we'll see. Could even play Steel Grasp. Yeah, this is a must-have, Ramalaldi. This is a must-have mace, else we don't get the one-up benefit, yes. Grandpapa. Okay. I think we want... Inner Calm. Inner Calm should be better than Accelerating. It's just more damage. Okay, if you're playing Speedy... Isn't there also one with Berserking? Okay, now this is weapon swaps. Okay, remember at one point I was playing around with Scorpius Rage's main power. Rage. But I think this is actually... I didn't even try this one. Did they buff it? They only buffed the secondary. This is actually just perma-stun because you make stuff vulnerable all the time. How do we solve Berserking though? I mean, we have Berserking. Is that enough? We might need to play Unconstrained. But either way, that can be fixed easy. Crit. Okay, wait. We need damage to crowd-controlled enemies. Okay, you already have this. Okay. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. What about the runes? X. Here. Wait, first of all, we need to change this. Hello? I think it's the wrong order. Shouldn't even be possible. Is it really worth it? Like, why would you wanna... Okay, the overpower is gonna trigger... I guess the overpower triggers quite a few damage bonuses. Yeah, but then I think we want to play Xerxan. And then no, I don't think Vex Rune, because we get so many core ranks. We get core ranks from here. We get plenty core ranks from... Okay, not that many actually, because we don't masterwork. I still think we're better with... What's it called? 100%, what's it called? Casting a skill other than a basic skill. And then Igni or Tom. I'm not sure how fast we're gonna attack. It's 25. That's 3 attacks per second. I think we are above that. I don't know, Tom or the other one. I don't know. Should be probably like this. I don't know really what's the best here. But I think Quacks, since they also increased it, it's like a few more seconds. Okay. So we don't need this point. Yeah, this is another overpowered trigger. Oh, we can't use this though. Okay, we're gonna put the rest. I mean, I don't know if we have max crit. We're just gonna put it here. 9 crit. Okay, I don't know, whatever. If we need healing, because when we play with Unbridled, we can easily get healing if we struggle with defenses. It's probably fine. Do we get Fortify from here? Yes. So Fortify solved. Berserking kind of solved. We're going to have a ton of resources. Do we have the... I don't think we do, right? So is this going to be better than the resource passive, the resource skill tree? Might be better. Earthquakes is giga nerfed. Okay, I don't know about this Paragon board, but I mean, that can be figured out later. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, Warbringer might be more damage than the 16% attack speed though. So assuming we don't have cap, this 16% is just 16%. And we can get like 50 Fury. Maybe more. 50 something Fury. Yeah, not so sure. I mean, this is like minor stuff. Can math it out. And early on, you want to play the generator. Yeah. It's probably Warbringer. Let's actually do I think Warbringer is going to be better. It will also allow us to fix Fortify. And then we can take more Fury. Because I don't know if we can play Unbridled. We might need to switch to Unconstrained. I also don't know if our Berserking will be permanent. It's going to be close. On single target, it's very difficult. And Pit Fighter... we don't have a two-hander, right? Well up is 5%. But actually, well up should be better. I mean... Wait, they got rid of this? Maybe it's bugged. Whatever. This emerald is impossible to get anyways. You could play Wallop. Wallop. Should still exist. Actually, definitely want to do this. Hopefully we're fine with the cooldown. Do we have Marshall? Yeah, we definitely need Marshall. And then we can get good Wrath uptime. And the GA here is going to be very important. Wait, was never a variable? Wait, but we have fucking no. Are you guys sure? Why is it not there? Whatever. I mean, just like a normal cluster. Like here, it's all there. Maybe Wallop. I swear I had an emulator with Wallop. Maybe not. So Groundstorm gives us Fury. Oh, and it gives us Berserking. Yeah, we should be fine actually. Ah, okay. You want Rogue builds? I'll check Rogue, but not today, man. Like, Rogue is my least played class. Gotta do all the Bob stuff before we do Rogue. Okay, check this. I think it looks pretty solid. We definitely gain a lot of damage switching the boots. But there's probably more damage to gain. Like, the problem is, like, all the double swing aspects just suck. It is all bad. Can we show you the math here? Core control, core control. Tocco's Rage. Wait. Is that not a boss power? Yeah, second. Just randomly happens sometimes. We good now, yes? Don't run so many microphones. Maybe I'll actually get another microphone for the season. It's kind of fucked up. Don't know if it's that though. But okay, I don't know, like there's boss powers missing. Don't know if we have the max modifier then. I was thinking it was here, but it's not. New season next week. Few days. Tuesday. Okay, I didn't check Companion Druid. Beastmaster power scaling from crit multi, yes. No, but it's capped. It's scaling massively, but it still has a cap, bro. Here, it's up to 150%. Wait, 6,000 crit damage, that sounds ridiculous crazy though. It's a bit loud. Lower music a bit. Yeah, it's capped. I mean, it would be crazy if it's not capped. Yeah, okay, so I don't really know like what the cap is on this power though. Actually, I can probably close half this shit. Let me actually like just close everything, dude. I have way too much stuff open. Don't really need much. We'll just focus on a few tabs. Torvus Rage. Maybe I can find it. Bro, it doesn't exist. Okay, we're gonna find it. All boss powers Diablo 4. Man, that shit's gonna be there, bro. This is a... No one has like all the powers? Probably not. But you see, also in this, it's like 24 powers. I don't know, I can't find it. I don't know what the max value is here. It's probably high. Should be in the database. Is that the same build? Well, there should be different builds. Wait, then I mean feather. Well, isn't that two different builds? One is scaling Firestorm, one is scaling Evade, and one is scaling Feathers. S tier builds, I mean, this is what we have so far. It's a draft, guys. Bloodwave Necro. I haven't really like a real candidate for another S tier build. Wait, if you scale Evade, you scale Firestorm? No. Yeah, we're gonna look at that. I mean, Spirit Ball has a lot of potential, so we have to look at all that. I don't really know. To my understanding, that's different builds. Picking up a feather forms the Firestorm. But then you don't need to scale feather damage, you need to scale Firestorm. Yeah, Toxic Skin Rushing Claw, like that got buffed. Here. Got buffed to 80% again. But how much are you hitting for with that build? I think we're gonna try leveling with the season journey. I do not want to do the fucking campaign.
Wait, like, what's the item tag? Hey, there's a ton of positive buffs to the positive changes coming for this. I think it's gonna be really nice overall. Getting tired. Okay, but that's not the evade build then. So then you mean Firestorm, Feather Spiritborn, but the evade is still different. I haven't seen footage from this. Like, there's no point to make like a triple build. Like, you didn't even have Firestorm, did you? There's no Firestorm. Or am I blind? Where the fuck is the Firestorm, bro? Oh, okay, there it is. Alright, that's one build. I don't know, man. Holy shit, dude. I should have played this more. There was just so many boss powers. Wait, so you're scaling Stormfeather potency? But what's the main damage? I think we're scaling like way too many things. Like, you're basically scaling the boss power, you're scaling the Firestorm. Okay, plus we're scaling Eagle, which kind of does work. Yeah, and Jaguar. Holy shit. Yeah, this is definitely something I want to look at in peace, like tomorrow or something. Yeah, okay, yes. But then now we're also scaling the spark power. There's a lot of different damage. A lot of different damage numbers. Yeah, I mean, it triggers all the time, and that's mainly what you want. Yeah, I see. Okay, let's make it one build for now, but I think there's still pure boss power. Like, you will not play that amulet, but I don't know if this is good. Yeah, but overall, 200% on evade base is pretty strong. Like, you can get this to a couple thousand. 5 bangers. Hey, thanks for 10 months, my friend. Welcome in, dude. Yo, what's good? I'm doing great, man. Yeah, you're right. Thanks some tips. It definitely looks strong. Yeah, they both scale the same stuff. Yeah, I was just concerned about the boss power, I guess. Because this also just look like potential. You can almost do this on every build though. I mean, you could even do this on the sorcerers. I mean, it's weapon damage, generic multipliers, and all that stuff. Yeah, the plan is definitely to try and level an incursion, but yeah, we don't know how good that's gonna work yet. We shall see. Definitely excited. Okay, guys, I think I gotta sleep though. The head is smoking, but tomorrow I'll stream again. And we'll look more into this. So this is what we have for now, guys. Definitely invite you all to be coming back tomorrow, and we'll check some of that stuff. We're gonna sleep over it. We're gonna like keep looking. And then we'll see. There's definitely a lot of potential cool builds. That includes Whirlwind Barb, Double Swing Barb, Mighty Throw Barb, a ton of stuff on Spiritborn, as we just talked about. There's even new Necro stuff. Not so sure about it yet. Who do we raid, guys? Oh, Pen. Do we raid Pen? We're gonna log in, dude. I don't know. I'm definitely gonna play Barb, but I don't know if I'm gonna start Barb, okay? I think so too. Cast T4 is not that crazy now. Ton of viable builds. Like loads. This guy's rocking hardcore. Yeah, that's Hall's community stream. Man, this is some controller gaming. All right, guys, we got a raid Pan. This guy's very nice, cool guy. I'll see you tomorrow, my friends. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for watching on all the platforms. Check me out on YouTube, on X. GG. So we'll be back cooking tomorrow in the afternoon. Okay, my friends, take it easy. Rob628 over and out. Good night. Peace. GG. Thank you so much. LFG. See you tomorrow, friends.